Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
A group of white people were brutally attacked at a public event, and the media completely ignored it. This occurred at a jazz festival in Cincinnati. They were walking downtown when a group jumped them. A man was beaten to the ground, and a woman was hit from behind, knocked unconscious, bleeding on the sidewalk. And if the roles were reversed, if it had been white attackers and black victims, you would have already known the attackers' names. We would have politicians crying on camera. Oh, that would make national headlines. Apparently, CBS is too worried about "it's okay to be white" sticker. Yeah, see, that's what makes the actual headlines. They would have GoFundMes and politicians flying in, but this gets nothing because it does not serve their narrative. To the people sitting here justifying this, saying we suffer 400 years of oppression, this isn't about justice. This is cowardice. You don't need 12 people for a fair fight. You need 12 people when you're targeting the defenseless, but they never run up on someone who might just actually hit back. When something happens to our own, we repost, we vent, we comment, and then what? No protest, no real actual unity. But maybe we're not actually divided. Maybe we're just so numb. And if we ever unified, that would be a little too powerful, now wouldn't it?
What's good, family? Welcome to Pretty Realist. I'm back. So I'm hot and heavy. We gonna call this liberal cities gone wild, because liberal cities is off the chain, man. Y'all, Cincinnati is hot. Y'all hot boots right now. I just did a story on Cincinnati about the young lady who ran over them kids after a fight. I think she got her ass whooped. So this is another ass whooping that appears to be going viral right now. Listen, I am a Libra, okay? So I don't ever like to just take everything from face value. I like to look at both sides of every story. And I knew when I saw this video, I was like, okay, damn, it's a lot of them beating up on this man. But what happened? What was the basis? What was the reason for this beatdown? Now, you all probably have seen it. If you don't, let me go ahead and let you know what happened. There was a white couple that was out there in Cincinnati. I think there was some type of festival or something. Either way, it was a lot of people. And the news only showed one side of the situation, where this couple was pretty much getting beat down by a group of people. It was a man and a woman. They knocked the sonic rings out of these people. It was crazy to watch. But there's always two sides to every story. So let's go ahead and hear what Fox News, who in my opinion did a poor job of executing this story. I usually do like Fox, but y'all missed the mark on this one. And so did JD Vance, and I'm going to tell you why. Let's check it out.
Video. This is very tough to watch. I got to warn you. In Cincinnati. This man was beaten in the street in Cincinnati over the weekend. The police say 5 suspects are facing charges. They're asking others to turn themselves in. Then a woman who tried to defend him also was punched and knocked out cold by a young man on the street. And as I said before, one person called 911 in this whole crowd. They're all too concerned about getting this whole thing on video so they can post it on their stupid phones. National correspondent.
Here's my thing. Watching this, I saw at least 3 or 4 other white men that was out there. So you motherfuckers didn't help no at all? I don't know if this is his friends, but you need some new friends. There's one guy, there's another one, and this is the one who's getting the beat down. So you mean to tell me, okay, looks like there's another one over there. None of y'all did anything. None of y'all did nothing. I mean,
Cold by a young man on
There's
the
one
street.
there.
And as I said before,
There's one back
one
there.
person called 911
There's
in
another
this
one
whole
back
crowd.
there
They're
while
all
he's
too
getting
concerned
beat
about
down.
getting this whole thing on video so they can post it on their stupid phones.
There's
National
a woman.
correspondent Brian Yanis reports live here in New York. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Martha. Well, we just got disturbing new video with a different angle of this vicious attack that unfolded at 3 a.m. on Saturday in Cincinnati. It appears to show a verbal confrontation. Then you see a white man in a white shirt slap a black man in a red shirt. Punches are then thrown and the brawl ensues. The white man is punched and kicked repeatedly by black men and women. This new video also shows two other white men getting beat up. Horrifically, another video shows a woman being knocked unconscious, blood on her face after she was sucker punched by a man. Incredibly difficult to watch. Police have not said how or why this brawl started. Cincinnati's police chief says alcohol consumption played a significant role.
I hate how they reported it. White man and a black man. The black man hit the white man. They're men. Why do you have to automatically identify their race? They create the division. They make billions of dollars off of us hating each other. I guarantee you it wasn't just alcohol why this fight started. But let's continue.
Characterizing it as a sudden dispute following a verbal altercation. Astoundingly, there were 100 people there, but only one person called 911. The Trump administration's Department of Justice suggesting hate crime charges could be filed. Quote, our federal hate crimes laws apply to all Americans. We at Civil Rights at DOJ will monitor closely how local authorities handle this attack. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's from Ohio, reacting.
We have got to make great American cities safe again for families and children. If you want to take your wife or your children out for a meal, you shouldn't be worried about street violence. And the only way to destroy that street violence is to take the thugs who engage in that violence and throw their asses in prison.
And I'm going to tell you why I didn't like that. JD Vance, you just kind of lost cool points with me because you don't know the whole fucking story or you're refusing to face the whole story. Now, should that man have gotten beat up like that in the streets by all those people? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't condone jumping. I think it's a coward ass move. And I'm willing to bet that majority of those people just jumped in because they saw two white people and they took out their frustrations off of whatever racist situation, racist narrative that they had in their mind instead of just minding their fucking business and allowing those men to fight like men. Same with the woman with the bad wig. You didn't have to get into the middle of that, sis. And now you're probably going to get a felony for it. However, there's always two sides to a story. Well, there's three. There's their side, the other person's side, and then there's the truth. So what really happened? What really took place? But then there was a city council member who got online and said something that really ruffled a couple of people's feathers. Apparently, she said, like, they asked for that beat down. Shit. And they coming down on her heavy. She had to do a whole damn interview talking about why she said what she said. Check it out.
We saw your post. Why did you post it?
David, when I first saw the brawl, I was devastated. But then I realized that there was more to the story. And there was, which changed my point of view.
What was your point of view before, and what did it become?
Well, I had questions about why would they beat that man. I was devastated because I know that is not the way our community behaves. And my question was, why would that occur? And it was not long after that I saw the first half of the video. And the answer was, this man, David, I really feel like he came with the same attitude as the people who arrived in Lincoln Heights, coming just in order to cause trouble.
the prosecutor is saying that the people who they are calling victims were out for a birthday dinner and they were walking through this crowd and words were exchanged. It looks like the Caucasian guy reaches out and slaps the face of one of the African American guys.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is that what changed your mind?
It definitely is. I wrote what I wrote because I do believe that it's like this, David. You know, in this country, we have freedom of speech, but you can't run into a crowded theater and scream fire. And for the most part, that's what this man did when he reached out and smacked that man.
So you wrote, they begged for that beatdown. Does anyone deserve that kind of beatdown?
You know what? I gotta say it. Because why wasn't there a press conference when that black guy got jumped by all of those motorcyclists out there? I believe it was in Fort Wayne.
My question to you guys is, why aren't those guys getting national coverage the way those black people are getting national coverage all over the media for the incident that took place in Cincinnati? Wrong color? Maybe.
Where was Fox News at for that? It was a lot of them. A lot of them. Okay. This were all my non-black followers. Like I said before, I'm a realist. I see shit for what it is, but that don't mean I'm not going to call it out. Would that man have not gotten beat up by so many people had he just not said anything to that guy, or had he not put his hands on that guy and just walked away? Like I said, I do totally believe that it's not okay for people to jump. That was overkill when it comes to the jumping. However, we've always been told since we was kids, don't put your hands on nobody. Be careful, because you might just write a check that your ass can't cash. And he had friends with him, obviously. So did none of his friends think to pull him back and be like, bro, this might not be what you want. It's a lot of black folks out here. And when it comes to the racist shit that's been going on out here in this country, when black people get into an agitation with a non-black person and it's physical and there's other black people around, 9 times out of 10, they're going to put their input in. They are. Because they could have possibly went through a racist situation with someone in the past, and they probably never got a chance to react to it. So this is their opportunity to take it out on this person. It's not right, but it's the honest to God truth. Listen, we're all tired of the racist shit. I don't know if that man called him the N-word. We don't know what happened, but I think somebody does.
So now that more information has come out, it's looking like the Cincinnati brawl narrative we were fed by all the races is complete bullshit, of course. Let's get into it. So what we were told was that this was a fight where some black folks were chasing down and beating white people because they're white. That's what we've been told this whole time by these people. And now that more video evidence is coming out, it's very obvious that they cut the very beginning of the fight that shows it was a mutual fight. It was a normal bar fight, drunk fight, whatever you want to call it. I've been in many of them back in the day when I was younger, where two groups of people are talking shit. There's little scuffles. by both sides, and then it gets broken up. A black man and a white man both step in, break it up. They de-escalate it. And then the big white man walks up to the black man in the red shirt and smacks him right in the face, and then all hell breaks loose. And they've arrested 4 of the black folks. And let's see what the chief of police said when she was asked about why they haven't arrested the white man.
I asked city leaders directly.
Well, the man that Pastor Lynch was talking about who made the slap that you could see on some of the cameras on social media, will he be facing charges?
We are actively investigating him. We take all violence very seriously. As I mentioned, I expect more charges and more arrests.
They spoke to his counsel before they went down to see him, and the counsel said no. He did not want the police talking to his client. So therefore, we have not had a conversation with him yet.
Like, what the fuck is she even talking about? You've already arrested 4 of the black folks that were in the fight. And you have video evidence of this white man walking up after it was de-escalated and smacked the black man in the red shirt right in the face. And that's when all hell breaks loose. And you want to talk to him? And you're being told no? And you're just like, well, that's all this. You have video evidence of him assaulting someone. And they're saying these people are Russians. So what happened to America first? I guess that goes out the window when it's black folks, right?
Would it have been a different situation if it was just 2 men just fighting? It probably would have. But at the same time, I just think that it's weird that all of these politicians are hopping on board when it comes to this. I thought it was completely tacky as hell for J.D. Vance to even say anything. I get it that he's from Ohio. But at the same time, why are you guys not addressing the fact that that man put his hands on that man first? Now, I do think that the rest of the people who got involved should definitely be charged, but so should the man who put his hands on that man. It shouldn't just be the black faces that you see. And there's this black rage that's going on right now. It's like the only situations that we're seeing plastered on TV, plastered in the news, it's everything that has to do with black people being violent. As if nobody else in this country is committing crimes. I'm quite sure that there's other crimes that's being committed. Hell, just like last week, 6 or 7 adults who got caught with 6 children that they were trafficking under the age of 13 out there in Alabama. Why is Fox not talking about that? Why isn't Associated Press talking about it? Why isn't CNN talking about it? Because it's not on their radar. It doesn't fit their racist narrative. It's rage baiting and it's race baiting. When it comes to the city council member who made that post, that was completely unprofessional. But guess what? You know what else was unprofessional? The Hispanic lady out there in California who was talking about that, where's all the gangsters to get ICE from deporting migrants?
Not for nothing, but I want to know where all the cholos are at in Los Angeles, 18th Street, Florencia. Where's the leadership at? Because you guys are all about territory, and this is 18th Street, and this is Florencia. You guys tag everything up, claiming hood. And now that your hood's being invaded by the biggest gang there is, there ain't a peep out of you. It's everyone else who's not about the gang life that's out there protesting and speaking up. We're out there like fighting our turf, protecting our turf, protecting our people. And like, where you at?
Where was the outrage for that? Did she get a one-on-one interview asking why she said that? Is she being told that she needs to step down from her post? No. And she was literally ringing a bell. Never mind the fact that ICE is already suffering while trying to do their jobs by being spit on, by being called niggas. Everything thrown at them but the kitchen damn sink. At the end of the day, what we could learn from this whole situation, keep your hands to yourself. Learn how to walk away from a situation because it's too many stories that's going around about it. I've heard that these people were antagonizing them, that the N-word was definitely thrown around, that these people were also drunk, that they were kicking people. They want to just say, well, this is black fatigue. It's the black person's fault. The black people were acting like animals. It's the usual suspects. No, it's not. It's just people who are violent, people who don't know how to keep their hands to themselves. It's just people who don't know how to mind their business. It's just people who just probably were drunk, emotionally charged, and doing too damn much. That's the story. And we don't need all these politicians in the middle of it because that's exactly what they're about to do. It's no different than what happened with the Carmelo Anthony situation. Situations like that happen across this country on a regular basis, but y'all made it political. It sucks what happened to that lady. Should no grown-ass man be hitting no woman like that? That was out of order. But like I said, we don't know the whole story. I'm kind of in the middle with this one. but I'm definitely judging the whole situation. So tough break. Y'all shouldn't have did that to those people. You know, folks gonna have their phone. Mayor candidates responding. Yeah, because it's getting ready to be election time. Of course they're responding. They're just as messy as the people who jumped those people. And I'm talking to the couple. Your friends ain't worth shit. Get some new friends who know how to fight. Because ain't no way in hell that y'all the only ones that suffered concussions and busted lips, and y'all have 4 or 5 other people with you, and they didn't do a damn thing. They didn't even call. Only one person called the police out of all those people outside. All right, y'all, I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna start doing a lot more news reportings. Hope you all stick around. If you see any videos that you would like for me to react to, anything that may have caught your eye that I might not be privy to, definitely make sure that you reach out to me at Pretty Realist Podcast at gmail.com, and I'll definitely take a look at it, give my point of view. And who knows, right now we're actually going to get ready to start doing some panels. So I'll be actually having other people joining my show as well. I got a lot of projects under my belt, y'all. Your girl is moving. She's moving. She's making some things happen. Thank you all for joining this episode of Scrolling and Judging. And I'm going to get on up out of here. Listen, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Please don't fight me. Don't jump me either. Don't look. If you don't like what I say, you could try to hit me in my mouth when you sleep. You could try. But I fight. I only receive the message. If it's for you, receive it. If it's not, leave it. And leave that city council woman alone. It's freedom of speech. She should have the right to say whatever the hell she wants to say. That was her point of view. If y'all gonna give her that smoke, y'all need to get the same smoke to the lady out there in California who was calling on gang members to jump ICE agents. Right, those people didn't deserve that. It should have been a one-on-one fight. And I rest my case. I see you all in the next video. Peace.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Make sure you hit the like button, please. And make sure you subscribe to at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel. Make sure you subscribe to John Galt, the Urban Landlord. And make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. So, I pretty much agree with the Pretty Realist here. I have heard very few people talk about how this started. Pretty much everybody was wrong. There is no right party. Maybe the Russian woman happens to be that the woman who got mauled was Russian. And from what I hear, she flew back to Russia the next day, kind of all beat up, black eyes and all that sort of stuff. And I think the bottom line is keep your hands to yourself. If you are stupid enough to be in a situation where you are in a drunken crowd and you are the only black person or the only white person, don't be reaching out and slapping people. The bottom line is don't write a check your ass can't cash. And everybody who threw a punch should probably wind up before a judge. So let us move on. And Dave, yeah, I see what you're writing. Females are dumb. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be the person who, defends a white man who's drunk and stupid enough to reach out and slap one of many blacks. He took his life into his own hands, and I'm not going to say he deserved that kind of beatdown, but he didn't de-escalate and walk away either. So the myth that whites are high IQ is definitely going to be challenged with this particular incident. So let's move on. We'll do a few news stories here, and I have a bunch of, just to make sure Dave is agitated all morning, Deacon Dave, I got a bunch of black women who have things to say in YouTube videos. So I'm sure you will wait with bated breath. So this Epstein thing is really starting to get interesting. we'll start with this story. House Republicans on their way out the door for vacation issue a subpoena for the Jeffrey Epstein files.
You're listening to House Republicans issue subpoena for Jeffrey Epstein files, a news story written by Katia Goba and Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. The Republican-led House subpoenaed the Justice Department on Tuesday for its files on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, potentially setting up a contentious standoff between Congress and the Trump administration over an issue that has sparked major headaches for President Donald Trump. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, Republican, Kentucky, formally issued the subpoena nearly 2 weeks after one of the panel's subcommittees, with some GOP support, voted to compel the Justice Department to release the files. Under House rules, Comer was obligated to issue the subpoenas, and no full House vote was required. Along with a demand for the Epstein documents, the chairman also subpoenaed documents or testimony from several high-profile figures who had either investigated or associated with Epstein in the past. That list included Bill and Hillary Clinton, as well as a slew of former attorneys general under Democratic and Republican administrations. In all, Comer issued 11 subpoenas for documents and testimony covering 2 decades of previous Epstein investigations. His demands only add to the pressure on the Trump administration as it struggles to contain a backlash over its refusal to release documents tied to those earlier probes. The subpoena issued to the Justice Department set an August 19th deadline for it to hand over its records on Epstein and his imprisoned associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. While the department undertakes efforts to uncover and publicly disclose additional information related to Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell's cases, it is imperative that Congress conduct oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws generally, and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. Comer wrote to Attorney General Pam Bondi. The committee may use the results of this investigation to inform legislative solutions to improve federal efforts to combat sex trafficking and reform the use of non-prosecution agreements and/or plea agreements in sex crime investigations. Documents related to the department's investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell are relevant to the committee's investigation. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to answer questions about how the department would respond or whether it would attempt to negotiate terms for a partial release. It was also not immediately clear how the targets of the other subpoenas, which, in addition to the Clintons, included former FBI directors James B. Comey and Robert S. Mueller III, and former attorneys general Merrick Garland, William P. Barr, Jeff Sessions, Loretta E. Lynch, Eric Holder, and Alberto Gonzales, would respond. Comer set a staggered schedule for those depositions of those individuals to take place, starting August 19th and ending October 14th. Because you were Attorney General during the time when Mr. Epstein was under investigation by federal authorities, and a non-prosecution agreement with Mr. Epstein was negotiated by the Department of Justice, the committee believes that you possess knowledge and information relevant to its investigation. The chairman wrote to Gonzales, who served under President George W. Bush. Specifically, the committee's subpoena to the Justice Department sought all documents and communications tied to the investigations of Epstein and Maxwell that led to their indictments in Manhattan in 2019 and 2020, as well as records stemming from an earlier investigation of Epstein in South Florida that ended in a 2007 non-prosecution agreement. The subpoena also sought communications surrounding Epstein's 2019 death, which has been ruled a suicide, and all Epstein-related communications between the Justice Department and the Office of President. It specifically mentioned communications between the department and the office of former President Joe Biden. The Justice Department and FBI chose last month not to make public much of the information Comer's committee is now seeking, announcing that decision in a joint memo that sparked the latest wave of backlash from segments of Trump's base. Much of the material is subject to court-ordered sealing, the agency's memo said. And a significant portion of the rest, the memo continued, was either already aired publicly at Maxwell. There was not sufficient evidence to suggest they were complicit in Epstein's and Maxwell's crimes. Comer's issuing of the Epstein subpoenas sets off a likely clash between the GOP-led House, which has been struggling to satisfy demands from the GOP base for more transparency on Epstein, and Trump's Justice Department, which has stood by the memo's conclusions. Though the department has not yet indicated how it might respond, justice officials have several options. They could attempt to negotiate with lawmakers to modify the terms or seek to reach an agreement limiting how widely any documents they hand over could be shared. For instance, when Garland last year shared an unreleased portion of special counsel Jack Smith's report on Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents with lawmakers, he limited that release to leadership on the House and Senate Judiciary Committees and first secured agreements from those members not to share the document further or publicly discuss its findings. However, neither the House nor the Senate had subpoenaed that report. Justice Department lawyers also could seek to assert several privileges, such as executive privilege or law enforcement privilege, in an attempt to keep the documents shielded. Last year, for instance, the department under Garland rejected subpoenas from 2 Republican-led House committees seeking audio of special counsel Robert K. Hur's interview with Biden, saying releasing the—
Yeah, we're going to stop this right there and move on to the next story from News Nation. Somewhere in here is a video on this story. Let's see here.
Well, I mean, we need to. We've got a new person to replace this lip side who's looking at anti-Semitism, looked at on the Biden administration all over the world. And I think Trump's got a good person there. As far as police work, there just needs to be more and more money for secure facilities at synagogues and churches.
Oops. No, I'm sorry. I thought this was about Clinton and the Clintons are being subpoenaed. Says here Clinton subpoenaed in House Oversight's Jeffrey Epstein probe. Says here Clinton's called on to give depositions in Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Others subpoenaed include former FBI directors and attorneys general. That's been talked about. Ghislaine Maxwell has had her deposition delayed because she's seeking immunity. So this is actually going to get really interesting. One thing that I found out overnight is that way back in like the 2006, 2007 timeframe, Trump was actually had a complaint against him for trafficking. Now, I heard this like secondhand on another YouTube show. So, this is just what I've heard. I'm not saying it's actually so, but this is going to get deep. And Trump is, he's not going to go unscathed in this. So, I'm just going to let that develop. Congress has managed to delay this into the August 19 to what would they say, October 14 timeframe. So I wait with bated breath. And in the meantime, Ghislaine Maxwell urges judge to reject Trump bid to release grand jury transcripts. On Tuesday, Ghislaine Maxwell filed court papers opposing the DOJ's motion to unseal the grand jury transcripts in her New York sex trafficking case. Under pressure from Republican supporters and Democratic lawmakers last month, Trump instructed Bondi to seek unsealing of grand jury materials. Having met for 2 days with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Maxwell's team opposed unsealing the grand jury transcripts, which her attorneys described as hearsay-laden and given without her counsel present. The Department of Justice has petitioned Manhattan judges to approve the release of the transcripts. And with the case before the U.S. Supreme Court, grand jury secrecy faces a landmark test as Maxwell appeals her conviction 6 years after Epstein's death and 4 after her trial. So Ghislaine Maxwell has appealed her case all the way to the Supreme Court. So this is going to get this is almost soap opera worthy. So Trump fans, hold on to your seats. Something about Trump and beauty pageants. So next, Veterans Affairs submits rule proposal to end abortions at department medical facilities. To be honest, I had no idea that the VA did this. The medical centers. So that is interesting, and I'm not sure that I disagree with that. Let's not do them at the facilities. But most of the people tend to be older that use VA facilities or medical facilities. So I had no idea that the VA was in the business of doing abortions. Next story. EPA moves to cancel $7 billion in grants for solar energy. Basically, middle class people who own houses, used to be some sort of tax break for solar, having solar installed. Basically, the Trump administration is trying to discourage solar. And I actually find that kind of disturbing.
EPA moves to cancel $7 billion in grants for solar energy. This article is by Maxine Joselo and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration is preparing to terminate $7 billion in federal grants intended to help low and moderate income families install solar panels on their homes, according to two people briefed on the matter. The Environmental Protection Agency is drafting termination letters to the 60 state agencies, nonprofit groups, and Native American tribes that received the grants under the Solar for All program, with the goal of sending the letters by the end of this week, according to the two people, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to comment publicly. If finalized, the move would escalate the Trump administration's efforts to claw back billions of dollars in grants awarded under the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act, President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s signature climate law. And it would be certain to draw legal challenges from the grant recipients, many of whom have pursued projects in Republican-led states. If leaders in the Trump administration move forward with this unlawful attempt to strip critical funding from communities across the United States, we will see them in court, said Kiem Meyer, litigation director at the Southern Environmental Law Center, a nonprofit legal advocacy organization. Representatives for the EPA did not initially respond to a request for comment. After this article was published, Carolyn Holren, an EPA spokeswoman, said that no final decision had been made on the grants. EPA is working to ensure congressional intent is fully implemented in accordance with the law, Ms. Holren wrote in an email. Already, the EPA has sought to cancel $20 billion out of the $27 billion in climate grants authorized by the Inflation Reduction Act. That move has prompted a drawn-out legal battle and a widening controversy involving the EPA, the Justice Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Citibank, where the funds are being held. The Solar for All program was not only intended to help low and moderate income homeowners go solar, it was also meant to expand community solar initiatives, which brings solar power to people who don't own their own homes or otherwise can't install their own panels. The program was projected to help 900,000 households access solar energy, according to estimates by the Biden administration. The idea was to reduce the use of fossil fuels, the burning of which is dangerously heating the planet, while also helping to lower electricity bills. The participating households were expected to collectively save more than $350 million each year on utility costs. Under the Biden administration, the EPA awarded all $7 billion that Congress had allocated to the Solar for All program. Of that money, roughly $53 million has been spent so far.
And this is where, this is what my objection is. If you've got low and middle income people trying to save money, on electric bills, especially in places, that, you have high heating and cooling bills. I find that objectionable. I don't really care if the Trump administration wants to get back on the fossil fuel teat. Middle and lower income people trying to save money should be the priority. And if they choose solar to do it, I just don't see why these grants, the money has already been allocated. I don't see why you're trying to rescind it. I don't agree with the Trump administration on this. Any idea that that MAGA is a populist movement, I am finding it hard to believe that, outside of, tax breaks on tips and overtime. I don't see evidence of them being any sort of populist orientation, populist orientated. So we'll move on. Two federal immigration judges speak out after being abruptly fired by Trump administration. It sounds like the Trump administration is just turning the turning the federal government into the apprentice. Just suddenly going, "You're fired." Happens a lot in these past 7 months. It says here, two federal judges recently fired by the Trump administration are speaking out and calling for answers about why they were abruptly let go. Both immigration judges say they were notified by email that they'd been fired effective immediately and were given no explanation for why. Although both have their theories about why they believe they were let go by the Attorney General. I served over 9 years in the Department of Justice. I cared about my job and I was good at it, said Judge Jennifer Payton, former Assistant Chief Immigration. Judge Payton was fired by email on July 3rd. No cause, no notice, no reason, she said. Came less than 2 weeks after Illinois Senator Dick Durbin visited the immigration court, and Judge Payton took the time to show him the court and explain its functions. Shortly after that, she received an email from the Department of Justice that said she should not directly communicate with members of Congress. When you're not given a reason, you wake up at 3 a.m. wondering why, she said. She wonders if Durbin's visit and her work on the pro bono steering committee were behind her firing. Judge Carla Espinoza, former immigration judge. I certainly have concerns about me being a female having a Hispanic last name, whether that had something to do with my termination, said she's a former immigration judge. Espinoza was fired on July 15th and said she specifically asked her bosses why she was fired. I specifically asked whether my gender, sex, and heritage had anything to do with it. I'm waiting for a response, she said. I'm like, good luck with that. You're not going to get a response. CBS News Chicago contact executive for an interview or statement on the firings. A spokesperson declined the request. Why are certain judges being chosen and not others, Durbin said. It raises serious questions about whether this court system is going to be guided by due process or politics. I think we know the answer to that. So, more just random firings. I don't think they're that random, come to think of it. So, more kind of courty sort of news. Appeals court allows agencies to proceed with canceling collective bargaining. So in addition to just firing people for no reason, the federal worker unions are slowly but surely under attack. This story says, and this is from Federal News Network. I guess that's actually never heard of it before. But anyway, more agencies can move forward with canceling collective bargaining agreements that cover broad swaths of the federal workforce after an appeals court issued a stay on a judge's order that had been blocking President Donald Trump's executive order from proceeding. The Ninth Circuit of Appeals on Friday lifted a preliminary injunction that had been temporarily preventing 21 agencies from implementing Trump's order to broadly eliminate collective bargaining due to national security concerns. The ruling comes after an appeals court in May similarly ruled in a separate lawsuit that some agencies can move forward with Trump's executive order. Everything's a national emergency these days. So this is, destabilize, seems to be, or flood the zone. That's what Steve Bannon said in that clip yesterday. So let's move on to Texas. As the world turns in Texas, Texas GOP governor sues to remove the Democratic leader amid election map fight. Of course, why would you not sue?
You're listening to Texas GOP governor sues to remove Democratic leader amid election map fight. A news story
Uncle
written
Fatty?
by Patrick Marley, Hannah Knowles, Yvonne Wingett Sanchez, and Molly Hennessy Fisk, and read by an AI-generated voice. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Republican, asked the state's high court Tuesday to remove a top Democratic lawmaker from office, arguing he had abandoned his job by leading dozens of his colleagues out of the state to block a GOP plan to redraw the state's congressional map ahead of next year's midterm elections. The move sharply escalated a standoff that has mushroomed into a national political battle over congressional districts, with red and blue states threatening to redraw their maps to benefit their side in elections that will determine control of the U.S. House. Texas House Democrats abandoned their duty to Texans, and there must be consequences, Abbott said in a statement. Abbott filed his lawsuit as other top Republicans raised the prospect of legal challenges and intensifying law enforcement actions against Democrats. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Republican, threatened to go to court within days to remove Democrats from office because they have abandoned their offices by fleeing Texas. President Donald Trump claimed Republicans are entitled to redraw Texas's maps to give themselves 5 more safe U.S. House seats. They now hold 25 of the state's 38 congressional districts. Trump also said that the FBI may have to get involved in tracking down the Texas legislators who have left the state. The governor's filing asks the state Supreme Court to declare State House Democratic Caucus Chair Gene Wu has given up his post and allow Abbott to call a special election to replace him. Wu said leaving the state to stall action on the GOP map was allowed under the state constitution. Denying the governor a quorum was not an abandonment of my office. It was a fulfillment of my oath, he said in a statement. Legal scholars have questioned whether courts would go along with an attempt to eject the Democrats from office, in part because Democrats can argue they are continuing to perform legislative duties like responding to constituents. Samuel Issacharoff, a law professor at New York University, said Abbott's use of an obscure proceeding known as a writ of quo warranto is not only illegitimate, but wholly antagonistic to the idea that this is a common democratic enterprise that we are administering. Such proceedings are used to claim office holders are derelict in their duties. This has not been used with any regularity in the United States since the post-Civil War period to remove prior Confederate officers from being elected to Congress, Issacharoff said. At a news conference in suburban Chicago held before Abbott filed his lawsuit, Democrats said they were prepared to fight. This is not the Democratic Party of your grandfather, which would bring a pencil to a knife fight. This is a new Democratic Party, said Ken Martin, chair of the Democratic National Committee, echoing other party leaders who are eager to show a frustrated liberal base that they are taking action. We're bringing a knife to a knife fight, and we are going to fight fire with fire. Trump, in a Tuesday morning interview with CNBC, complained that Democratic-led states are also gerrymandered, and said that Texas Republicans deserve to redraw their House seats, a move that could help the GOP retain its narrow control of Congress in 2026. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know, and we are entitled to 5 more seats, Trump said. On another front in the evolving redistricting battle, Vice President J.D. Vance plans to visit Indiana on Thursday to talk to GOP officials about redrawing districts there, Governor Mike Braun, Republican, told reporters Tuesday. The Texas House convened for about 5 minutes Tuesday afternoon for a second consecutive day with 8 Democratic members present and dozens of others absent, vowing to run out the clock on Republicans' efforts to change the maps in a special legislative session. Democrats are stalling the GOP plan by preventing the 150-member state house from achieving the 2/3 quorum it needs to conduct business. Texas House Speaker Dustin Burrows, Republican, criticized Democrats for leaving as lawmakers are also discussing their response to last month's catastrophic flooding and said state police briefed him on their efforts to bring the Democrats back. On the floor, House members took photos of a lighted roll call board showing the names of those missing. Democrats can delay the redrawing but appear unlikely to stop it because Abbott can keep calling more special sessions. Texas Democrats' previous efforts to block legislation by leaving the state have drawn attention to their causes, but failed to halt legislation because they eventually returned. They tried the same tactic in 2003 over a redistricting plan and in 2021 over voting legislation. Senator John Cornyn, Republican Texas, also put pressure on Democrats on Tuesday, writing to Trump's FBI Director Kash Patel to request that the agency take any appropriate steps to help Texas authorities arrest the Democratic lawmakers who left. Specifically, I am concerned that legislators who solicited or accepted funds to aid in their efforts to avoid their legislative duties may be guilty of bribery or other public corruption offenses, Cornyn wrote. The FBI declined to comment on the letter. Texas Democratic lawmakers defended their ability to fundraise from those who support their cause. Wu said that he and his colleagues weren't violating any laws and told reporters Tuesday that his and his colleagues' phones are blowing up nonstop, with messages from constituents looking to help. The American people are supporting us, he said. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Democrat, a billionaire businessman who welcomed many of the Texans to his state this week, said he is not funding the Texas Democrats, though he is not reticent to do that. State Representative Vicki Goodwin, Democrat, who left the state, said she packed enough clothes to be away for 2 weeks. Her children are grown, and her husband is supportive, she said. We've expressed to the world that this is such an important issue. We're willing to take this risk, she said. Most of our families really understand what's at stake. It's unclear what effect Republican efforts to compel the Democrats to return will have. Civil arrest warrants that GOP lawmakers voted to issue against the Democrats cannot be enforced beyond the jurisdiction of Texas authorities. Democrats in other states are trying to counter the Texas GOP map, too. The governors of California, Illinois, and New York have said they are exploring their options. Trump showed no signs of second thoughts when asked whether redrawing Texas's map was worthwhile if it provoked California to do the same. Yeah, they'll do it anyway, he told reporters at a White House event. If we stop over there, they would have done it anyway. Democrats in California have said they were considering changes only because of what Texas is doing. They have spent recent days discussing proposals to carve up the state to gain 5 Democratic seats, including those belonging to Republicans Ken Calvert, Darrell Issa, Kevin Kiley, and David G. Valadao, according to 4 people familiar with the plans. Abbott described the Democrats' proposals as crazy bluster in a televised interview. Democrats are freaking out because they are realizing Texas has the authority to redistrict, and we're going to do so in a way that's going to lead to these additional seats that will vote Republican, Abbott said during an appearance Monday night on Fox News' Hannity. Earlier Monday, he said in a statement that he was ordering the Texas Rangers to immediately investigate fleeing Texas House Democrats for potential bribery and any other potential legal violations connected to their refusal to appear for a quorum. Democrats could each be fined $500 a day for leaving their posts. Abbott and Cornyn contended that Democrats would violate a bribery law if they raised money to pay those fines. Wu has said Democrats are using legal ways to defray their costs while they are away, but did not provide details of what they are doing. Democrats said the moves by Abbott and GOP lawmakers were bluster and emphasized their commitment to staying away for 2 weeks, until the 30-day special session is slated to end. Fines and threats of arrest won't deter them, they said. Do you really think we would be willing to sit there and stay quiet while you stole the voice of our voters? You didn't know us, State Representative Ann Johnson, Democrat, said. Democrats have not said whether they have the means to repeatedly leave the state for months. Goodwin, the state Democratic lawmaker who flew to Chicago on Monday to join her colleagues, said she and her Democratic friends are being sustained by supportive family members and constituents. She said it is unclear what Democrats will do when the Texas special session ends later this month. It's hard to say what will happen, Goodwin said. Emily Davies, Mariana Alfaro, Maeve Reston, and Mariana Sotomayor contributed to this report. A previous version of this article incorrectly said the Texas House would convene Tuesday morning. It will convene Tuesday afternoon.
All right. Well, Texas continues to be definitely an interesting place. You shouldn't mess with Texas if you are a Texas Democrat, apparently. So next story. This is a story that will never be talked about on Be Brave's Be Brave and Think channel. Police arrest suspect in killings of 4 Tennessee family members. Just some bullet points here. It says police in Tennessee arrested 28-year-old Austin Robert Drummond on Tuesday as the suspect in the killings of 4 family members found in Tiptonville. The arrest followed a police search and warnings for residents to stay inside after reports of Drummond spotted in a neighborhood. Authorities have charged Drummond with multiple first-degree murder offenses, aggravated kidnapping, and weapons violations, while Tanaka Brown and Giovante Thomas face charges for aiding and abetting after the crimes. The deceased individuals have been identified as James M. Wilson, age 21, Adriana Williams, age 20, Courtney Rose, age 38, and 15-year-old Braden Williams. The infant, who was discovered alone, is unharmed and currently in protective care. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation indicated that Drummond deliberately targeted the family in the killings. He has a criminal record that includes attempted murder and robbery. Wow. And let's see here. What's the next story? This is kind of an outlier article, but I found it interesting. It says here, many Jewish voters back Mamdani, and many agree with him on Gaza. So we're not going to listen to the whole thing, but just wanted to point out that, for the folks who, especially on this particular channel, who find Mamdani kind of, I don't know, pro Hamas. I think I've heard that term bandied about. A lot of actual Jewish voters, and they are a pretty powerful voting bloc in New York City. Many support Mamdani.
Many Jewish voters back Mamdani, and many agree with him on Gaza. This article is by Liam Stack and read by an automated voice. Ben Sadoff knocked on roughly 1,000 doors as a canvasser for Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani's mayoral primary campaign in New York City, and the voters he met brought up the same issues again and again. The cost of rent, the cost of childcare, and the sense that things in the city were going in the wrong direction. One thing they did not frequently mention was Israel, he said. And when voters, including Jewish ones, did bring it up, their comments often focused on their anguish over Israel's war in Gaza, where starvation is spreading and about 60,000 people have been killed, according to Gazan officials. I think this campaign has really shown us something we have known for a while, said Mr. Sadoff, who is Jewish and works as a bike mechanic in Manhattan. There are a million Jewish New Yorkers who have wide-ranging opinions on all kinds of issues. Mr. Mamdani's commanding victory in the Democratic primary for mayor alarmed many Jews who are concerned by his outspoken criticism of Israel. But he won the votes of many other Jewish New Yorkers, some of whom said in interviews that they were unbothered by that criticism and inspired by his intense focus on affordability. Often these voters said that Mr. Mamdani's views on Israel and his vocal opposition to its treatment of Palestinians echoed their own. Mr. Mamdani has criticized Israel in ways that were once unthinkable for an elected official in New York, home to America's largest Jewish population. He has decried Israel as an apartheid state. He has said it should ensure equal rights for followers of all religions instead of favoring Jews in its political and legal system. He has supported the movement that seeks to economically isolate it, known as boycott, divestment, and sanctions. And he has endorsed the view of Israel's leading human rights organizations and of genocide scholars, including some in Israel, that it is committing genocide in Gaza, an allegation that the Israeli government has denied. Mr. Mamdani's positions on Israel have alienated him from Zionist Jewish groups, many of which have accused him of being anti-Semitic, a charge that he denies. His views also became a line of attack for some of his primary rivals, including former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, who is running.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this here. Just wanted, because we're gonna get into details of the election. Just wanted to point out that Mamdani, he is a front runner for a reason. He seems to have really broad support, which in a way is kind of surprising. But apparently he is a talented politician. And by the way, for the folks who don't know, he is actually a current office holder. He's, I think, a state either senator or representative or something. So, he does have a little bit of legislative experience. So again, this will be pretty interesting because I believe both Mayor Adams and Cuomo are running as independents. So we'll see how that all shakes out. And just a programming note, at 8 o'clock, I'm going to be, I'm simulcasting over to my channel right now. Everybody, I am going to basically switch over to my channel to finish out the broadcast. And before I switch over at 8, or, basically consolidate over on my channel at 8 a.m., I'll drop the link. Let's see. There are state laws. 38 states have adopted them. Maybe the states can defend them because anti-Zionism is considered anti-Semitism in the U.S. People also won't go after them. Yeah, I still think it winds up. I still think it winds up in court, especially. It's going to be blue states who do it, of course. Red states aren't going to have a problem with this. I personally have a problem with, tying disaster relief or disaster prevention. Like they're tying basically like anti-terrorism type federal money to, a freedom of speech as far as I'm concerned. States at a state level, there is freedom of speech as well. It's covered in the U.S. Constitution. So I don't know. Maybe you're right, Clarice. Maybe nobody has a problem with it, but I suspect there will be some blue states who will. And everything else that Trump has done executive order wise has been challenged. Why not this? In the story I talked about yesterday, we're going to switch gears here. Chargers linebacker, Los Angeles Chargers, LA Chargers, linebacker Denzel Perryman is released from jail and will not face criminal charges. And to be honest, I didn't hear about the arrest, heard about the release. So it says here on Friday night in South Los Angeles, Denzel Perryman was arrested after 5 deputies found 5 firearms, including 2 assault-style rifles, and he was held without bail at the South LA Sheriff's Station. Authorities initiated the stop for vehicle code violations during a routine traffic check at 9:30 p.m., LA County Sheriff's deputy said. With a decorated career, Perryman has 1 Pro Bowl appearance in 10 NFL seasons, and Jim Harbaugh, is that the Harbaugh that's the NFL coach, said he was in good spirits during his weekend jail visit. Apparently, Harbaugh visited him. Following the district attorney's decision to not pursue charges, Perryman was released from custody on Monday and will not face charges after DA Nathan Hochman declined to file them. So he's entering his 11th NFL season. He can resume preparing for the 2025 season, and apparently there's a game coming up on in a few days on August the 10th, a preseason game. So congratulations. Don't know why they was California. He probably violated some gun law. So in a related NFL story, Disney's ESPN to acquire NFL media assets in major deal. So Disney has announced a deal for the NFL to take a 10% equity stake in ESPN, So the NFL gets a piece of ESPN, strengthening the NFL's control over football streaming rights. And ESPN will acquire the NFL network. That's interesting. And certain media assets as part of this arrangement. So ESPN's new streaming service will cost $30 a month and will include all ESPN programming. Wow. Allowing viewers to access it without a cable or satellite subscription for the first time. Interesting. Because I haven't in a couple years, but I actually have the NFL streaming service on my phone. Every now and again, I'll watch a Falcons game. Disney's chief executive, Robert Iger, expressed that this acquisition will improve ESPN's potential in the direct-to-customer market amidst challenging streaming economics. Interesting. Everything is going streaming. Cable's days are numbered. So let's see. Next. And I was never that big an Ozzy Osbourne fan. Outside of Crazy Train and Iron Man. It's never that much of a heavy metal Black Sabbath type of guy. But he apparently died of a heart attack. So I didn't know he suffered from Parkinson's. So let's have a look or listen to this story.
Ozzy Osbourne died of a heart attack, death certificate shows. This article is by Alex Marshall and read by an automated voice. Ozzy Osbourne, the heavy metal and reality television star, died of a heart attack and had suffered from coronary artery disease and Parkinson's, according to a death certificate filed at a registry in London. The document, which was submitted by Osbourne's daughter Amy Osbourne, lists cardiac arrest and coronary artery disease among the causes, noting that he had Parkinson's disease. Osbourne's occupation is recorded as songwriter, performer, and rock legend. The certificate says Osbourne died of A. Out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, B. Acute myocardial infarction, C. Coronary artery disease, and Parkinson's disease with autonomic dysfunction, joint causes. The New York Times obtained the document on Tuesday. On July 22nd, the day of Osbourne's death, an air ambulance flew to the singer's home near the village of Chalfont St Giles in Buckinghamshire, England. A spokesperson for Thames Valley Air Ambulance Service said in an email that its team had been dispatched to provide advanced critical care at an incident near Chalfont St Giles on July 22nd, but gave no further details. After stopping near the singer's home, the ambulance flew about 8 miles southwest to Harefield Hospital in Uxbridge, a London suburb, according to Flight Radar 24, a company that collates data on aircraft movements. The helicopter spent about an hour at the hospital with its engines running, a Flight Radar 24 spokesman said. When Osbourne's family announced his death on July 22nd, they did not state a cause, although the 76-year-old singer had received treatment for numerous health problems in recent years, including a variant of Parkinson's and spinal damage. He told a radio station in February that he could no longer walk. Many heavy metal fans had feared this year that Osbourne was reaching the end of his life, especially after his wife Sharon announced in February that he would perform what the family expected to be his last ever concert. That performance, held on July 5th at a soccer stadium in Birmingham, England, was staged just a few minutes' walk from Osbourne's childhood home. At that concert, called Back to the Beginning, Osbourne performed 2 brief sets, one of his solo music and a second with Black Sabbath, the band he formed in 1968 with 3 fellow Birmingham musicians. During those performances, Osbourne had referred to his health problems. "I've been laid up for 6 years," he told the cheering crowd at one point. "Thank you from the bottom of my heart." As Black Sabbath's frontman, Osbourne was widely considered one of the creators of heavy metal music. Heavy metal acts like Metallica, Slayer, and Anthrax have cited him as an influence. In the 2000s, Osbourne achieved a second bout of fame as a reality TV star thanks to the MTV show The Osbournes, which ran from 2002 to 2005 and documented the singer and his family's daily lives in comic fashion. On July 30th, Throngs of his fans flocked to Birmingham for a funeral procession, in which his coffin was carried through the city in a hearse, ahead of a private funeral. Tess Felder contributed reporting from London.
All right, well, he was a character. I'll give him that. So, this is the Ground News Blind Spot report, where basically these are stories that kind of escape notice. And I'll take a quick run through here. It was actually good, Uncle Fatty. Interesting. Let's see. So Missouri considers Texas-style redistricting plans. Interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah, I heard that. Nancy Pelosi endorses stock trading ban introduced by Josh Hawley, and as one of the richer people in Congress, I guess her endorsement means a lot. Let's see. International Court of Justice, I assume that stands for, opens path for nations to seek reparation over greenhouse gas emissions. This is interesting. The International Court of Justice ruled states must protect against greenhouse gas emissions and are legally liable for climate change. Wow. The non-binding opinion requires nations to pay reparations for climate incidents and condemns fossil fuel subsidies as wrongful acts. Oh boy. Let's see, what else do we have here for the left? Let's see. Ex-CNN correspondent Jim Acosta interviews AI avatar of deceased Parkland shooting victim. Ooh, that's weird. Israeli settler accused of killing contributor to Oscar-winning West Bank film released on house arrest. Witnesses say Yanan Levy shot and killed Palestinian activist and teacher Adwa Hathaleen. That part of the world. Senior Hamas member calls UK recognition of Palestine a result. Oh, that's not... calls recognition of Palestine a result of October 7th attack. The fruits of October 7 are what caused the entire world to open its eyes to the Palestinian issue. Oh, damn. Whew. Let's see. Governor Abbott orders arrest of absent Texas House Democrats. Excuse me. Well, that's it for that. This is actually an interesting chart that I ran into. Apparently, direct sales of edible agricultural products in basically farmers markets and the like. Apparently, in 2023, there was $2.4 billion of food products. I subscribe to this to the Department of Agriculture's Economic Research Service. Anybody who's interested in agricultural type economics, if anybody wants this link, let me know. I'm happy to drop it. Occasionally, I do like to know random numbers, like because I'm a big farmers market fan, for instance. So that's pretty much. And you know what? Let's play this for Uncle Fatty. I think he will enjoy this. You may have already seen this, Uncle Fatty, but I'm going to play it anyway. Just because it made me chuckle and
Thank
gave
them
me
so
hope.
much for making this journey. You are on the right side of history. And you're not alone. We are in solidarity with each and every one of you and your colleagues in another state hosted by my great friend, J.B. Pritzker, who welcome you as well. As I said, history will judge us on how we respond to this moment. But here in New York, we will not stand on the sidelines with the timid souls on the sidelines who don't care will not invest their heart and soul into this battle. This is a war. We are at war. And that's why the gloves are off, and I say, bring it on.
That let's see if the Democrats actually can bring it. Right now, I have my doubts, but hope springs eternal. And Uncle Fatty, I don't know, 27th out of what 535 members. That seems pretty rich to me. So you know, and her bad reputation is someone who does a lot of stock trading. I know she was in trouble a few years ago because she made a profit on, I don't even remember the details, but there was some trade that her husband made a big profit on, and it was something having to do with some congressional bill that got passed and drove this particular stock up in price, and she reaped the benefits. So some of the hot water, whether it's deserved or not, kind of makes her endorsement of the bill stand out to me, at least. What's up, Ponder? Let's see. I read Sharon charged. Yeah. Well, other than knowing who Ozzy Osbourne is, and I had a friend in college who was a big fan. I've never kept up with any of that reality TV stuff. So let me just say right quick, everybody, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Hit the like buttons, share, all that stuff. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. And make sure you subscribe to @Stanley Cross 6000 because I am about probably in the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to just stream exclusively to my channel. So I do have videos to show, and I was hoping Deacon Dave, I haven't seen him type anything in a while, but I wanted to make sure that he is aware that I have a lot of videos that, kind of, I don't want to say today is Black Women Wednesday, but it probably wouldn't be too far off. So let's just go ahead and declare it Black Women's Wednesday. I don't know if it'll be a permanent theme, but anything to annoy Deacon Dave, I will willingly do. Let's see here. Let's see. This is interesting. Why it sucks to be born as a bluegill. You know what? I'm not sure I can resist this. And then we'll move on to Black Woman Wednesday. I never thought to look at it from a bluegill's point of view.
One moment, you're a tiny, translucent egg in a sandy nest, one of 10,000. The next, you're a wriggling speck with eyes, thrust into a world that considers you a free sample. Your father, a surprisingly colorful and aggressive guardian, does his best to chase away intruders. He isn't just... He's a titan, a legend of the lakebed, large and dominant. He is your protector. One sunny afternoon, a fat, juicy worm appears dancing unnaturally near the edge of the nest. It's too tempting, an easy meal for the king. Your father moves to intercept it, but the moment his mouth closes around it, an invisible force yanks him from the bottom. He fights, but he is dragged relentlessly upward toward the blinding light of the surface until he vanishes completely. What you and your thousands of siblings couldn't possibly know is that up in the air world, your father just became a legend for a different reason. He became the world record, the largest ever caught. His name was T.S. Hudson's fish, landed in 1950, weighing an impossible 4 pounds, 12 ounces, about 2.15 kilograms, and measuring 15 inches long, a record that would stand for over 75 years. But to you, he wasn't a statistic. He was your guardian. And now, he was gone. You have to learn to fend for yourself. Your life isn't a grand adventure, it's a constant low-grade anxiety attack. You find safety not in strength, but in numbers. You join a school with your surviving siblings. You move as one, you flee as one. There's no individuality. Food is whatever tiny insect or crustacean you can find. You see the bigger fish, the pike, the bass, and you understand your place in this world with absolute clarity. You are not the hero of this story. You are the background character who gets eaten on page 3. A few years pass. A gigantic shadow rises from the murky depths. It's a catfish the size of a log. The darkness engulfs you in a violent world-ending suction. So that's it, the life of a bluegill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more. Just kidding. That almost happened like a dozen times. But that wasn't the end for this bluegill. He was a survivor, remember? The son of a legend. Against all odds, you've made it. You're no longer a tiny, terrified fry. You're a full-grown adult, the size of a man's hand. You are a master of survival. You have your own little territory. It's not much, but it's yours. For a fish that's on everyone's menu, you're surprisingly aggressive. You flare your gills and chase away smaller fish that get too close. This illusion of control feels good. In your small 2-foot kingdom, your life settles into a routine. Morning is for hunting insects near the surface. Midday is for hiding from the sun and the predators that hunt in the bright light. Evening is for another round of feeding as the bigger fish settle down. But as spring warms the water, a new instinct, deeper than hunger or fear, takes over.
Wow.
It's time to build a legacy. Then find a perfect patch of sand, digging a small circular crater, a nest. You attract a mate, and soon your nest is filled with thousands of tiny eggs. Your new mission is absolute. Protect this nest. This is when the true horror of your world becomes clear. A plastic bottle cap settles right on the edge of your nest. A permanent, unnatural intruder. A plastic bag waves like a ghostly monster in the current. Your paternal rage, meant for crayfish and rival fish, now has a new target. You spend hours bumping your head against the bottle cap, trying to dislodge it. This isn't a fight you can win. It's a constant, low-grade stress. One afternoon, you see one of your own siblings, a fish you grew up with. He makes a mistake you learned to avoid long ago. He eats a worm dangling from the surface. You watch as he is yanked from the water, but the fisherman looks at him with disgust and says, "At least you're good for something. Let's go get a real fish." You don't understand the words, but you understand the tone. Then comes the ultimate indignity. The fisherman hooks your brother through the back and casts him out into deeper water. You watch in horror as a dark shape rises from the depths and your sibling vanishes in a violent swirl. He survived his entire life just to become bait for something more important. That image sears itself into your mind. You become even more careful, more reclusive. You grow, fueled by the memory of your father's size and your brother's fate. You become larger than any bluegill has a right to be. Then, one evening, the perfect lure drifts into your territory. It mimics a wounded minnow flawlessly. For the first time, your territorial rage overwhelms your caution. You strike. The fisherman on the other end feels a shock he's never experienced. Oh my God, it's a monster! You pull with the deep just because you're a The goat! The goat! The fishing rod bends into an impossible arc, and then it happens. Crack. You broke the rod clean in half, the line goes slack, you are free. Years pass. The legend of the giant, record-breaking bluegill from 1950 is still told, but now it's always followed by a newer story from a wild-eyed fisherman at the local bar. A story of a fish that broke his rod, a creature of impossible strength, a bluegillzilla. They don't know your story. They don't know you're the son of the record holder, a survivor forged in tragedy. Your fate isn't to be a trophy. Perhaps you finally died of old age. Or perhaps you're still down there, growing larger and more powerful, the one legend that got away. What creature do you think we should tackle next? Drop your suggestions in the comments below. And if you felt a little bit of sympathy for this freshwater monster, make sure to hook the like button, subscribe for more, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next deep dive. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. I I like bluegill on my table after a nice battering and frying. So let's get back to Black Woman Wednesday. I might just make that an institution. Let's see, what do I have here? Where did I put all my videos? What will we start out with? Actually, I want to start out with this. Actually, this history video. I can't remember if I showed it or not. Let's see here. I think I did because I wanted to show it when SKC was in the
Carlton, order your
audience. But you know what? I'm going to show it anyway because there's some good points. This is called Other Declarations of Independence, How Black People Fought and Took Their Freedom. And this, harkens back to a point that SKC and I have gone round and round on a few times about Black people and emancipation in the United States. So it's worth a play.
Hey, folks, in doing my work, one of the questions that I get asked most frequently is, given all of the time that you spend breaking things down, what do you replace it with? You tear down American myths. Is there anything that we can look at that actually is good? Well, yeah, and here you go. Here on Independence Day, I build with the real declarations of independence by Black people. Hey, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Southern Denmark here at the Center for American Studies on Independence Day, a lecturer at Johns Hopkins, and the author of the forthcoming A Resistance History of the United States. Independence in America wasn't declared just once on July 4th, 1776. It wasn't written into being by Thomas Jefferson. It was taken repeatedly by people who had no access to parchment, or no access to permission, or at least weren't interested in permission. For tens of thousands of enslaved people, the American Revolution became an opportunity not to celebrate liberty, but to seize it. And they did. They walked away. They negotiated their freedom. They forced the British to meet terms their proclamations never intended. That's the war for independence I'm interested in. Because what Black loyalists did between 1775 and 1783 wasn't a side story. It was a direct confrontation with the system that the Patriots were fighting to preserve and the racial hierarchy that a lot of white loyalists hope to maintain. And it started in 1772, or at least that's where we can start, with a signal, not a solution. The Somerset case, decided in London in 1772 with an opinion by Lord Mansfield, was never meant to apply to the colonies, was never meant to be a broad statement about the freedom of enslaved people. Lord Mansfield purposefully ruled narrowly that slavery had no support in English common law, and thus enslaved people couldn't be forcibly removed from Britain. That was the underlying fact pattern. But enslaved people in America weren't waiting for clarity. They were watching. So news of the ruling, in a way that is impressive in terms of what it says about communications networks among enslaved people, it spread quickly. It was printed in colonial newspapers, it circulated in port cities, it was discussed in taverns and kitchens and tobacco fields. And while white patriots kept telling each other that it didn't threaten slavery in America, Black people read it differently, or they made it more to the point to read differently. If they reshaped the narrative into one in which slavery had no foundation in law in the empire's center, they could argue the same where they lived on the periphery. So they began running. Not in ignorance, but in anticipation. They reinterpreted a narrow legal ruling into something far larger, a justification for rejecting the claim that they were property at all. It didn't matter that Somerset didn't end slavery. It gave them a story to use against it. Let's fast forward a couple of years to 1775, where Dunmore opens the door a bit. So 3 years later, the feckless John Murray, the Earl of Dunmore, Royal Governor of Virginia, issued his proclamation that a lot of historians and other writers pick up on. He offered freedom to any enslaved person held by patriots who would bear arms for him, for the British. He knew that the Patriots were terrified of few things more than the idea of a black man with a gun. It wasn't a moral gesture. That's not who John Murray was. It was an act of desperation. Dunmore's authority was collapsing, and he needed reinforcements, and he wanted to scare the hell out of the Patriots. So his offer was narrow, limited to 2 men, and only those held by his enemies, and only those who would be willing to pick up a gun. But black people saw more. They didn't wait for perfect conditions. No resistance can rely on that. So thousands fled to Dunmore's line. Men, yeah, but also women, children, the elderly, and even those held by loyalists. The proclamation may have been narrow, but they expanded it through action. And in doing so, they forced Dunmore to accept a reality he hadn't planned for and he wasn't prepared to manage. He tried to deal with the influx. He created the Ethiopian regiment, he issued uniforms, but the logistics overwhelmed him. Murray got overwhelmed easily. And so they were unprepared to shelter or feed all of the people who came. Disease spread, conditions deteriorated. There are still mass graves on Gryns Island right off the Virginia coast that have not been excavated yet. Dunmore failed. But the people who came to him didn't fail. They had moved. They had made a claim. That was the first wave. And some made it through. Oh, and it didn't push Virginia to the Patriots. Just get that out of your head. So now let's move to 1779. The British commit whether they want to or not. In June 1779, the war had shifted. The British had lost at Saratoga, and the French were now calling the shots for the Patriots. So the British need to recalibrate the strategy. Sir Henry Clinton, the commander-in-chief of North America, issued the Philipsburg Proclamation. It declared that any enslaved person who escaped from a rebel master and reached British lines would be free. No conditions, no requirement to fight. They are free to pursue any occupation they want. They cannot be claimed as property. This was not an act of abolition. Clinton wasn't interested in liberating anyone. He was interested in weakening the Patriot economy and winning the war. But again, enslaved people saw an opportunity. And this time, the scale exploded. Tens of thousands moved. Every British landing in the South became a liberation event. Every new loyalist militia unit, every loyalist detachment, every Royal Navy ship became a potential pathway to freedom. Enslaved people followed. They guided, they interpreted, they negotiated. They made the British Proclamation mean far more than Clinton had ever intended. British-occupied cities were transformed. Charleston, Savannah, New York, St. Augustine. Free black populations grew rapidly. Populations made up of people who had declared their own independence by crossing enemy lines and forcing the British to recognize it. The result was 2 wars for independence running parallel. One was fought by white patriots to secure political independence from Great Britain, fine. But the other was fought by black people who rejected the Patriot republics as guarantors of freedom and instead created their own terms of engagement. The Patriots saw it clearly and feared it. George Washington didn't see these people as refugees, or as people. He saw them as property stolen from rightful owners. He repeatedly demanded their return, and he was repeatedly told no. And so did other patriots who understood that if people could free themselves simply by escaping across a line, then the logic of slavery collapsed within their narrow view of patriot republicanism. The white loyalists were less unified. Some welcomed the black loyalists. Many, like William Franklin, as racist as his father, didn't. But they couldn't ignore it, like the Patriots tried to, or exclude it, like the Patriots did. Free black people were now present in every British-held city in large numbers, claiming resources, laboring for wages, serving in regiments, forming churches, building families. They weren't waiting to be granted rights. They were living as though those rights already existed, and they were daring the white loyalists to challenge them. So when the war ended and Washington negotiated terms with Sir Guy Carleton in New York, he made one final demand, that black people who had escaped be returned to their patriot owners. And Carleton said, no. Pointing to the Philipsburg Proclamation, he said the British had made a promise that people were not property. Instead, Carleton ordered their evacuation with everybody else, and their names were recorded in the Book of Negroes. They were placed on ships and sent to Nova Scotia, to New Brunswick, to Jamaica, to St. Augustine, to Britain. A couple were sent to Germany, one or two with Central Australia, and a lot were sent to a lesser known but equally important destination at the time, the Bahamas. The Book of Negroes alone includes the name of 3,000 men and women, in addition to their often unnamed children that even inflates that number, from one place at one time. And in the new places they went to, they built something more lasting. They carried with them a version of liberty that was practical, not theoretical. Although it drew on British constitutional law, the egalitarianism of evangelical Christianity from the Great Awakening, and their own frameworks of justice. They built churches. They formed military units that ended up being accepted into the British Army. They petitioned for land, even if that land wasn't great. They raised children. They asserted themselves as people with claims and rights, not because the states gave it to them, but because they had lived them. So in the Bahamas, they formed a foundational community, not a utopia, but a society built in opposition to the system that had tried to hold them. And they survived. And their descendants remember. When I speak with them, which I do all the time, they don't hesitate. They know their ancestors made the right decision. They know they chose the right war to fight. Not the Patriots' war for political control, but their own Black loyalist war for actual freedom that is now a part of the foundational national origin story of the Bahamas. And American historical memory has tried to bury all of this. First, nationalist historians minimize the numbers, claiming that only a few thousand escaped, despite records showing that at least that many were evacuated from New York alone. The real figure may exceed 100,000. Then it undermines the outcome, right? Claiming that most died or were re-enslaved. That lie is lifted directly from Jefferson, who wrote that Black people freed by the British either died or were useless afterwards. And finally, and worst of all, in my view, nationalist historians try to erase their agency. They suggest that they were misled, duped, used by the British, and discarded. But again, the sources, the historical record tells a different story. These were deliberate actors who moved with purpose. They created institutions, and they passed down a legacy that still exists. So Jefferson wrote about equality while actively working to prevent it. He wanted a republic built for white men like him and no one else ever. People I recognize were not invited into the founding myth. They had to break out one of their own. They declared independence by rejecting a system, moving their bodies across its boundaries, and building something new. That is a real American independence. And that's a story I tell in my book.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get the book. I can't remember whether it comes out this fall or next year, next spring. But one thing that, the 1619 Project kind of heralded is, and one interesting thing about history in general, a lot of people think that history is a set of facts that you kind of recite by rote. And it is actually, the story part of history is actually accurate. History is interpretation of facts, and as you learn new facts or discover new documents, people, look at the same set of facts and come up with different conclusions. One thing that the Sean Wilentses, and I'm always picking on Sean Wilentz, these people basically want to tell a story that is a lot more faceted, has a lot more facets than most Americans are taught. At least it may be better now, but like when I was in school, it was pretty much no Black people were involved, and it turns out it's a lot more complicated than that. So in my opinion, 1619 might have been a little too far in one direction. 1776, its little conservative rival, was a little bit too much in the other direction. There is a story in the middle, and a lot of things, a lot of facets that like this one story I heard that I wasn't aware of, and they certainly don't teach it, probably not even today, but Cornwallis, I think it was, the British general who wound up surrendering at Yorktown. He had a choice. George Washington, one of the demands of, the end of the war, the Treaty of Versailles, maybe it was, or maybe it was a little bit before the Treaty of Versailles. One of the demands was property, meaning slaves, be returned to their owners. And Cornwallis basically said no. He made a promise and he intended on keeping it. So, not that the British were, good guys necessarily, but this is one aspect that, folks don't realize. And I didn't even realize. There's a treaty that ended the American war with Britain, and I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, these are things that don't necessarily get factored into the story of the war for independence. And George Washington, for instance, great man that he was, he valued his property. And he was also like possibly the biggest landowner, definitely in North America, possibly, in North America. We'll just limit it there. A lot of things that don't get factored into that story, the American Revolution story. So, and as a matter of fact, Gerald Horne, my favorite historian, calls it a counter-revolution. He doesn't even admit that it was an American revolution. He calls it a counter-revolution. So anyway, here's the kickoff video for Black Woman Wednesday. And I've never heard of her before, but she basically says or asks the question, why is nobody talking about the rising unemployment rate among Black women? And I think her premise is Black women are kind of the canary in the coal mine. So let's hear what she has to say. Let's see. This video is almost 30 minutes long.
Is talking about the fact that since February of this year, the unemployment rate for Black women has continued to rise at a rate that is disproportionate to and that we have not seen amongst any other group in this country. In February of this year, the unemployment rate for Black women was 5.8%. It rose to its highest in May, which was 6.2%, and since June has dropped to 5.8%. President Donald has ordered the firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, citing job numbers were lower than expected in July. Figures showing that only 73,000 jobs were created last month. Without any evidence, President Donald has accused the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Erica McIntyre, of faking positive job numbers before the election to try and boost Kamala's chances of victory. The Bureau released updated job numbers for May and June, showing that with each month, they saw thousands fewer jobs created than previously reported. As it is being reported right now, the revisions to these numbers are common, considering that some businesses will give the Bureau late information, untimely information. Surely the lack of the diminishing number of jobs being created, surely that has nothing to do with, I don't know, the direction the federal government has been taking since January, the direction that many private businesses and companies, the private sector, has chosen to blindly follow as well. Surely that has nothing to do with anything. Surely it has nothing to do with the fact that global markets opened lower today after the scale of President Donald's tariffs became more clear, considering the fact that several key U.S. allies are facing higher levies as of today. What is interesting to me about the firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it is the direction is not coming from a result of the disparity we are seeing when it comes to Black women and the unemployment rates. It is coming as a result of fewer jobs being created. Very often, Black women have served as the canaries in the coal mine in this country. When America gets the cold, the Black community, Black people get the flu. And if the unemployment rate for Black women in this country is any indicator, we are in serious trouble and we need to be talking about this. Aloha, beautiful humans. Welcome to my channel. If you are new here, welcome back if we've been locked in. My name is Sasha, and today we are talking about the fact that nobody is talking about, or it seems like nobody's talking about. I have been seeing it covered by a few select media outlets. However, if something like this were to be happening to any other group in this country, we would be seeing vastly more coverage of this. And the reason why it is deeply concerning to me is, we'll get into that later in the video. But yeah, today we're talking about the unemployment rate, the rising unemployment rate for Black women in America, what is behind it, what it could possibly signal for the rest of Americans, and the fallout from this. Something that I said earlier this year when I did a video about the impacts that we will see from all of these massive layoffs, these firings, these rifts, these closing down of bureau agencies and departments, USAID. Something that I said earlier was in direct response to a lot of people saying, oh, we need to survive just 4 years. Oh, we just need to survive the next 4 years. The impacts of what is happening now and what has happened over the past 6 months, it's not something that is going to completely go away in 3 years when if President Donald is out of office. This is something that we will feel generations later. And if you need a better, clearer example of this, look no further than Reaganomics. Reagan was in office in the 80s, and the impacts and the effects of his presidency we are still feeling today. What has happened since January, especially in the federal government, those impacts, those effects will not all of a sudden be erased when this administration leaves. We will never be able to undo the damage that has been done. It will take generations to even reverse all of the collateral damage that has ensued from the past 6 months. And I'm not saying that to fearmonger. I am saying this because literally it is reality. And right now we are at a place where we can possibly fix this. We are at a time where we could uniquely fix this as a society. How we advance, how we are, who we are as a society is dependent on how we treat the least of our people. And the least of our people in this country, the group that has always suffered the most in this country, is Black women. We are right now seeing a phenomenon that is impacting Black women the most. However, if we do not fix it, it is something that will start to impact other groups of people. And by the time it starts to impact white men, that is when we will start caring as a society. However, at that moment, there will be so much more damage to undo. When it comes to the unemployment rate for Black women, the first factor is obviously everything that has happened within the federal government since the start of this administration. More than any other group, Black women are more likely to be working or seeking work, and they work in sectors that offer critical services, including healthcare, education, and the federal government. Black women participate more in the labor force than any other group of women. Black women have always worked in this country. Not only are they the most likely to be working or seeking work, they work in sectors that offer critical services, including healthcare, education, and the federal government. In February and March, when DOJ took a chainsaw to the federal government, Black women, more than any other group, were the ones impacted by all of the cuts, the rifts, and the firings. From February to March, when the bulk of the cuts were taking place, 266,000 Black women lost their jobs, amounting to a 2.52% decline in employed Black women. The only other time in recent years there has been a larger decline for Black women in the workforce was in the mid-2020s with the onset of the pandemic. Because Black women have historically been overrepresented in the federal government, the attack on DEI impacted Black women the most in the federal government. And I want to put a pin in that because when people think of DEI, they think of unqualified. Black women in this country are the most educated group of people. When it comes to DEI, DEI stands for diversity, equity, inclusion. From the start of this administration and even before they came into office, the attacks on DEI have made it so diversity, equity, inclusion, and representation, but especially DEI, have become a buzzword to signify unqualified. The fact that Black women have historically been overrepresented in the government is not some indicator that the government is bloated, that they are inept. It is an indicator of the fact that the federal government, more than any other entity in this country, has done a really great job of making their hiring and onboarding process as equal, as equitable as possible. So when you control for prejudice, racism, and discrimination, you find that Black women are absolutely qualified to be in those positions. For a lot of Black women working within the federal government, it was the only place and the only space where they had the most equitable opportunity, a fair interviewing process, a fair means, a fair chance of getting the jobs that they found themselves in. So when it comes to Black women being overrepresented in the federal government, it was because the federal government was an agency, was an entity where discrimination as a whole, or largely as blindly, the hiring process was as blind as you could possibly make it. That has been completely erased with this administration's attack on DEI and continued efforts to get rid of diversity, equity, inclusion, not just in the hiring process, but in the federal government as a whole. Black women working in the federal government are qualified to be there. And through their qualification, through their hard work, through their education, employment within the federal government has provided Black women with stability, security, and more pay equity. Black women are about 12% of the federal workforce compared with just 7% of civilian workers. So what does that tell you? Exactly. When you think about the departments that have been targeted by DOGE and this administration for cuts, the Department of Education, Health and Human Services, Housing and Urban Development, these agencies, again, have a high number of Black women employed. Because this administration removed current and historic diversity data on the federal workforce from its public website, it has been very hard to actually quantify just how many of the jobs lost in the federal government this year were held by Black women. According to a New York Times tracker of federal job cuts, about half of the jobs at the Department of Education and a quarter of those in the Department of Health and Human Services has been cut. According to another report, Black women made up 28% of those employed at the Department of Education. And as you probably guessed it, they also made up the majority of the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that this administration has sought to cut out entirely. It is no mistake that these cuts in the federal government have targeted and hurt Black women the most, but it's not just happening in the public sector, it is happening at the private sector as well. The attacks on the federal government, they're not only what's to account for the increasing unemployment rate amongst Black women, the private sector and what's happening in the private sector also plays a role. A lot of private sector companies and organizations are taking their cues from the federal government. And earlier this year, when the federal government decided, hey, we don't need DEI anymore, get rid of that, a lot of private sector companies followed suit. They're not only following suit front-facing in their marketing and in their media, they're also following suit when it comes to the hiring process. Remember earlier I said that within the federal government, part of the reason why Black women are overrepresented in comparison to other groups in this country, they are overrepresented in the federal government because the hiring process.
Hey, Dave, how do you know it's baby oil? It might be shea butter. You seem to know a lot about baby oil. Is that like a Diddy joke? So beef and broccoli, I understand your need for John Galt to give you something that is more on your level and more in your range of interests. Deacon Diddy, that's pretty funny. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to my channel in the chat. Probably everybody knows it, I would imagine, but I think that John might be doing a show this morning. He's requested that I move over, so maybe he will do something this morning. Not sure, but oops, hold on one sec here. I had the link and lost it here, but we'll finish up with this lovely woman. In two badasses point, you say her statistics are false. Can you recommend a better place? You know, she's just reading what she's got and we're just watching her video. Frankly, I don't care about the statistics that much. I'm just interested in what she has to say. So, if you got a better source of Black women's statistics, maybe you read. Do you read Essence? Let me know. Let me know how. Let me know how you've come across the right statistics. And let's see. The channel was for the brothers, but now we have to feel the effects of DEI. You know what? I had no idea this channel was just for brothers. Okay, well, Beef and Brock, apparently you learn something new every day. Apparently I learn something new every day. So here's the channel, and I'm going to go ahead and, well, I'm already over on my channel, but John apparently has something he wants to do. So feel free to stay and watch it if you want. So there it is. And I will see you for concluding over on my channel. It could use the subscriptions, that's for sure. So let's see. I've never done this before. Let's see. There we go. All right, so we are riding on my Stanley Cross Steam, and we will go ahead and start this video. Not sure how the YouTube side works. So let's see how this works. All right, so let's get back to our video here.
And the federal government has done a lot to control for racism, prejudice, and discrimination within the employment process, the hiring process. That is not the case for private companies. As a result, Black people looking for work in the private sector often deal with persisting discrimination in the workforce and in the hiring process. 300,000 Black women have left the workforce. Now, we can't say whether it was by force or by choice. However, I would not be surprised if some of it had to deal with the fact that as a result of a lot of companies, organizations, and businesses walking back on their DEI promises, the effects of that are being felt by Black women currently in the workplace and is impacting their decision to leave or impacting their decision to even be onboarded at these organizations. As of July 17th, it was reported that nearly 300,000 Black women have left the U.S. labor force. As a result, the labor force participation rate of Black women has now dropped below that of Latinas for the first time in over a year. On top of that, more than 518,000 Black women, over 500,000 Black women, still have not rejoined the workforce since the pandemic began, leaving their raw unemployment rate just above 10%. Black women are being shut out in the public sector, and now they're being shut out in different ways and being impacted in the private sector. In the private sector, DEI budgets have been entirely slashed or frozen. Job postings for DEI roles have dropped by 43% between August 2022 and July 2024, with the total number of DEI positions falling from 20,000 in 2023 to 17,500 by April 2025. Companies have also scaled back mentorship programs, slowed inclusive hiring, and deprioritized equity benchmarks, treating DEI as expendable. So often we hear when it comes to the hiring process, and even when you are finally in the door, your ability to work up the ladder, it is based off of not just what you know, but especially who you know. And that is why mentorship is so important. As humans,
What's up, 12th man? Any thoughts
How's
on
it
this
going?
video?
Well,
Pretty good.
Yeah, she's pretty smart. I like her, and plus she's kind of easy on the eyes, so I like listening to her.
No, the stream's still going on. It ended on the John Galt channel. So what were you saying? I basically don't know that much about DEI and how it worked as far as government jobs. I have my own thoughts on DEI. I think it's basically much like affirmative action. People don't really seem to understand it. The DEI part of it was basically in hiring. You either qualify for the job or you don't. It's my understanding of DEI is, you go looking in places you wouldn't ordinarily look. You recruit in places you wouldn't ordinarily recruit. You either qualify for the job or you don't. So I've never understood, why people get so wrapped around the axle. And the thing is DEI is not just racial. Veterans have come in under DEI programs. People with different sorts of disabilities have come in under DEI. I don't understand why, everything in this country gets racialized at one point or another, it seems. And
Seems that
DEI is just one of, it's just the latest victim of politics and race. And, people tend to wonder, well, Stanley, why do you talk about race so much? Well, I talk about politics and culture. American culture is inherently racial because of the way, it's American history. Race and American history have been kind of intertwined. And there's really no way to not realize that. You can pretend it didn't happen, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. So, that's my thoughts on DEI. But I think, whether she's right about the black women being kind of like the canary in the coal mine for employment or unemployment. I don't know if she's right or not, but it's an interesting video because I watched most of it and decided to show it. So as far as I'm concerned, I hear what she has to say and kind of evaluate it. And I don't know that she's that good looking, to be honest, but she's not ugly.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way.
not the best looking, but she's kind of good looking, and she's smart, and I think she'll go a long way without DEI.
I don't know that she's even affected by DEI. But she's, she says the unemployment rate for black women has been skyrocketing in America. I suspect it is because of loss of government jobs. However, I also want to say that, the adjusted numbers have been, kind of reflect what's been happening in the overall job market. I think that, Trump basically not liking the numbers. I find all kinds of problems with that. These adjustments up or down have been happening for years, and they tend to happen quarterly. And I for the life of me, don't understand why Donald Trump just summarily fired her. But, she's a very experienced labor economist. She'll be okay.
Yeah, she'll get a job in accounting, making 100 or better a year.
Well, she's an economist.
Like
maybe it'll be accounting. Maybe she'll go work in the private sector. These labor economists, they get jobs in think tanks and companies and stuff like that. So She'll land on her feet. I mean, she's
Yeah.
got like a lot of experience doing what she's done. I think most of her experience has been in government, but you know, I I think I think, we talked about a couple immigration judges that have been fired. Trump's done a lot of firing of people without giving reason. And he doesn't necessarily, a lot of these jobs are at the pleasure of the president. So he doesn't necessarily have to give a reason. But it is what it is. And the country suffers as it suffers. Good morning, Richard. How you doing? So let's get back to this young lady.
We all have our biases, implicit and explicit. And because of affinity bias, people are more likely to hire, promote, work with, feel comfortable being around people who look like them. That is where mentorship programs fall into play. These mentorship opportunities often are the only way if there are no DEI, if there is no diversity, equity, inclusion, if there is no protections within the company, if there is no tangible way to measure or any benchmark to work towards diversity, equity, and inclusion. Often the only way people are able to rise within companies is through mentorship programs. And that is why they are so important, especially for women, people of color, and other marginalized communities. Even when it comes to Black women choosing to forego work in the public sector, choosing to forego work in the private sector, and choosing to go into employment for themselves, working for themselves, becoming entrepreneurs, there are barriers to entry there as a result of prejudice, racism, and discrimination. Just last week, or maybe it was the week before last, but anyways, I just did a video about Amicole, their business closing, and it was in part due to a lack of investors. They were not able to get funding for their business. Black women received less than 1% of available venture capitalist funding for entrepreneurship, for businesses, and the fight to make venture capitalist funding more accessible, equitable, and inclusive have found their way within the court system. With the courts naturally, because this is just where we are in the political climate in this country, the courts are reinforcing this disturbing trend, making DEI as expendable. In 2024, a federal appeals court blocked the Fearless Fund from offering grants exclusively to Black women entrepreneurs, ruling that the program likely violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act. The decision sends a clear signal that race-conscious private initiatives are now more exposed to legal attack, which obviously will deter investment in equity just when it is needed the most. And I haven't even touched on AI. Everyone has been talking about AI, but nobody seems to be talking about it in the capacity which it is actively impacting the job force, the labor force, and is causing unemployment. When it comes to AI and Black women in the labor force, Black women are amongst the most vulnerable to automation, with 21% of Black women working in jobs that are highly exposed to AI-driven disruption, which is disproportionate to the fact that Black women hold just 3% of computing relating jobs. When you think about AI and how it's being framed as the future and how it's shaping the workforce today and tomorrow and of the future, thinking about the unemployment rate Black women are experiencing now, Black women are not just being locked out of the labor force today, they're being locked out of the labor force for tomorrow, for the future. If this were happening to any other group of people, especially white men, we would recognize it for exactly what it is: structural exclusion from the current economy we are in and the economy of tomorrow. The fallout of this, we have not even begun.
Now, when she says 3%, is she talking per capita or all out overall the whole population?
You know what? Let me go back. I'm not exactly sure.
Working in jobs that are highly exposed to AI-driven disruption, which is disproportionate to the fact that Black women hold just 3% of computing relating jobs. When you think about...
Okay, so she said computing relating jobs.
Yeah.
So AAE or Ponder is mentioned several times, and I think we probably all realize that AI is going to take over a lot of these repetitious type desk jobs. I think insurance companies have already started, using AI to determine, people are eligible for benefit payout, that sort of thing. And AI actually figured into that United Health CEO murder. Apparently Luigi's grandparents or something having to do with benefits not being paid out, and AI basically deciding who gets what as far as benefit payouts. So it is what it is, and I don't think you're going to be able to. AI is coming, and that's just pretty much going to be it. People need to gird their loins.
Yeah, and robots. I was reading something earlier today about robots taking over caregiver position.
I don't know if that's going to fly. You kind of don't want grandma. You kind of don't want grandma being tended to by a robot. I would
Why
imagine.
not? If that's the only one who'll care
I don't know.
for her.
There's something that a robot isn't going to be able to hold grandma's hand and make her feel better. There's some things that humans can do that robots can't.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Stanley, if they do come out with a robot like that eventually. I've seen.
Well, if the Jetsons could do it, it probably will happen at some point.
Yeah, what was
AI
that?
and how it's being
robot?
framed as the
You what?
What was that robot's name on the Jetsons? There's a couple of them.
You know what? I don't recall. It's been a while since I've seen a Jetsons
Remember
cartoon. I'll have to.
they'd go to the football game and it would be all robot playing the game instead
Yeah, I remember
of
that.
people.
future and how it's shaping the work
Well, that could possibly happen. Robots don't get CTE.
force today and tomorrow and of the future. Thinking about the unemployment rate Black women are experiencing now, Black women are
that's
not just
it.
being locked out of the labor force today, they're being locked.
Yeah, apparently Deacon Dave was a great Jetsons fan. Trudy was the name of the robot.
Oh
Thanks,
yeah,
Deacon Dave.
Trudy, that's right. Yeah.
Out of the labor force for tomorrow, for the future. If this were happening to any other group of people, especially white men, we would recognize it for exactly what it is: structural exclusion from the current economy we are in and the economy of tomorrow. The fallout of this, we have not even begun to see. And this is exactly why I say that people who are looking at it from a perspective of just survive the next 4 years, just survive the next 3.5 years, what we are dealing with now, if we do not curb it, it will be seen for generations. It will be felt for generations to come. Earlier, I talked about Black women being the most educated group in this country when you control for degrees attained. The Trump administration just passed down their big, beautiful bill. And in this big, beautiful bill, they laid out their plan for student loans, and it is actually terrifying. And I am genuinely grateful that not only have I paid off my student loans, I don't see myself going back to school anytime soon. And if I did, it would have to be on some type of grant or my job, or I would be paying for it and financing it by myself 100%.
Yeah, I want to compliment her on realizing that. That is one thing that people are just gonna have to get used to. The days of being able to freely finance in a college education are pretty much over. Which is probably gonna have some downstream effects. But honestly, if you don't have a means to pay for it, college loans are just not something you want to do unless you got to figure out a way to finance it. And like I told my son, what you need to do is scholarship as much of it as you can, because having student loans to a point to where your start in life is kind of either
to go in debt,
slowed down or just outright crippled. You want to be able to buy a house at some point, and if student loans are the reason you can't get a house or a car or something like that, then you have borrowed too much. So I admire her realizing this. Like you said, she seems pretty bright and self-aware and just kind of situationally aware. So that's a good thing.
100% out of pocket, because what is in this beautiful bill will have negative impacts, of course, for, you guessed it, Black women. This big, beautiful bill, it promises relief, but women will pay $13.9 billion more than men. How is this impacting Black women? Think about the gender inequality pay gap. Black women make 64 cents to a man's dollar. Black women have 36% less money coming in and face nearly triple the inflation of essentials going out. Because Black women make less, it takes them longer.
Yes, sir.
That women in general, it's not just Black women, like women in general make less than, I guess the white man in the corporate world or whatever.
I think if you look at it overall, yep, I believe that to be true.
Yeah.
To repay back their student loan debt. As a result, Black women are paying more when you account for interest. They are paying more in student loans over time, while also often being the primary breadwinners in their homes and paying more for essentials due to the gender tax that makes it so women pay more than men for, statistically speaking, the same goods. Why isn't anybody talking about this? 57% of Black women have reported struggling with meeting basic essentials while trying to pay off their student loans. Earlier this year, or maybe it was last year, I did a video talking about how I paid off nearly $90,000 in student loan debt in less than 15 years. I actually was able to do an interview with CNN Business talking about this. But anyways, when I think about everything that I sacrificed to pay off my student loans, sometimes it brings me to tears because it was so freaking hard. I worked 3 jobs. All of the money I was making from my part-time jobs, I would put that towards my student loans. I was aggressively paying it down. I spent my entire 20s paying them off, some of my 30s paying them off, and literally it felt like the biggest weight off of my shoulders when I paid off my student loans. I actually cried hitting send on that last payment. And I fully, before anybody comes in here and was like, yes, you took out the loan, blah, 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 I was able to take out those loans, yes, and get an education. I always have the intention of paying them back. The issue is, and my main issue with these student loans, is how predatory the interest rates are. There is no reason why somebody will take out a loan for $60,000 and then they end up paying over double that in interest rates. That's what the issue is. And unfortunately, because all of my loans were private loans, I was not eligible for student loan forgiveness. I wish everyone could just have that slate wiped off, or they were given opportunities to pay reasonable rates, or they were given opportunities where they're able to pay on a sliding scale that is equitable. So you're paying a decent amount based off of your income, your household expenses, and you just work with the company or the government to make it so you're paying something that is not drowning you. For so long, I felt like I was drowning. For years, I lived under my means. I didn't go on vacations. I didn't have nice things. That's another video for another day. Not going to get into it. We all know my feelings on student loans. If you want to watch the video I did on student loans, how I paid them off, you can watch that video. Or if you Google
Judy
Sasha Whitney,
was the
CNN
daughter.
Business, you can see my article. But anyways, when it
Rosie is
comes
the
to
robot.
student loan debts, when it comes to the payment inequality, the payment gap.
Oops, hold on. Yes, sir.
ICE is hiring. They say they'll forgive your student loans and give you up to a $50,000 signing bonus. So that's kind of an
I'm
easy
sure.
way out.
I am sure that that will attract a lot of at least males. I don't know about females, but yeah, that's a generous offer.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of females in ICE, but I have seen a few, like on videos and stuff. Like there are
Yeah.
female ICE officers.
Yeah, I wonder if she's considered ICE.
How student loans are going to
Well,
be
she already
impacted as a
paid her
result of this big, beautiful
loans
bill.
off,
It is
so.
positioning Black women, again, to be the ones who are on the negative end, who are impacted most negatively by everything that is happening. But it is not just Black women who will be impacted. Earlier, I brought up the fact that Black women are often the heads, the breadwinners of their household. Over 51% of Black households with children, they are led by Black women, their mothers, who are the primary breadwinner, many of them being the sole source of income in their household. I'm not saying all, please, I really hope this video does not end up on the wrong side of YouTube and people will actually listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I am not saying all Black households, women are the primary breadwinners. I am saying that more than 51% of Black women are the primary breadwinners in their household. So when we take into account this increasing unemployment rate for Black women in households where they are either the primary breadwinner or the sole adult in that home, bringing in money, the unemployment crisis amongst Black women as a result of the measures of the federal government and private businesses, companies, and organizations, it is not only negatively impacting Black women, it is impacting their children. And not just their children, but anybody in the home who depend on that income, because Black women are often the primary caregivers for elderly parents or relatives in the home as well. This is a big cascading ripple effect, and nobody is talking about it. When women are
Sounds
pushed
like
out of the
Black men
workforce,
need to step
entire
up.
families lose their economic foothold, which threatens housing stability, consumer spending, and educational outcomes for women. These are not isolated setbacks that will only be felt for 3.5 years. These are systemic losses that will be felt for generations to come. And we now have an opportunity to do something about it. I need more people talking about this. But on top of needing more people talking about this, we need to do something about this. Black women are being pushed out of the labor force, and it is not by choice. It is by policy. And so if it is by policy that is being done, there is policy that can be undone or better policy created to correct this and right this wrong. First and foremost, we need to restore and protect public sector roles. What is happening to the federal government right now, it is very scary. And I guess we will just have to sit on our hands for the next 3.5 years. But if anything can be done by local and state governments, we need to be calling our representatives to protect those roles in local and state governments, because that Black women are statistically overrepresented in those roles. Not only are they statistically overrepresented in those roles, those departments that are being attacked, departments of education, housing, and health and human services. We are right now living in a housing crisis in this country. We have an education, a literacy crisis in this country. And health and human services, we just saw how people acted over the pandemic. We're still dealing with people who do not have insurance. I could talk, this probably needs to be a separate video, and I don't want to drone on and on because I'm really trying to keep these videos to 30 minutes or less, and I'm just not going to make it. But when it's important things, I could go on and on and on forever. But yeah, first things first, we need to be
under 30
creating
minutes.
jobs
Man,
in the
talks
public
a mile a
sector
minute.
and protecting those jobs in the public sector, especially when it comes to education, housing, health and human services, because these are not only programs, initiatives, these are not only resources that are being used by Black women. Everybody in our society is using these services, and we need to protect the availability of these resources. We need to protect the access of these resources. So while the federal government may be doing its thing, you need to get into contact with your local and state elected officials to make sure that they do not plan on decimating those organizations, those departments, those offices in your state. Second, if DEI programs have been slashed, they need to come back to organizations. If they've been weakened, we need to strengthen them again. Diversity, equity, and inclusion does not mean unqualified. What it means is you are hiring for the best, regardless of sex, race, gender, etc. You are hiring for the best. And when you are looking for the best, that is what you will get, not based off of race exclusively, not based off of gender exclusively. DEI programs need to be protected. In planning for the world of tomorrow, the job first, the workforce for tomorrow, AI is a tool that is just unfortunately here to stay. So if it is going to stay, then the access of opportunity needs to be given to Black women in these organizations. And this can mean in your organization, training your employees better, mentoring your employees, giving them access to opportunity and resources. And another thing, as it pertains to policy, we need to bring equity back into policy, because when people think about equality, they're giving everyone the same number of everything. I often love this graphic to display equity, because when people think about equality, they think about giving everybody the same thing. That is not helpful if we are trying to bridge or close a gap entirely. It needs to be equitable. There needs to be equity in all spaces. There needs to be equity in policy. There needs to be equity in hiring processes. There needs to be equity across policy. This administration is trying to make policies gender neutral, exclusive of race, but that is not the world that we are living in. Policy has to take into account what is happening in the real world. It has to take into account racism, prejudice, discrimination, sexism. It needs to be intersectional. Our policies, the decisions that we are making, both publicly and in the private sector, they need to be intersectional and they need to be equitable. We are leaving Black women behind. As I said earlier, Black women are often the canaries in the coal mine in this country. And right now, Black women are serving as the canaries in this employment crisis we find ourselves in. We are the canaries in the coal mine for today's unemployment economy in this country. And if we do not fix the disparity today, it is only going to continue to get worse, not just for Black women, but for everybody else. And unfortunately, we will not care until it starts to impact everybody else, the most of our society. And when that happens, it might possibly be too late. Drop down in the comments and let me know your thoughts. Have you been seeing anything about the increasing unemployment rate of Black women? Have you been seeing it in the news or on social media or in any media? Have you been seeing this talked about? Or is this the first time that you are hearing this? I genuinely want to know, because it really just seems like nobody is talking about this. And I'm like, hello, like what the heck is going on? I genuinely want to know your thoughts. Drop down in the comments, let me know. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'm very happy I met my 3,000 subscriber goal in July. We're at a new month, it's August. So I got new goals, new hopes, new dreams. It's actually coming up on a year of this channel, which is crazy because I had been wanting to start it for like 4 years. It has been a very rewarding year. It's been a hard year. It's been all of the things. This year has been a very interesting year in my life, to say the least. I'm just very happy to have this community. So thank you for being here. If you have been subscribed, thank you. If you haven't subscribed yet and you want to be part of the crew, hit that subscribe button. And until next time, peace out.
Well, we will see if if that winds up being true. But I think that we are going to have an issue with the economy overall. There are going to be some readjustments necessary. So this particular woman, Colette Elizabeth, I've never heard of her either. And this is actually 3 years old, but she says, why are Black women leaving their jobs and joining the Great Resignation? This is, I've heard of quiet quitting and all this. I don't know if that's still happening or not, but the employment numbers, I'm not sure, really bore out that it was that big a movement. But we'll see if what she's saying is relevant. I don't know if it will be or not.
I read a post on Facebook today that said one of the reasons for the high unemployment numbers are because of all the federal jobs that are being released. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the numbers aren't high yet. Unemployment creeped up by like it was less than 1%. It was just a fraction.
Right.
I mean, it's still. It used to be like 4.5% or 5%, at least in Virginia, was considered full employment. Basically, everybody who wanted a job could get a job, and I think that's still probably true. More or less nationally.
Oh yeah.
Unemployment is not a problem currently. It did tick up a bit, but that's because of the adjustments in the number of jobs created. So.
Well,
It is yet to be seen whether we're in economic trouble. It's not as rosy a picture as Trump painted it, but I wouldn't, other than prices going up. I mean, I can vouch for grocery prices. Eggs came down, but that was the only thing. Yeah. And eggs are still a little bit higher than they were, say, a year ago or maybe a year and a half ago, but I mean, they're manageable. So let's see what she has to say.
According to Fortune, approximately.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, never mind, Stanley. I did
8 million.
send
Yeah, I
you a
saw
link in the back chat for
I saw it.
another black woman.
Oh, you know what? Before we get to this, this just came in. Apparently, Trump has vowed to make DC safe and beautiful. An order by Trump has led to stepped up federal law enforcement in DC, including many arrests for low-level offenses. White House says that has cut crime. So apparently DC is going to be taken over by the Trump administration.
Well, I did read that murder was down.
Happened.
Stanley, murder is down.
Yeah, well, federal police only, they don't like patrol the whole city, I don't think. Maybe, but I mean, I don't know how DC works. It's different than all the other cities. Maybe the whole city is under federal protection.
Well, yeah, I heard that.
When a young man pulled out a marijuana joint in Logan Circle Park and proceeded to smoke.
I heard what? Well, I'm not going to listen to this whole story.
Spoke it on a bench one evening last month. 3 law enforcement officers quickly appeared, handcuffed him, and took him away. The officers were with the U.S. Park Police, and they were there to enforce one of President Donald Trump's executive orders, making the District of Columbia safe and beautiful. The man was one of 4 people arrested that evening in Logan and DuPont Circle parks, both of which are federal land. The other 3 were charged with possession of open containers of alcohol. The arrests, which generated outrage from some residents, were among the latest operations that White House officials say are part of an effort to improve the quality of life in the nation's capital, a city Trump has derided as a dirty, crime-ridden death trap, and pledged to turn around. Trump amplified his campaign Tuesday, sharing a photo of a bloodied young man who he said had been beaten by local thugs. People familiar with the incident identified the victim as Edward Korestein, a protege of Elon Musk and a former U.S. Doge service staffer. Trump wrote on Truth Social that if DC doesn't get its act together and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city. Violent crime in DC has been on the decline, starting last year, part of a nationwide drop that brought murder rates nationwide to their lowest level in decades in 2024. In DC, the drop in crime reversed a sharp spike in killings and robberies that in 2023 rendered the nation's capital one of America's deadliest cities, prompting Congress to block revisions to the city's criminal code that lawmakers said were too permissive. On the campaign trail, Trump made the city a symbol of dysfunction. The crime drop has continued this year, both nationally and in the city. In D.C., assaults with a dangerous weapon, for example, have fallen by 19% year-to-date compared with 2024, and robberies have fallen by 39%, according to police data. There have been 14 fewer homicides. Still, 98 people have been killed citywide so far this year, including a congressional intern killed by a stray bullet on a downtown street, and a 3-year-old struck while in the backseat of a car with her family. White House officials say Trump's executive order targeting crime and vagrancy has led to improvements across the city. Despite complaints from some residents who say the administration is going after nonviolent offenders, officials defended arrests like those in Logan and DuPont circles as key to remaking the Capitol into what Trump has envisioned. A spokesperson for D.C. police referred to the mayor's office for comment, but a senior member of the police department, speaking on the condition of anonymity given the sensitivity of the district's relationship with federal agencies, said the significant decreases in crime are because of the hard work and dedication of MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department, and have little to do with recent federal law enforcement action. D.C. Mayor Muriel E. Bowser has faced pressure to accommodate Trump on several fronts. Earlier this year, the mayor ordered the removal of the downtown Black Lives Matter Plaza, painted after the 2020 killing of George Floyd, a decision Bowser hinted was made to preserve federal funding. The jackhammering to remove the plaza's yellow-painted bricks was the most visible sign of Trump's impact on the city upon his return to office, despite his repeated comments threatening to take over D.C., however. Trump and Bowser have shared a more positive relationship than during his first term in the White House, with Bowser telling the Washington Post that her administration welcomes the closer partnership with federal agencies to tamp down on crime. The federal effort has included an increase in arrests of undocumented immigrants in the city, more crime enforcement on transit systems and in other public places, the coordinated cleanup of parks and monuments, and the clearing of homeless encampments, according to data the White House shared with the Post as an update on its initiative. Much of the work has stemmed from a D.C. Safe and Beautiful task force created by executive order in March, which has sought to ensure increased law enforcement patrols, graffiti cleanups, and prosecutions of crime. With all the large-scale events happening in D.C. this summer, the increased focus and support from the task force has allowed MPD to be focused on driving down crime in our neighborhoods while partners assist on federal properties, Bowser said in a statement. We appreciate the collaboration with federal partners, and we will continue working together on our shared priority of keeping D.C. safe and beautiful. A White House official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to describe private interactions, characterized the White House's relationship with Bowser this term as respectful and highly productive. White House deployed more federal officers in D.C. The task force established by Trump's order includes representatives from the Departments of the Interior, Transportation, and Homeland Security, as well as the FBI, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the U.S. Attorney's offices for D.C., Maryland, and the Eastern District of Virginia. The group has met 4 times, with its next meeting set for August 13th. A key component of the executive order involves putting more federal law enforcement officers around D.C.'s parks, monuments, and museums. It also instructed the Interior Department to develop a beautification plan for areas in the district, including restoring monuments and statues that have been damaged in recent years, removing graffiti from frequently visited areas, and to generally ensure the cleanliness of public spaces. Arrests in D.C. have increased across a number of federal and local law enforcement agencies this year compared with the same period last year. Citations and arrests by Metro Transit Police, for example, were up 33% from January through July compared with last year, according to data provided by the task force. Recorded crimes were down 38% on Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority property during the same period. U.S. Park Police increased arrests during the first half of this year by 37%, the White House official said, up from 589 arrests from January to June last year to 806 this year. In December, Bowser credited district leaders' embrace of a more aggressive approach to law enforcement for the citywide drop in crime and said they had rebalanced public safety through strategic choices. The progress was a focus of her outreach to Trump's transition team. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told the Post that D.C. is an amazing city, but it has sadly been plagued by problems like homelessness and crime for far too long. President Trump is committed to making our nation's capital safer and even more beautiful for its residents, lawmakers, and visitors from all around the world, Leavitt said in a statement. For Trump, D.C. push is personal issue, official says. The White House official described a persistent lack of engagement by the federal government and D.C. officials since the passage of the Home Rule Act of 1973, which allowed D.C. to elect a mayor and city council to have greater self-governance. and the official called the latest initiative a personal issue to Trump. I mean, he does live here. He's very aware of the problems that we have in this area, the official said, suggesting that others who live in the city would probably have a hard time opposing the measures the Trump administration is taking to improve crime and vagrancy. DC residents don't want the city to be more dangerous. Trump and his White House have pointed fingers at the Biden administration, arguing that problems with crime and vagrancy worsened during and in the aftermath of the coronavirus pandemic, and that federal resources weren't adequately deployed. Trump was in office during the first 10 months of the pandemic. Last month, Trump said his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, was working very closely with Bowser to make improvements in the district. But in the same cabinet meeting, Trump also floated the idea of taking over local government, suggesting that the federal government could run D.C. While the city maintains its autonomy, Trump's administration has been busy increasing its presence throughout D.C. The National Park Service, for example, in recent years largely acted only on request by the D.C. government or other third parties to track and remove homeless encampments. Now, the agency takes a proactive approach and tracks the camps, according to the White House official. The Park Service has cleared 64 encampments since Trump's executive order was signed, the official said. Similarly, from 2021 to 2024, the Park Service regularly removed graffiti on land it manages throughout D.C., but did not track that activity, the White House official said. Now, it has started using a GIS system to track graffiti to better coordinate its removal. Park Service spokesperson Jasmine Shanti said that since Trump's executive order, the agency has acted decisively to carry out its directives and restore public safety and order across NPS-managed lands in the district. As part of the executive order, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum was instructed to direct the National Park Service to promptly clean up all homeless encampments and graffiti on federal land in D.C. The Interior Department is working on rehabilitating Folger Park on Capitol Hill, as well as making improvements at Lafayette Square across from the White House. Roughly 90% of the parkland in D.C. is under the responsibility of the federal government, from the National Mall to humble neighborhood hangouts, where locals have long bemoaned broken water fountains, uncut grass, and other signs of what they see as neglect. In addition to an overall increase in law enforcement, the White House has pushed for a crackdown on what officials refer to as quality of life offenses. The Federal Protective Service has begun high-visibility patrols of downtown during morning and evening rush hours, according to the White House. The Drug Enforcement Administration has seized more than 4,000 fentanyl pills, in addition to fentanyl powder, from alleged drug traffickers operating in D.C. At Union Station, officials from a range of agencies, Amtrak, Metro Transit Police, D.C. Police, U.S. Capitol Police, Park Police, the Federal Protective Service, the Transportation Security Administration, and the Department of Homeland Security are conducting monthly surges of enforcement. White House eased process to legally own guns in D.C. The Trump...
Yes.
Did you see that executive order Trump signed to make it easier for municipalities to clear homeless encampments? So he's kind of trying to push this nationwide, I think.
Yep.
Administration is also touting changes to ease the process of legally owning a firearm in the district. DC Police this year revised the city's concealed carry website to make it more user-friendly, and they have also made it easier to get an appointment. Walk-in appointments are now available, whereas some applicants previously waited up to 4 months for a firearm registration appointment, the White House official said. Applicants in May, for example, had their registrations issued in an average of 8.3 days, while concealed carry licenses were issued in 4.6 days. On Tuesday, Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, met with Trump to discuss local crime, a meeting that came just before Trump posted the photo of Corestine's injuries. Pirro, in a video she recorded outside the White House, said her job as the newly installed federal prosecutor for the district was to fight crime with a vengeance and make sure there are consequences. If you don't buy into it, Pirro said, you're going to have to deal with us.
Yeah, you don't want to go to jail in Washington, D.C., Stanley. I heard they put you in one of those gulags and forget about you. It ain't like being in a state.
Yep. Well, sounds like Trump would make a better mayor than president.
Well,
let's go ahead and get back to what this young lady has to say.
African Americans left the workforce in 2021.
And I know you might be saying, Colette, but wasn't that due to the pandemic? Partially. We know that African Americans are overrepresented in services industries such as hospitality, overrepresented in retail, and also as first responders. And these industries were devastated and haven't fully recovered from the pandemic. So the pandemic does explain why these people initially left the workforce. What it doesn't explain is why they have not returned, or if they have returned, why have they left again? Hi, sis. My name is Colette, and I created this channel as a safe space with you in mind. I help Black women
Hear that, Deacon Dave?
to embrace the new changes in their lives.
A safe space? Is that what you said?
By pursuing resilience,
yep,
practicing self-leadership, and by pivoting towards entrepreneurship. If anything I said resonates with you, welcome to the community. Love to have you. So at this time, I encourage you to grab a piece of paper, pen or pencil, something to write with, or your tablet, or whatever you use to take notes. Get comfortable. We're going to talk. Today, I am going to discuss 13 reasons Black women are joining the Great Resignation and leaving their jobs. I did quite a bit of research on this topic. I read a number of articles and looked at a couple of videos. And while some of them reference African Americans in general, for the purposes of this video, I will be dealing and speaking specifically about African American women. And I'm not going to go into the details of each article or name the article or the video that I'm referring to. What I will say is that the Black women who are joining the Great Resignation and leaving their jobs is diverse, and it runs the gamut. For example, it's intergenerational. So you have baby boomers leaving the workforce. You have Gen Xers like myself leaving the workforce. You have millennials leaving the workforce. You have even some Gen Zs leaving the workforce. This means that women in their 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, all the way to the 20s, they're leaving. They work in government, they work in education. I mean, they work in private industry, in public industry, IT, legal, medical fields. And these sisters, they represent the entire socioeconomic range. They include individuals who are minimum wage earners all the way up to six-figure earners. Okay, so again, I've included the links in the description box below. Like I said, I read and looked at quite a bit of information regarding why African American women are leaving. So let's get to it. Why are Black women quitting their jobs? I've developed a list of 13 reasons, and I know there's more. Okay, there's more, and they're not in any particular order. So the first reason is the lack of childcare. Now, this is kind of related to the pandemic. As we know, even before the pandemic, quality daycare was hard to find. Quality, I should say, affordable daycare.
You what?
I just had a quick suggestion. I know you came over here to do your stream on this channel. That's good. I mean, you should do that more often. But seeing how you started on John Gall's channel and everybody else was over there, that's where they initially come to when you do your streams.
Right. Well,
you continued the stream. You should make another notification.
What do you mean another? You mean?
Yeah, you should have ended that one and then started this one.
Well, I streamed to both.
Did in that one.
So I went from 2 streams to 1.
Yeah. You sent out
I mean,
another
I'm not sure
notification
when
or
you
no?
said. No. I mean, I guess. I mean, well, here's my thinking. I pretty much said, hey, we're gonna go I'm gonna take the whole show to my channel. I dropped the link for the channel. I'm sorry, yeah, the link for the channel, assuming everybody would click it at some point. I don't know. This is something John has dreamed up. I have no idea why. So
Well, he's not even live, Stanley. Why
I
would he
have
ask
no
you
clue.
to
You
step
know what?
down from the one channel when he's not even live?
I have no clue. He texted me, and I just followed his orders. So I don't know whether he's going to start a show. I don't see one scheduled for today, but who knows what he's got planned. But
I haven't seen
I mean, I
him
don't
live.
have. I mean, the two channels. I mean, I have full control of my channel, and I don't. Other than being a moderator over there, I don't have like a way of getting in there and transporting everybody from one chat to another. I just assumed he was going to take care of it. Yeah, Massa John. But I mean, most everybody knows I have a channel, I would assume.
I get it, but you know how people, as a subscriber to the Galt channel, and I'm also subscribed over here, but everybody isn't. You know, they're not going to know that you're still going unless they watch the end of the stream.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure. Let me text Portia, and I probably should have thought of that, but let me text Portia and see if she can send out a message on John's side.
I haven't seen
Now,
John
here's
go
the other
live.
thing. Here's the other thing I have to say. I would assume most people look. Let's face it. Most of the people, I'm kind of like the outlier on that channel. I would assume most of the people who can stomach me already know I have a channel. I mean, what do you think?
Stomach you is a terrible description. It's more like we come over. Where's AAE at? Is she in the chat? I know she wants to get her lick back, so I figured she would follow you today. Or you don't know when it's coming, but she's gonna. Yeah. I seen
She
that at the end
might
of
be a
that show.
subscriber. I don't know.
That's a good indicator of why some people come over. They definitely want to give Stanley the virtual knuckle sandwich, that you truly deserve.
That I truly deserve. Is that right? Well, you know what? Then this is my safe space then.
Yes. This is your blanket. I get it. But I think that you going or being in the Giant Galt space is good because busy day here at the plant. Oh my God, I got here, went straight to work. That's why I haven't hit panels in a minute. But they come to Giant Galt because it's the majority, the opposite opinion than yours. And it's good to balance the argument of what you have to say. So, and that ends up, and that can manifest.
I just assumed he had something planned.
Oh yeah,
I thought he did too.
But I mean, we have overlapped streams before. But I don't know. I think at some point we're supposed to have a team meeting. So I'll figure out what his plans are at some point. Oh,
sounds like a disciplinary.
No, we don't do that. I don't. John doesn't pay me a dime. I do this.
Must be, Stanley, you must be paying something to use all the StreamYard, so you're definitely investing something somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I hadn't thought about it. I just assumed he had some plan or something like that. I would imagine AAE. I mean, I say it all the time. Y'all subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Let's see if she does. Let's see if AAE is a subscriber. And she kind of pops in and out.
You're not going to always be able to tell. Like some people don't have it publicly. Their channels aren't public where they'll tell you who exactly is subscribed to you.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought if you went to YouTube Studio somewhere in there, it'll tell you all the people that have agreed to be public. Like, you don't have to make your channel public. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because mine, I don't think mine is. If I'm subscribed to you, I don't think it'll show up on the list. Like I have 30 I have 30 subscribers, and it only shows like 10 of them.
Oh, I
made everything on my channel public, including my history, what I watch, all of it. It's all public.
Yeah, well, I don't even know. I think everybody gets a channel now, but I'll find her somewhere. Hey, let me ask you all a question. And Dave, you would know. Has Be Brave been broadcasting?
I haven't seen him. No, I honestly.
Yeah, I haven't either. I wonder. I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah, if you got to make adjustments to the outhouses, you would say, right?
Now I know. You know what? Let me tell you all a story. Sean Bracey is back, and I'd heard stories that he was on vacation. Well, it sounds like he had a strike or something happened where he was basically not allowed to broadcast for a couple months. So he did his welcome back show last night. So I remember B Brave saying that apparently if you get struck for like some hate thingamajig, you know what I'm talking about? Apparently there's hate speech or something like that that you can be accused of, and your channel will still exist, but you won't be able to actually go live. So maybe that's what happened to Be Brave, because from what I understand, I wasn't in the audience. He was going hot and heavy, and must have pissed somebody off.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you trigger those bots, they definitely will strike you and put you out.
Yeah. Hey, you remember that video I showed months ago about these women like in Prague? I think it was like streetwalkers in Prague or something like that.
No, actually, I
you
don't.
probably don't. Well, you know what? I didn't remember it either. And
I missed
from
that
like,
one, Stanley.
well, it was just a short, like 15-minute video, and I don't even remember why I was showing it. But the owner of that video reached out and touched me and did a copyright strike. So we're working on
for doing that.
Well, the thing is 2 months, several months later. That's what shocked me.
Well, how do these people think YouTube started was by sharing everyone's videos. And
well, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with what he or she. I don't have a problem with what he or she did. But I'm trying to. Well, Portia's actually working on seeing if we can get it reversed. But it just like when the strike came down, I'm like, what? I don't even recognize the name of the video. So I had to go back and jog my memory. So people can just reach out months later and say, oh, hey, you used this 3 months ago, strike. Now, what I'm wondering is how on earth somebody overseas even got wind of it.
Shouldn't they have a statute of limitations on this shit? What?
You know what? I won't even pretend I understand how YouTube works.
Well, there should be a statute of limitations. I mean, that's bullshit to come back months later and hit your channel.
Well, I mean, the thing is they didn't. They just basically, rendered the video, took down the video. Now, what I am surprised is they didn't give me a chance to go back and edit it. I'd just as soon edit the video out. It wasn't, it was just kind of a random video I showed.
Yeah.
So I didn't get that opportunity. Maybe I will. I don't know. And look, it's the first strike I've ever gotten. So, I'm not going to panic over it. And it goes away in October. So, if I can manage not to get any more strikes, I've been doing this. Let's see, when did I start this? I started using this channel in January. So, I've gone 7 months or 8 months now, almost 8 months now, and not had one. So it's August, September, October. It goes away in a month and a half. So I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle. It just shocked me that was even possible.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Bro.
So this is actually an interesting video. Not much. Trump bringing immigrants back to work fields because blacks won't do it. Now, this is 14 hours ago, so I'm definitely interested to see what this is all about.
What's your deal today, man? I know you're trying to trigger me, but you have a very lengthy assortment of black women giving their opinion that none of which say anything relevant to the topics they're talking about. They just take it personal. So I don't understand what.
Well, we haven't even heard this young lady yet. Well, yeah, you know what? Actually, here is how the idea came about. This morning before the show, I'll sit down an hour before the show and kind of get organized. And I noticed I had a lot of black females videos because I collect videos and, I use some, I might discard some and not show it, whatever. So I had like 5 and I just basically said, well, you know what? I got a bunch of black females who have things to say. Now, you being involved in it, me using it to taunt you, that was on the fly.
I didn't bullshit. You thought about me before you picked these videos.
No, actually, because you didn't show. Did you even show up yesterday? So I didn't know whether you'd be.
Oh yeah, I was here. I just was working. But this is similar to doing your homework on the bus, loading up a bunch of dubs an hour before the show.
It's very similar. Now, sometimes, like that Steve Bannon video, I actually did have to run it through OBS to clip it. So I did do a little homework, and I really need to get back to doing video essays. I've had ideas and they just go by the wayside. I need to be a little bit more disciplined about that. But since you're here, I've noticed that if I do like a short video essay, it doesn't matter what time I premiere them. They don't do anywhere near as well as the live streams. So I don't know how to get more people interested in these little, I've clipped the show a few times. Now, one of my clips did really well.
Compare the audio on that clip, because you've had some shorts that had poor audio. When you're talking, you sound better on a live stream.
And I figured out the audio problem. OBS can be kind of complicated, and since I've gotten this Yeti, the audio's improved. So I figured that part out. Now the last 3 or 4 that I've shown that were kind of like standalone clips didn't do so well. That one clip that I did that was like 40 minutes or something like that. That one Wale clip with SKC, And Wale is talking about the N-word and all that stuff.
Did
That
you
one
clip
did
that?
actually pretty well.
Did
Yeah, I
you
did
made a
clip it.
short out of that?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a
I gotta
short. It
find
was
that.
just
I
a video
need that.
clip. Hold on one sec.
And I do have to fall to the chat because I'm at work. It's been busy
Well,
this
that's
week,
fine.
so
Yeah, I understand. Well, yeah, I need to, before I do, the switch again, I need to figure out how to get that pre-announced. And I'll find that clip and drop the, because it's published. I'll find the clip and drop the link into the channel. Because it was a
I
longish
appreciate it.
clip, but it was actually pretty funny.
It was very good and revealing. Actually, I put a lot of. I trust what Wale says because he's an older gentleman and he learned a lot from his dad, and that's like a good historical reference. If what he's saying is true for sure, so yeah, I appreciate Wale when he shows up.
He was here this morning. He didn't come up though.
Yeah, that's my guy.
I don't.
Well, let me fall to the chat before I get in trouble for being
all right.
online. All right, son. All right,
Okay,
12,
talk
man.
to you later.
Yep.
And I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. Have you watched this, 12 Man?
No, I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of your clips.
Well, no. The one that's on the screen, the one you put in the back.
Oh yeah, this lady. Yeah, I found her very interesting. She wasn't too partisan or anything like that, and I found her very refreshing. Actually, and I
Well, let's listen to what she says. Her tag here is Master Debater. So let's see if she is.
Everybody, it is me, Demetra K, and I hope you're having a great day. I am here by myself today because I think Donovan, he got caught up, so I kind of knew he might not be here, but if he pops in, that's great. But anyway, I should say that the purpose of the Demetra K show is to promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community to make us an even better people, with the emphasis on even, because we're great people, but we can always strive to do better. Like I said, big giant thank you, hello, and welcome to YouTube and Facebook. You are the other side of the conversation. Also a big giant thank you to my moderators. You are the best to ever do it. Could not and would not do this without you. So today we're going to be talking about President Donald Trump bringing back immigrants to work the fields because Blacks won't do it. Now, I'll show y'all a video. And of course, we'll get into all of that. Very interesting times that we're in, I must say. So I'll give everybody a moment to come on, and I'll see who's in the comment section. Tracy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. LaShondra, what is going on? Mars says, I'm just tuning back in. Yes, indeed. Hey, King Charles, how you doing? Michelle, what's going on with you? Jamal, hope you're having a great day. Mike, nice. Troy, Kat, and Jacqueline, what is going on with you? Of course, we were not live. We had a podcast earlier where we discussed, the mayhem, if you will, that took place here in Houston in regards to the beauty supply opening. And, we kind of broke down some of the narratives and stereotypes and things like that going on with it. So if you haven't checked it out, check it out after this show. It's on my channel here. Who else do we have here? Jesse, how you doing? Hope that you are well. L, what's going on with you? Brother Reggie in the building. Brother Samuel, how are you doing? T. Austin, what is up? Long time no see. Well, and what is going on? Says I called it when I said that's what he meant by Black jobs. Carrie, how you doing? And Yvette, long time no see. So anyway, give everybody just another moment. King Noble, hope that you are doing well. Veronica, what is going on with you? I'm gonna get me one of those looking glasses one day, like they did. I was at Romper Room, and when they named all the people that they see through the looking glass. I don't know why just saying hello to y'all reminds me of that. All right, so anyway, let's get started. Raymond, what's going on with you? So Trump was on, I think, with
well, Deacon Dave summoned you.
Yeah, hey man, how you doing? Good morning to you all.
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Real good. A friend of mine sent me this video that I've just put the link to in the
Oh,
back.
nice. Yeah, I see
And
that.
I thought that was, I know y'all like to, for some reason these guys come on here and yourself, y'all like to talk about colored women. I don't know what the fascination is with colored women, but apparently
Well,
that's
I don't usually when I talk about them, it's in a positive light.
Yeah, I know. I understand this and that. I was talking about these gray guys that keep coming over, like Be Brave and all the rest of them, and they seem to have.
Yeah. Well, I think they do it. I think they do it just for to get a rise out of people. It so happens today that I happen to have like 5 or so videos that have, black female YouTube content creators have some topics that I was kind of interested in. And then 12th Man added this particular lady to the mix. So I just, it's Wednesday and I figured I'd just be pithy and say it's black woman Wednesday. Mostly just to antagonize Deacon Dave. But, since I had a bunch of black female content creators videos to watch, I just figured I'd dedicate the day to them.
Well, apparently it's some kind of what they call it in your cross, sticking their cross. So they have to spend a lot of time.
Well, the video, the little short that you put in the back definitely adds to it.
Did you play it yet? Did you look at it?
No, not yet. I'll play it right now.
It's only like 2 minutes.
So let's hear it. Let me see. Let me expand it a bit. There we go.
Mars robots at 27. Her name was Anna Howell. While most were still figuring life out, she was at NASA, commanding machines on another planet. Born in 1972, inspired by the Bionic Woman, Ayanna dreamed of robots and aliens. She earned her engineering degree from Brown University in 1993, then got her PhD in electrical engineering from USC in 1999. By 27, she held a senior role at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, helping lead AI systems that guided Mars exploration. But she didn't stop there. She founded her own robotics lab, built climate research robots for Antarctica, launched a tech company to help children with disabilities, and became the first woman to lead the College of Engineering at Ohio State University. She's written over 250 papers, earned 4 patents, won over a dozen awards from MIT, IEE, Forbes, and more. She wasn't the black woman in STEM. She defined the standard. Want to learn how I make videos like this with AI? My 3-day masterclass starts this Friday. Comment invite to join my Discord and sign up. Follow for more because this journey is just beginning. This woman was controlled.
Yeah, you know what, Wale, and I cannot remember her name off the top of my head. I'd have to go back through my notes, but there's a lady who graduated from Spelman, and she got a dual degree in electrical engineering from Georgia Tech. And the last I heard of her, she was teaching in robotics at, I think it's Indiana University. So this is the second black female electrical engineer that I've come across in a couple years. So pretty interesting stuff.
Have you heard of the NASA computer, the first NASA computer? Have you heard of what that is, or heard it described in any fashion or form? Or do you recognize what I'm
well, they called, I know, what was the name of the movie? They called like the math people. There was a group of black women and one woman in particular who,
you know what I'm talking
about. They called her a computer because that's basically what she did. She checked formula and, basically checking orbital equations and stuff. So is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. So when people start talking about what our people don't do, I noticed that they like to go and like, these obsessive people that I mentioned earlier, they like to go into stuff and pick out this and that. And they have their right to do so, since that's what they want to spend their time, energy, and life doing, is picking apart what they can to ridicule colored women. I don't know what their thing is about that, but if that's what they want to do, they're welcome to do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that there's a lot more to our people than what they try to highlight. What they try to highlight, what they want to highlight is the bottom of the shoe and not the top of the shoe. And they could do that, that's their right. I was just pointing out the top of the shoe, that's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tried to try to counterbalance some of the negativity that we encounter in these black spaces.
Hey, I have to do that. Go ahead.
What's wrong with liking colored women? I mean,
okay, that wasn't what his point was. He's basically saying that these manosphere types love to just shit on black women and never highlight. That's his point.
I guess I could.
And we do well, but Wale, I mean, it's not just women. They're the people in these spaces shit on black people. These are black conservatives, and a lot of times they are very. They basically court the white gaze, and they bathe in it. I had a show called the other day, something like bathing in or sunbathing in the white gaze. So that's it happens a lot.
I missed that one, Stanley. I have to go back and watch it.
Well, no, it was just a whole show. I kind of pick funny titles, and every now and again I'll think of something funny to title a show. Like today is meta beef, and someone accused me of having a beef with someone, and my response was, I don't have a problem. I don't have like personal beefs. I find that a total waste of time. I had a meta beef in that, whatever their meta point was, their overall, point of view, I have a problem with, not specifically the person. So, metaphysics, I have a metaphysical beef, which, I just shortened to meta beef. It was funnier. So let's hear what Demetra has to say.
NBC or something like that. And he was having a conversation, and I saw this clip going viral. Now, if you ask me, and we've kind of talked about this a little bit in the last couple of weeks, Trump seems like, I don't know, man, there's something going on, like they accused Joe Biden of having something going on. They're still talking about it, right? They're having all these hearings that are getting ready to see who knew what and when they knew it about Joe Biden and his cognitive, allegedly, right, decline. And so I don't know, I'm not a professional of any kind, but I can kind of see things, and it looks like maybe Trump is having a cognitive decline, because when they say people get older, sometimes they just say stuff, right? And it's not necessarily a lie, it's the truth, but they just kind of say it, and it's like, oh, did I say that? Because when you're younger and you're a little bit more spry, you're like, okay, I'm gonna think it, but I'm not gonna say it. But when people get older, they just kind of say whatever. So let's go ahead and get into what exactly he said. Are y'all ready? Here you go.
But Mr. President, I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying the people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
I want to work with them, and in some cases, we're sending them back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on. but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? These are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to play that again. For those of y'all that might be like, what? I'm going to play it again. Here you go.
But Mr. President, I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying the people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
Hey, Stanley.
Work with them, and in some cases, sending them back to their country.
Yes, sir.
I know they're repeating the same thing again. I've heard it 5 times already. So I'm just, and I just heard it twice on this show. So I'm just saying.
It's the first time I've heard it.
No, I'm saying Trump's speech, and now she's playing it again, the same thing that she played before. That's all I'm saying. It's a repeat at this point. On this particular.
Okay, well, hold on one sec. It's a repeat for you. I've never heard it before.
You just heard Trump say what he's about to say. Continue on it. Let me and just hear Trump say.
For some reason, the content creator that we're watching wants to repeat it.
I got that part, Stanley.
Okay, so what's your point? You stopped the video. You wanted me to stop the video. What's your point?
My point is first of all, Trump is a 32 felony convicted criminal. He had. Oh boy is the truth. I like to still deal with the truth. So if the truth make you say, oh boy, I can dig it. Not only that, had he not won the election, he would be in prison right now because of 34 counts. That's the only reason he had to run for president or something to get them counts off him. Otherwise, he'd be in jail.
Okay, 12th man, let them. Hey, 12th man. We're going to do one mic on this point. Don't overtalk. You'll get your turn.
The guy's a convicted sex predator of some type. I'm not saying pedophile. I'm just saying of some type.
He wasn't convicted. He wasn't convicted. He was found liable. It was a civil.
Okay, I'll go with that. And the worst part to me, this is the most significant part to me, and most people don't even think about it. He frauded a charity. You understand what I'm saying when I say that? That means public.
I do.
A person that'll fraud a charity should never work in public positions because they already showed you where they at. They would fraud a charity, and that's what he did. That's his MO. So I'm just saying, anything that comes out of his mouth, anything that he does, and in his first trial run, he shut the country down twice in his first 4 years. That first time he ran, he shut the country down twice. He showed everybody his MO. And then they said, you know what? Let's do it again. So whatever they get at this point, they asked for it. They knew it was coming. He showed them in the beginning. It's like the frog with the scorpion, and talk about take me across the river, and halfway the scorpion bite the frog, and the frog say, why you do that? He says, it's in my nature. This man has been a con man since he has been in the public period. And so that's his nature. Whatever he does, like now he's ripping off and he's building this and he's doing that. And I expect the country to be in bankruptcy by the time he's done. In the first 6 months, the rating of the United States got lowered. The credit rating was lowered in his first 6 months. He's running the country just like he runs his businesses, straight into the ground. I'm done.
Oh, 12 man, you got a rebuttal?
Well, yeah, because look at all these people like the Hillary Clinton Foundation.
Okay.
Like nobody's been involved in ripping off charities and using them to, make money. All these nonprofits. And it's a big joke, all of it. And I've never heard of 34 felonies with no conviction. I mean, no actual penalty, no fine.
Okay, I'm not sure. Well, hold
time.
on. He avoided the penalty by getting elected president. He is convicted.
Yeah, but no consequences.
Okay, dude, okay, listen to what I said. He avoided the consequences because a sitting president is basically not going to be processed through the justice system. Wale correctly said, had Trump not been elected president, he would be going through the normal process and we would find out what the penalty is. So that he's not suffering the penalty does not mean he doesn't have the crime or the conviction. And as to Hillary Clinton and all that stuff, that's just whataboutism. It's avoiding the actual. Okay, dude, don't interrupt. No. You had your say. Now I'm having mine. Whataboutism is just basically avoiding what the actual point was, and I'm unimpressed. So Hillary Clinton, you know what? Yeah, she's done what she's done. Bill Clinton, Obama, all these people have done what they've done. However, the point was about Trump, not Hillary Clinton.
Right. Well,
so, let's go ahead and continue with the video, shall we?
Back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? These are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
Dude is literally a racist. They do it naturally. Oh man! If Trump isn't someone who believes in race science, I don't think anybody is. They do it naturally. They were designed to do it. They used to say, that about slaves, right?
Yeah,
I'm glad you called. That's exactly what came to my mind, Stan. What you just.
My back is kind of bad. Does that mean I gotta die because my back?
I think Trump's natural ability is to be a massa. He was born to be.
His desire is. That's not his ability. He has no ability like that, but that's his desire. Yes, I agree with that part. That's his earning. He yearns for that. Yeah.
So I just wanted y'all to hear that twice. So basically, and if you saw the look on the lady's face, she was kind of low-key horrified. Like, is this man really going there? Now, of course, to me, he sounded like somebody's grandpa who just had a little bit too much to drink and just kind of saying things that you wouldn't say in mixed company, saying things that you would say behind closed doors, but not when you get to Thanksgiving, you know, in front of everybody, you just say whatever you want, right? That's kind of what I got. But just again, he says that the people that are leaving or being deported, he's going to allow them to come back in once they go back home and learn and go get some schooling. These are his words, schooling, and then come back in here legally, because the end of the day, the farmers are suffering. But they kind of knew that was going to happen, right? Now, he and Tom Homan are going on with this mass deportation thing, right? They're aiming to get 2 million immigrants out of the country by the end of this year, which is what, a couple of months from now, right? Sounds like maybe they're at 2,000, give or take, 200,000 rather, people deported, so they're behind. But Trump's, a lot of his homies own farms and businesses that are attached to farms, right? Where you grow food and you have meat and things like that. And they're like, yo, and this is what he said a couple months ago. They told him, listen, you get a little too heavy-handed, okay? You doing too much, right? You're getting rid of the workforce. We don't have employees to work the fields, and the stuff is going bad. So I'm sure this is where this is coming from, right? So his main concern is about the farmers. Now with that, he's saying, again, these people need to come back because they can't be replaced, right? Then he says the people in the inner city, okay? Who's in the inner city? Or at least who used to be, right? Used to be more Black Americans, right? Black people in the inner cities. So he's talking about us. Not, we won't do it, is what he said. They're not doing it. And they, you know, they won't do it. And I'm trying not to laugh. But then he says the immigrants, they just do it naturally. It's just naturally something that they do. Then, of course, he's having a conversation with somebody about what happens when their backs go bad. He says, well, their backs don't go bad because when their backs go bad, they die. And it's not, I'm not laughing at, I'm just laughing at all of it, right? And even the dude at the end he was talking to was trying to cut him off, right? He was trying to like interrupt. And then, of course, Trump was like, okay, go ahead. So there's a couple of things here, right? Says that they do it naturally. Now, who used to do it naturally? Black Americans used to do it naturally, right? On those things they call plantation, where there was cotton, tobacco, rice, you name it, right? We used to do it naturally. But we stopped doing it once slavery was over, and then we migrated from the South, right? It used to be predominantly us. Then it said that it was poor whites, and then Hispanics largely came in, you know, or whatever, to do the work. Now it says Black Americans likely make up a small minority of crop field. This is today, right? Crop field workers, approximately tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands. Immigrant workers dominate U.S. farm labor, about 70% or roughly 1 million or more, with a significant number, 40 to 42% being undocumented, right? So there's a lot of them that are undocumented. So of course, a lot of them are being sent back. Now, the other thing, it says the shift from a majority, as I was saying, Black agricultural labor force in the early 1900s to a majority immigrant workforce today is the result of historical migration patterns that move Black Americans away from rural field work, persistent low wages, and poor labor protections, making the work unattractive to those with other employment options, and deliberate recruitment of immigrants through legal and informal channels to meet farm labor demand. So basically, in short, it's saying Black Americans ain't showing up for no $2, $3, $4 to be working in no fields all day, right? Our people did it for free for a very long time, and we're not doing it for next to nothing. So they knowingly get immigrants to come over and work the fields, right? But again, Trump was in there kind of heavy-handed doing the most, sending them back. And so his homies are suffering. But as many have said, Trump, I think, has said the quiet part out loud, right? Blacks ain't going to do it. We can't get them to do it. They haven't figured out a way to do it yet, right? So we need to bring in the immigrants back. Now, remember, this was Trump And his administration talking about, oh, we doing this mass deportation. We getting them out of here. And he was doing that. Now all of a sudden he's gonna let them come back in once. Like, what are they going over back home to get? He says get schooling and they're gonna learn. What are they gonna learn? Right? Are they gonna go home and learn English? Like, what exactly are they gonna learn? You're gonna let them come over here legally and then they could work. Now watch this. Watch how fast they're allowed to come over here legally. It's probably gonna be easier than it's ever been before, because the bottom line is his homies that are losing profit and product due to people not working those fields. So I want to see what y'all have to say about this. And I see there's a lot of comments already. So let's see. And welcome to everybody. I just thought that was so funny. Funny in the sense that, yeah, Trump is starting to, he's starting to do some wonky things mentally, in my opinion. And, you know, I don't know everything. All right, so I'm going all the way back up. Give me a moment. Did I say hello to you, Raymond? If not, hello, Lisa too. What's going on? She says, made it home in time for another live. Yes, indeed. Woohoo! Rex, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Cloudness, what is going on with you? Laverne, hope you're having a great day. Says, just finished Phil's podcast. Okay, or broadcast rather, and he'll be on at 7 p.m. tonight at Central Time. So we'll all be watching it then. Sagittarius Goddess, how you doing? And Jamal says, is money laundering? Is who money laundering? Soto, what's going on? He says, when you went way back with the romper room. I know, right? That goes to show you how old I am. Jamal said, it's money laundering. Okay. L, what's up? He says, I think those farmers don't want Black people working for them, and we don't want to work for them. We don't. We're not trying to go and do that. Unless, like I said, I'll go out in the field for $30 an hour. I ain't going to be there all day, though. I'll go out there and pick a little strawberry. And, you know, I ain't picking no cotton. I'll go out there 4 hours, and then you must let me go home, okay? You ain't going to keep me. Anyway, Queen Adia, what's going on with you? Hope you're doing well. Randy C. in the building. Brother Randy says, Huffington Post. Show me the full unedited clip. Actually, it wasn't the Huffington Post. So again, it was CNBC. But I actually saw it on CNBC. This was just easy for me to download from TikTok, but Huffington Post posted it as well. The man said it. Yeah, Tracy, inner city. Yeah, you know who's in the inner city. Yes, Queen Adia, they want cheap labor, and Black people like, you know what? I'm sorry. How you doing? Says, I'm glad 47 figured it out. Okay, Jacoby, what's going on with you? Lucky me, you say he's nuts. And how you doing? Brother Don, what's going on with you? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Tanya, what is up? He says, just weird. Tracy says, the farmers can do some of their own work, or are they too lazy? Yeah, because that's what happened when we migrated from the South to the North. They said poor whites were doing it. Where they at? They can't do it. I'm just saying they used to. And like you said, what happened to the farmers? They too good to pick their own strawberries or whatever it is? I don't know. Sass, how you doing? It says truth is truth.
I don't quite understand where. Well, I don't quite understand where she's going with this. I mean, I think we all understand what, a Donald Trump would think Black jobs are. Needless to say, they aren't being, JPL robotics, or electrical engineers, female Black electrical engineers who are, Ivy League graduates. He probably does expect us to all be down in Mississippi picking watermelons. However, Black people know better. And I don't think there's going to be some, reverse migration back to the land, unless, someone wants to do it. So I don't quite understand where she's going. I don't know that there's some big push to have Blacks do it. Have you all or anybody in the chat heard of Trump requiring? Now, I do recall was it the agriculture secretary basically saying that maybe people who are required to work for their Medicaid, maybe they'll be back on the farms. But I would imagine the majority of Medicaid recipients are white. So
It's
I
actually
don't know.
it's hard to find a good job on a farm or a ranch that includes your room and board. Like I've worked some of those jobs, and I mean, you have to be out there for a long ass time with no sight of civilization.
Okay, no idea where you're going with this. My point is that, I don't think most black people want to go back to the farm. There's a bad history of farm labor and picking cotton or whatever the agricultural product is. So I don't know. I don't know where she's going. Basically, the other thing, speaking of farms, I read a story a couple days ago on this show about some of the farm programs, the farm incentives are going to hurt small farmers, but will benefit the big corporate farm operations. So Donald Trump is just bad for farms in general, white, black, or indifferent. He is where people are getting the idea that MAGA is an actual populist movement and Trump gives a shit about non-billionaires or really rich people. I don't know where they're getting that from. I've seen no evidence other than the tips and the overtime.
Well, I'd seen a report earlier today, Stanley, that said black farms are doing great. So
I'd love to see that report. Can you find it? Because I don't think that's actually the case unless they're big agribusiness type operations. And while you're finding that bit of good news, let me play our friend, Professor Black Truth.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Roly-poly is an excellent avatar for the quintessential bootlick, as well as for poor eating habits, lack of exercise, fashion sense with no common sense, but most of all, he's the avatar for the self-serving, self-interested enemy within. When he uses the term black, to him, that's just a pathetic branding term. He uses it the same way that these black celebrities do, only in regards to himself personally. So when he says to support black media, he ain't talking about black media, he's talking about him. Black interests are not the interests of the DNC any more than they're the interests of the RNC. Black people didn't create either political party. We don't control them, and they damn sure don't operate in our interest. Remember, that's what I told you that the definition of black media is. A media is defined by who owns it, who controls it, and whose interest it operates in. All three of those must be aligned, or they're not black media at all. Both the DNC and the RNC have had black chairmen, and even then, neither one of them ever operated in our interest. It makes no sense for us to cheerlead for a DNC or RNC agenda any more than it would for us to cheerlead for MSNBC or Fox News. None of them are presenting our demands, and that makes them the opposition. It's like Byron Allen. When the A-Dunce clowns thought that they were going to get some kind of come up by palling around with him and signal boosting his self-serving lawsuits against these white media corporations, Byron Allen was saying the word black a lot back then. In fact, he says it only whenever he's got a new lawsuit that he's pressing. He has a white wife and has done everything he can to separate himself from actual contact with the black community, but he likes to make money off the community by presenting himself as a supplier of quote-unquote black content. But that's just something for him to peddle, and he demands that when these white companies carry whatever it is that he's trying to sell today, this has made Byron Allen very rich. Though predictably, it's done nothing for anyone else except for him because it was never meant to do anything for anyone else but him. He's a wealthy man who doesn't use any of that money to leverage anything for black people. He makes no demands of white power for the black community. The only demands he ever makes are for himself, full stop. And roly-poly draws from the same well, or rather the same cesspool. When he tells you that not voting for the Democrats is stupid, he's flying in the face of what white Democrats say.
If you want to pull
the party, the major party that is closest to the way you're thinking, to what you're thinking. You must show them that you're capable of not voting for them. If you don't show them you're capable of not voting for them, they don't have to listen to you. I promise you that. I worked within the Democratic Party. I didn't listen or have to listen to anything on the left while I was working in the Democratic Party because the left had nowhere to go.
See? The very white Democrats that Rowley sucks up to and wishes that he could be on a panel with, they know how politics actually works, but then again, so does he. When it comes to demands of any sort, there simply must be some kind of or else behind it. That's an absolute requisite. A demand is not merely an aggressive request. It must be understood to be just short of a threat. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. Though, as Louis Farrakhan added to that, power won't even concede to a demand if it appears to come from a constituency with no force. So no, Rowley is intentionally misleading you if he pretends to be supporting black demands, but never makes it a point to tell the Democrats what the consequences will be for them if they don't do what we say. All he does is tell you what the consequences are going to be for you if you don't do what he says. His job is to present white power's demands to you and then get you to meekly obey. And that's because Rowley is still trying to become a consultant to the DNC. I think he gave up on the idea that he's ever going to get himself a cable news job, though that hope burns eternal for some reason. But that's what he really wants. He's trying to get to DC one way or the other. I outlined the cable news to White House communications office grift that people like Simone Mamie Sanders and Karine Stank-Pierre run, as well as some others. These are examples of bootlicks who got on camera and denied all the crap that Biden did against us while campaigning for president. And why does she do it? So that these people could get themselves a job working in the White House and then use that to burnish their own resumes and parlay that into some sort of cable news gig or get themselves some sort of consulting job with a corporation or become some sort of half-brained lobbyist. It's all clout chasing, plain and simple. And at no point have they ever admitted to what they did or bring any attention to the harm that black people suffered from policies like the ones that Biden pushed. You haven't heard Mamie Sanders say a word about mass incarceration of black people since she left the White House, have you? In fact, she didn't say anything about it when she was there, and she's not going to. One, she ain't because she doesn't give a rip about black people, and two, she knows that people will throw her own shameless defense of the 94 crime bill in her face if she tried. And Karine Stank-Pierre has only reared her ugly head to try to pimp some book she's trying to write. This is what these shills do. Rowley would love to sniff Joe Biden's musty, dusty drawers just for a chance to get a White House gig. That's why you constantly see this creep whining about how important it is to support quote-unquote black media. That's what he says. Now, as the real black media and not fake bootlick media, we understand that simply having some black face out front isn't enough to qualify as black media. That's the lesson that we should have taken away from Richelieu Dennis and the whole Essence fiasco. Black owned means absolutely nothing without it also being black interested too. Tethers, bootlick shills, and self-serving social climbers are not in our interest. Now that brings us to the subject of this morning's briefing. The Sunday address covered the important speech delivered by North Carolina State Representative Carol Cunningham. She spoke up for her lineage and spoke out against how immigration has been weaponized against our people. But do you know the one thing that she didn't mention? Reparations. She didn't say a word about it. Now, before you go getting bent out of shape, calm down. Pressing our demands for tangibles is important, but there's also other things that are just as legitimate to bring to the forefront of the political discourse as well. Representative Cunningham was making a legitimate demand, and she was being very focused on one thing because that's what you do when you're trying to bring attention to something. She was using her platform to forward a policy that would be in her people's interest, and she didn't care that Democrats didn't like it. That's why they were so angry with her. She's supposed to be a rubber stamp for whatever it is they tell her to do. But she focused on a subject and she used that opportunity the right way. She used it to press a demand. And we got a number of them. An anti-black hate crime law punishing the police, ending the gentrification of our neighborhoods and the places that we live. We got a number of interests. Reparations is the forefront, but it's not the only one. Be they on the political left or right, a black politician is never supposed to advocate for black people. Everybody understands that. Their job is to lend the moral legitimacy of our history and our struggle to whatever pet issue of the white left is today, or in the case of Tim Scott or David Clark, to shamelessly lie and do the same for some blatantly anti-black policy from the white right. See, Representative Cunningham exercised political maturity. When she saw a policy that was harming her people's interests, she spoke up and fought it. She made a concrete demand: stop immigration and to remove the racist foreigners who have been undermining us economically and politically, and in many cases harming Black Americans physically. No more using foreigners to do white supremacy's dirty work. And you can tell that her demand was substantive because of how angry people got about it. See, if you're actually making a demand that matters, it's going to make people uncomfortable because it's going to threaten to change things. The people you see who whine about how they want us to stop advocating for reparations because it quote unquote ain't going to happen, these are also the same people who never advocate anything for Black people. The first question you're supposed to ask these fools is, what are they advocating for Black people? They're against reparations? Well, what the hell are they for? Are they advocating against immigration? Are they advocating for an anti-Black hate crime bill specifically for us? Are they advocating for Black people to have ready and immediate access to funding for our businesses like everybody else gets? Have you seen any of these do-nothing nobodies whining against reparation actually taking a stand on anything for us? Or do you just see them saying, stop talking about reparations? See, what they're really saying is, don't make any demands at all. They're not trying to advance Black people's interest. Morons like A. Dummy, this clown, he wants a job from White Daddy. He wants a TV show. He wants a job writing a column or something, or better yet, just shining white massa shoes. Anything he can get. So this Black conservative clown, he's no different than the roly-polies of the world. He denies racism because that's his hustle, that's his grift. Sure, the specific talking points he uses may be different in form than roly-poly, but the intent behind it is exactly the same: to use Black people as a way to finesse something for himself from white power. Do not listen to anyone unless they're making demands of white power. The job of these shills, be they Democrat or Republican, is to get you to stop making demands and to just mindlessly obey. The Rollies, the A. Dummies, the Byron Allens, all of them have the same thing in common. They are non-threatening to white power. In fact, they all want something from white power. And their job is to tell you that basically everything will be just fine if you just do what they say, but stop making demands. Because they make no demands of white power, at least none for us, and they want to stop you from doing it either. So they try to distract attention from the demands that you should be making, like Rolly does, or they just say we shouldn't be making any demands at all, like A. Dummy does. There is no era of American history where white power or its Black surrogates has ever supported or championed Black people making demands of any sort. So when you hear some clown telling you the old Black people need to stop begging white power for this or that, or what about Black on Black crime, or we's our own worst enemies, you know, ask that creep what issue for Black people has he ever been an advocate for. Ask them to name one issue that white power has opposed, that Black people have been in favor of, that this shill has also supported. Ask them if that issue ever came to pass. Ask them if it ever happened. Or are we still fighting for this issue to the very day? See, they can't deny the lack of progress. So instead they do the old, well, it's better for us now than it's been in the past. I've already broken down that lie for you. They've been saying that mess since slavery. You look around today and they say, well, things are better today than they were in the 80s when Reagan was president. You go to the 80s, they say, well, things are better than they were in the 60s. You go to the 60s, they say, well, things were better than they were in the 30s. You go to the 30s, they say, well, things were better than they were during the racial massacres of the turn of the 20th century. You go to the turn of the 20th century, things are better than they were after the end of Reconstruction. And you go to Reconstruction and they say things are better than they were during slavery. They just keep running that same old game over and over again, just like with the elections. Well, we got demands to make. Y'all can't be making no demands. We got to win this election first. Then as soon as they win the election, well, you know, we got to get reelected. And then when they get reelected, well, we got to hold on to the White House now. They just put you on that treadmill to nowhere. That's the entire point. When someone tries to tell you that reparations doesn't matter because it won't change our condition, you make sure to ask them, if reparations is so unimportant and so irrelevant, why are people fighting so hard against it? You don't fight against something that has no relevance or importance. You fight against something that's a threat to you. When they try to claim that, well, it's unpopular though, so what? There is literally nothing that we have ever demanded, nothing that has ever been proposed for us that has not been overwhelmingly unpopular. Ending chattel slavery was blatantly unpopular. That's what led to the Civil War. Black people fighting for the right to vote, that was overwhelmingly unpopular. That led to the creation of the KKK. Civil rights, boycotts, the marches and demonstrations of the 50s and 60s were all completely and thoroughly unpopular. And there's tons of polls from that era which documented that fact. A consistent 70+% of the American population hated the mere fact that Black people were simply standing around saying we're being mistreated. That's all demonstrations are. There is nothing and no time in the history of this country that has ever seen anything beneficial for us be popular. And yet, the only reason these Black conservatives are not in chains, the only reason these fools have the ability to vote for some GOP shill and are even able to walk around without lynch mobs in the streets is precisely because Black people made demands that were unpopular, the kind of demands that these spineless jellyfish never make. The polling on Black issues doesn't prove that our demands are wrong. It simply proves that this sick racist society has gotten fat and comfortable off of our suffering and that this must stop. For 500 years, throughout every era of American history, there has always been some Negroes who have been eager to say that white power isn't a problem for us and Black people need to stop making demands. They even did it during slavery. As Harriet Tubman pointed out, she could have freed 1,000 more Black people if only she could have convinced them that they were slaves. So you had empty-headed Negroes who were advocating against Black freedom. They were advocating against Black rights during Jim Crow, during the Civil Rights struggle, post-Civil Rights, and this era is no different. Some clown who gets in front of a camera or a microphone and claims that they're successful and that Black people shouldn't be making any demands, that's nothing new at all. In fact, I'm a Negro who pulled myself up by my bootstraps, that is literally the oldest finesse in America. Every 2-bit bootlick since 1619 has run that scam. In fact, a lot of them, they're not successful at all until they get in front of the cameras or in front of a microphone and say, look, white daddy, I'm willing to say there ain't no racism. That's when they finally get some money. There's a lot of Negroes who figured out a long time ago that there's a ready torrent of money that white power will throw at some empty-headed Negro who says ain't no racism. A lot of them figured that one out. Shills are terrified of Black empowerment because they know that we're not going to feed them. And A. Dunce is just as fat and morbidly obese as roly-poly, so both these fools don't need anyone to feed them as it is. Gluttony is supposed to be a sin, as is being stupid. Our job as the Black media, as I've told you for the past 17 years, is to take control of the discourse within the Black community and to elevate the debate. And a key part of elevating the debate is to challenge things that matter. And nothing matters more than our power. That is our tangibles, so that we control the resources we need. And our internal politics, which ranges from safety from anti-Black violence to being able to promote and pursue policies that empower us without having white power funding bootlicks and shills who will claim to represent us, when in reality they're attacking us. Just look at what happened in California during the reparations fight out there. You had those Black bootlicks in the legislature who showed their true colors. They put aside any pretense that they were not on team white supremacy. They were openly mocking and disrespecting their own Black constituents to their faces. Hell, even the racist reprobates on the right never had the nerve to try that one. What we are seeing, what's going on in California, is that California has long been ground zero for the national efforts to attack the mere existence of Black Americans. And now you got some Black folks out there who are finally fighting back. Everyone else has been occasional part-time commentators or collaborators in our oppression, and it's way past time we started saying it. Black Americans are and have always been the largest number of hate crimes victims in the U.S. Nobody else even comes close. And yet all it took was a few complaints from some Asian businesses about how they felt like they weren't getting enough foot traffic to their stores, and the Biden administration was tripping over its shoelaces to write a law for them. Remember, the hashtag Stop Asian Hate didn't start in reaction to acts of violence during COVID. Its origins took place in response to people saying they didn't want to eat at Asian restaurants. But at the same time that we had that hysteria about coast-to-coast anti-Asian hate crimes, when you look at the FBI's own stats, you see that Black people were and continue to be the largest victim of actual hate crimes, numerically and percentage-wise. But you wouldn't know it by what the roly-polies and others were saying. Be they on the left or the right, these Negro shills weren't talking about that at all. And you talk about introducing an anti-Black hate crime law, these guys, as far as they're concerned, they want to change the subject. And when you look at how the so-called black politicians attack the reparations activists in California, you see that this is the Black Legislative Caucus showing exactly what their job is: run interference for the enemy. So the real lesson of Representative Cunningham's bold speech was more than that she took a stand against the Democrat establishment. It was that she made a demand, a real one. And on a side note, notice how your black conservatives don't go on a jihad about how immigration has hurt black people. Sure, they'll mention it in passing, but they only do it in the same mamby-pamby milquetoast terms that the white right does. All they're doing is they're trying to put a black spin, I put black in quotes, on the same old pathetic boilerplate statements and rhetoric that you hear on Fox News. But at no point do they actually make a connection between harms done to black people by the policy of immigration and any sort of reparation for it. You don't see them making demands about that on behalf of black people. After all, if white power isn't holding us back and isn't undermining us, and if we are our own worst enemies, then they know it would make them out to be liars if they suddenly started claiming that immigration was hurting us and that we require some sort of reparation for it. Because the right-wing bootlick's entire shtick is that the only thing holding black people back are the policies of the Democrats. Immigration has been a policy, and it proves that there have been and still are policies that specifically harm black people. And that being the case, when your black conservatives acknowledge that immigration policy harms black people, but then deny that any other policy does, then they're revealing themselves to be liars and bootlicks. So my advice to you, family, is learn to make a demand, and don't make a modest one. Everyone else shows up and demands as much as they can get. We're the only ones being all bashful about it. Time for that to change. The lesson from Representative Cunningham is to get in someone's face, make demands, and do it publicly. One of the main reasons that people think that they can dismiss our demands is because we're not making it a point to put it in their faces. You don't make demands quietly or meekly. You do it boldly. You do it in a way that confronts them and provokes them. Getting what you need isn't about being popular. It's about being persistent. The things we've accomplished has never been because we were nice or didn't step on any toes. In fact, we did it by doing exactly the opposite. From forcing the end of slavery to the 2020 uprisings that resulted in the thugs in blue finally starting to be punished, we brought about change by getting in people's faces, presenting demands that they hated, ignoring their opposition, dismissing their complaints about us, and standing on their heads until they relent. The lesson you're supposed to take away from that is become comfortable with making other people uncomfortable. And if they have the nerve to ask why we're being so hostile and uncompromising, you tell them, because that's the only kind of language you understand. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a...
Interesting. Wale, why don't you go ahead and develop this thought? Because my response is, aren't we doing that now? At least not all of us, but some of us already are.
That's true. However, I just sat through 30 minutes of this guy doing just what I said. Hold on a minute. I have to read it. Cussing and demeaning one another. He just spent that half an hour doing that.
Okay. Well, when was a time that we were not doing that? I mean,
is that a real question?
Yes, it's a very real question.
Okay, I have no answer for that question.
Okay, well, because there is no answer. There never has been a time that, people, as a demographic, and pick a demographic, it's not just black people or white people. Any large group of people are going to factionalize.
Dude, any large group of people clean their neighborhood. Any large group of people.
Okay, well, the types of okay, well, your group, what you call a large group, that already happens in neighborhoods. Not all neighborhoods, but it does happen in some neighborhoods.
I'm just saying, Stanley, that if you're gonna spread it out like you just spreaded it out, let's spread it out.
Okay, Wale, let me just let you know where I'm coming from.
Oh, beautiful.
This Pollyanna hippy dippy stuff, that's exactly what it is. Okay. I'm a pragmatist, not necessarily a dreamer. And you can pick any point in time and pick a large demographic group. And demographic groups are generally bigger than individual neighborhoods. People naturally factionalize. Okay, you will say, hey, we all need to clean our neighborhood one way, and another group in the neighborhood's going to want to clean it another way. What I'm trying to say is that we, as a Black demographic in America, the ones with deep American roots or deep American history, there is no one one way of being Black. We are not a monolith. We are a bunch of Black communities with similar heritages and origins. We are not all going to think the same way. And I think it's a nice dream, but I don't think it's reality. It never has been.
Okay.
So your turn.
Well, first of all, I'm not in that reality at all. I am not Black. My skin is brown. Black is
well. See, we're already factionalizing.
You hadn't let me finish what I'm saying. It's cool, man. I'm done. If you good like that, I'm good like that.
Okay. Well, you have my opinion. And people who want to agree with it, I encourage people to get out and make a difference. But some of us already have made differences. Some of us have done it for quite some time. I am more than willing to make sure my house is in order. And I am more than willing to let other people get their houses in order without me putting my nose in their business.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. We have no problem. I have no problem. You have no problem. We have no problem. I see a lot of things that the guy said he does. That's my lane. That's what I do. It's no problem, though. I don't have to argue with people about what I do. I just simply do what I do. It's cool.
Perfect. Well, you and I are in agreement on that. And as part of this I'm not Black either bullshit, you do realize that nobody is actually saying people are like Black on the color chart.
What are you saying? Well, what are you saying? So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that Black is kind of like a maybe a hyperbolic description. You know, we have white people, we have Black people. Well, the whites aren't white either. It is basically the racial description. If I said racialized Black, would you feel better if I said racialized Black?
I would feel better.
You know, I've been called
okay. Hold on one sec, 12 man.
I would be happy or whatever you ask when people speak truth. That's what I'm into. Truth.
What is the truth, Wale?
We are brown people.
Yeah. Okay. So now, in any case, when you get
ready, I'll ask you a question. This is the question. You say we are not really Black, and we all know that, and so you recognize the truth. Okay, now I'm gonna go into the next thing. When you say Black, do you recognize how the law responds to Black in a corporate environment? According to the law, Black means no standing in law under fellow de se. You understand? That's a legal.
No idea what that means. How about put it in actual 2025 English?
Okay, hold on a minute. I took a screenshot of it, so I don't have to keep it.
Okay. Basically, and you've got an echo, Wale.
Oh, sorry.
Look, we take a lot of shorthands. A lot of when you start talking race in America, there are a lot of things if you just want to drill down and tell the quote truth. Most the race doesn't even exist, yet it does exist. So there are a lot of things that may not be truth, but they wind up being true conceptually. And, no one has the time on a day-to-day basis to dot every I and cross every T. So when I say black, I mean the traditional way of what black means. It is a racial term. It is a legacy racial term, and it can be a descriptive. A lot of what black means is, you have an African heritage. What is it, 12th man?
Well, it's not that important. Carry on, sir.
Okay. So, and by the way, as far as Professor Black Truth, sometimes I agree with what he says. I tend to find him extremely funny. So, sometimes he says things in a way that are provocative. That's one of the reasons I like listening to him. I by no means think that he is a prescription or prescriptive.
Well, I remembered what it was now, Stanley. Like, you remember the 1964 Harlem riot? Like,
no, I wasn't there.
Well, you know about them, right? And
vaguely, yes.
And basically, they traded in their white KKK robes in for blue uniform. And man, they beat the hell out of black people over killing that 15-year-old kid. And they had to call in the National Guard. They're like, calling in the National Guard isn't unprecedented. It's been done over and over again, and a lot of it against black community. Like I've been studying this stuff lately. And
are you just starting in the 60s?
Well, it goes way before that. We both know that.
You mean it goes like a couple centuries?
Yeah, there were, lots of things, but it continued up into the century. Like, but then you get Antifa involved, and suddenly it's a bunch of white people kind of overtaking the blacks and their message that they've had for a long time, right?
I have no idea what you're getting at. Where does Antifa come into this?
Well, it comes in because of the Black Lives Matter movement and all that.
Okay, what does Antifa have to do with Black Lives Matter other than they were there rioting?
You don't know?
No.
Well, they have a lot to do with it.
Okay, well, explain.
It was that these white liberals
so Antifa. You're saying Antifa is a white liberal movement?
More or less.
Okay, you can go ahead and stop there. You might want to go back to your homework.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with a bunch of white people.
Well, no, I think the problem with a bunch of white people is they want to talk about shit they don't necessarily know. Be Brave is one of them. You thinking Antifa is a white liberal organization is another.
Well, they might be all kind of mixed up. Now they're trans-Tifa, and they're like trannies who want to be an anarchist.
Okay, I think you might be mixed up as to, you probably think DSA is a white liberal movement too, right?
I'm not sure about DSA.
Okay, well, you're not sure about what Antifa is either.
Oh, yes,
I would never call Antifa a liberal movement.
Why not? They only
Because
go
it's not a liberal movement.
Yeah, they're assaulting ICE officers and
okay. So liberals attack ICE officers?
Oh yeah, indeed.
Okay, 12th man. Like I said, the problem with a lot of white people is they just base a lot of dude. I don't learn from fucking videos. If I want to learn something, I actually go to a book or some trusted source. Maybe a video might follow up or put some icing on the cake, but my primary source of knowledge is not YouTube videos.
Well, mine either.
Well, you said video, so you said you saw a video, so I had to follow up. I just assumed.
Yeah, they're throwing themselves on top of federal vehicles and getting run over by ICE agents.
Well, Clarice, I agree with this. Now, if you say the left, yeah, that would be, it's kind of a catch-all phrase for anybody who's left of center. But Antifa, even democratic socialists are closer to what liberal might be, which generally liberal to me means more centrist Democrat or normie Democrat. DSA or to the left of that. Antifa comes in all kinds of varieties, but they tend to be left anarchist, or as Clara says, more communist than anything. Where you're saying they're liberal, I just don't get that. That's just, to me, that's misinformation.
That's because you're an old school Democrat, Stanley.
No, it's because I know a little bit about American politics, and I'm not willing just to say everything left of center is communist. Not everybody on the left is a liberal. That's really my point.
I noticed a lot of anti-ICE protests have been calmed down.
Okay, let me go back. Let's address what I said. Not everybody on the left is a liberal. Antifa would be one of those people or one of those groups on the left that I don't consider, and I don't know that anybody would consider liberal.
Funded by
they're far left, are they not?
Oh yeah, they're pretty far left.
Okay, so why would you call them liberal?
Well, liberal has changed from when you were a young man.
No, liberal has not changed like that. Antifa is not liberal. As a matter of fact, they just as soon fight a liberal as they would a person on the right. Like the people that are to the left of DSA, and probably a lot of DSA points, a lot of DSA people, they hate liberals just as much as they do conservatives.
I don't know much about them, Stan.
Well, that is my point. A lot of this slang that MAGA people want to throw around is just misinformation.
Antifa isn't a slang; it's a actual group, and then there's a lot of trans.
Okay, dude, you are literally talking to someone who practically reads about politics every day. Okay, I am not going to fall into the trap of thinking anything left of center is communist or Antifa or extreme or anything like that. There are Joe Bidens in the world, and he is not Antifa.
Well, they're the ones waving Palestinian and Mexican flags.
No, they aren't necessarily. Not necessarily.
Arrest all those
Okay,
motherfuckers.
again, a lot of drunken MAGA people just fucking spout shit and expect people not to push back. I'm not one of those people. I will literally push back against drunken misinformation and laugh when I do it.
This country and wave
Okay, you've moved the goalpost. Now we're talking immigration. So let's get to this video, and this is sure to please Deacon Dave. This is the threat of exceptional and desirable Black women promotion, which is so. Let's have a look, Dave. This one's for you.
I could
to a couple of clips from the interview Keke Palmer had with Alandria and Shelley from Love Island season 7, and also talk about some of the online discourse happening about them in general. And if you're interested in my overall opinion on Love Island, be sure to check out the live stream review I did last week. I also just dropped an exclusive video about Nick Alandria and the hate that they've been getting, and that video is available for Neptunian members and patrons. So if you're interested in watching, the links to join are in the description box. Now, first, let me say kudos to Keke for platforming Alandria and Shelley and just giving them a safe space after being bullied all over the internet by the racist audience of Love Island, including being targeted by big mainstream brands. The response to these women has just been ridiculous. And what Keke did is exactly what Black women are supposed to do for each other.
By the way, does anybody on the panel or in the audience watch Love Island? I know it's a reality show. I've never watched it. Anything? Does anybody watch it? Okay. Well, let's see. How long is this video? It's 27 minutes. I'll watch it, and if it starts getting like ridiculous, I'll switch it out, but it sounds interesting. The threat of exceptional and desirable Black women. I'm not sure either of these two or three, for that matter, fit the description, including Keke Palmer.
Especially after experiencing that.
I've heard too much about Keke Palmer enough to think, well, being good looking just isn't enough in her case.
Kind of harassment. So even though I don't like some of the things that Keke says and does, I do appreciate her for using her celebrity and her platform to humanize Alandria and Shelley and allowing them to tell their side of the story on her podcast. Now, with that said, I would have preferred a longer interview or maybe even separate interviews for both Alandria and Shelley so we could get more personalized, in-depth questions. But there are still parts of the interview that I think are worth discussing. So let's get into the first clip.
How often did you feel like you had to tone down, as a Black woman on a TV show or just being a minority or however we want to put it? It's like if I just sang a peep or something, it's now
taken out of context.
Taken out of context.
And I'm a bad guy. And I'm a mean girl. Like it's very exhausting to say the least. I truly feel like me and Shelley have to tone down a lot.
Exactly.
To not cross over that boundary because a person that looks the opposite of us, as soon as they get emotional, it's like, oh, we're gonna cater to this person. Like, bro, what about us? Like, I don't understand.
There have been multiple seasons. I mean, and even this season included, where we've seen people cuss people full out.
Exactly, yeah. But let me and her move like that.
Just because I'm saying something sternly, it doesn't mean you need to be afraid of me.
Exactly.
That's rooted in something that's anti-Black.
Yeah.
And so it becomes an issue because now I don't know how to exist in who I am because I can't take my skin off. That's what's scaring you.
Yeah, that's all it is.
You know what I mean?
If it was somebody else to look like us and acted like whatever, they wouldn't be getting as much backlash at all.
What do we say to that? And how do we, like, the next generation of young women that are going to be Black women that are going to be, or even just multiracial or just non-white, what do you say how they can prepare themselves to be on shows like this?
I
and
don't know
to
if there's a
exist
way
in the
to
truth?
prepare.
Honestly, all I can say is just be yourself.
Yeah.
Because you can't even, like, no matter how much you try to have a certain narrative or portray a certain narrative, whatever is put out there is out of your hands, Stick to who you are, have confidence in yourself, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. That's it.
I couldn't agree more, because at the end of the day, it ends up being like you can't win for losing. So just be yourself, because in 1 minute, Alandria's too stoic. Then you step in old boy's ass real quick and she's doing too much.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
wait a damn minute.
I can't win for
I like that Kiki asked this question because we all know that if Alandria and Shelly behaved like Huda or even Amaya, they would have never gotten as far as they did on the show. And to be honest, I don't think it's in Alandria or Shelly's character to behave like Huda or Amaya, because from what we've seen, they are both naturally very reserved and very graceful most of the time. That doesn't seem fake to me. It doesn't seem like an act. So I think when they said they had to tone it down, they were likely talking about having to tone down their natural human reactions to disrespect. Because if it's true that Huda was throwing
Yeah, okay. I don't know that I find any of this that relatable. So let's see what else we got here. Because I've never watched it. So let's see what this says. PBS Books. You know what? I'm not sure about that. I know there are news you can watch. All right, let's see here. This is what happens when I go through all my Black woman material, and I hadn't planned on going through all of it so quickly. Oh wait, this is interesting. Let's watch this. See, what is this? Watch later? No, that's history. Let's see here. This looked interesting. Get rid of that. And then we'll do this. This has at least an interesting title. Why do some Black people feel like white is
home,
right?
Y'all. It is Native Land's
And,
mini pod that drops every week.
This is definitely dedicated to Deacon Dave and Clue and some others. Why do some Black people feel like white is right?
Many pods.
What are you going to do for our 100th
He does
episode?
that all the time. He's disruptive. He likes being
What is
disruptive.
going to happen for our 100th episode? We're 10 away.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Did the white is right bring you up, Dave? It brought you out from the bushes.
I was hoping this is just the grand finale. I was willing to come up and do it in person.
Oh, okay.
You were down to your last now and later.
Oh yeah, I'm chewing jelly beans here. I don't know. This sounded like an. I'm not really a fan of this cast. I do like, let's be honest. I like looking at Tiffany Cross and Angela Rye, Andrew Gillum. I think him pretending to be normal is mildly, well, it's a curiosity. I guess he's still married, but anyway, I'm
Married
curious
to
to
what,
know.
or who?
Andrew Gillum, isn't he married? Or was?
Well, I don't know this guy. I mean, I figured you're sitting up here having a tabletop conversation online with these two lovely liberal sisters. You probably
No, this
are
is
in
a
the
regular.
accepted category.
This is a regular podcast.
Yeah. Funny. What's up, Wale? What's going on? Your brother must be busy.
Oh, he might be. Maybe you can help Wale out. I'm trying to figure out this make things yourself. Make what exactly?
It may be tough for you to, because you do like to understand somebody else's argument better than they do. So it may be tough for you to listen to somebody parse it out.
Well, I mean, make what? I just assume you mean make a life or make a way, or, I assume you don't mean like go and manufacture cars or something like that.
I'm not sure what we're talking about here.
Oh, you were asking Wale, you called him Sensei.
No, I was talking to you. I wanted you to explain if you could, if not, maybe I should know already.
Well, explain what?
We're black. Slick Rick asked the question.
I didn't see the question.
Yeah, we're blacks here, or
no, I don't think so.
Over by a boat.
Ghetto Point of View and I had this back and forth. He was in the chat. He never did come up to talk about it. He is supposed to talk to me or email me at some point about doing some sort of show, maybe on the topic. No. Back in the day, was it Duhomey? There was, legend has it, a couple attempts to cross the Atlantic to just see what's out there. I talked about Born in Blackness. You remember me talking about that book? And there are a ton of other books that will talk about it, books about African history. But, these people, 1,000 canoes or something like that, packed out for a long sea voyage. In the first attempt, and Wale may know it off the top of his head, I don't.
Yeah, I'm back.
But the first attempt to go from from Africa, just heading west, it failed. The second attempt, these people left and were never heard from again. So no one really knows what happened. And then the what are the stone statues somewhere in South America, that have Negroid features, and people basically base these features on these stone totems as evidence. It's kind of like the anchor point for thinking that Africans were here or are native to the Americas. And I'm not willing to say that that blacks are native to anything other than Africa. Africans, people will say it's the Moors, or somebody saying that Africans or people with African features, people, there were no slaves. Okay. The first Africans were not brought over on ships. There were Africans already here, and some say predate the what we call the Aboriginal Americans or Native Americans. I have never heard of any actual hard evidence other than some stone totems with African or Negroid features. So if the question is whether there were Moors in America before anybody, or some other African group, my answer is I don't know. There's no evidence of it. And a few stone statues just don't do it for me, or anybody else for that matter.
Yeah, and who's to say that those are only African features?
I heard you say you had a question for Wale. I think this Dave.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just guessing at the voice, trying to recognize people. But I heard you. Seemed like I heard you say that. I was out in the yard tending my planting right now, but I think I heard you say you had a question for Wale, so I was just attempting to accommodate you.
Yeah, I was saying hello. How you doing? And
hey.
And the question on the table was, I want to say we're blacks here, and not necessarily Africans before the ships came. And
okay.
And Stanley, he cleared it up a little bit, but I would like your opinion.
Oh, my perspective goes like this, because I try not to have opinions, or at least speak them out. My perspective goes like this. First of all, I'm not black. If you've been listening, I tell everybody that. I'll put on the camera if you need help. I am brown. And black means no standing in law and without nationhood. So I'm not in that condition. So I don't cop to that definition, or that whatever y'all use it for. Secondly, I would say this: take out a full map of the planet. I'm just saying to you, to satisfy yourself. Take out a full map of the planet. Go from anywhere you want to start. It don't matter. You can start here. Where are you now? In New York or somewhere? It doesn't matter. I'm just saying. But anyway.
No, I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, but just go from on the map and hit Papua New Guinea and make them show you who lives there. Them colored people that live there. Because I'm colored. I'm not black. I mean, on my birth certificate, it reads colored people. I'm colored. And I see colored people in Papua New Guinea. I see colored people in Australia. I see colored people in what's the name of that joint? The Philippines. I see colored people in this other place. Melanesia. I see colored people in what's this other? It's another place. The Tasmania. They almost genocide the entire Tasmania. And then I see colored people all throughout South America, and actually in North America. And then I see colored people all throughout Africa and all that. And I see colored people in India, because you could do that too, do the research. You'll see colored people in India. And matter of fact, the CD of India, they call CD. The CD just came out and say, hold on a minute, they African. They say they African now. That just came out as an announcement this past 1 or 2 weeks. I just saw it as, information. I don't know when it came out, but I just saw it in the past one. So when you look at it, people, what they're trying to do is limit us to Africa. I say no. That's what I'm saying. Thing. I'm saying, so when you say, oh, he African, we used to say they Negroid, and everybody was cool with that. Okay, we could do Negroid, no problem. That's no landmass, no beginning, no genesis or nothing. It just says a feature describing a feature, right? And we good. Okay, we can live with that. Negroid. All right. Then they start saying, well, it's African. Wait a minute. That's a problem. That means that and then I asked the people, the same people that have that kind of perspective or opinion. I say, so what about the people in Papua New Guinea? Are they African? Oh, no, they just, see, but they Negroid. Just like them Olmec heads you're talking about are Negroid.
Olmecs, yeah.
Just like that, yeah, I know. Just like the thing he was talking about, he was talking about Abu Bakr had told that story about people coming from Africa, and they hundreds of ships and all that garbage. And they've never reported back. Okay, fine. I don't know what happened after that. That's the rest. That's all that story tells. But I know the story as we tell it from this side. I don't know about from their side. I know about from this side how we tell the story. And when I look at all these different places that I see Negroid people, I don't believe that we have to come from slavery and be, hey, as a matter of fact, the first people that the cracker enslaved in America were what they call the locals, which means the aboriginals, which means us. So then they say, well, wait a minute, these people are not really good with this because they know the lay of the land, they run away, they fight back. You go check it. And so they thought about bringing in these Africans as dispensable product. They say, okay, we bring them in and they don't know the land, see? So we could use a few of them, no problem. And then after a while in the 1800s, they decided all these legal changes. Oh, well, we're going to make everybody a slave. Go look at it, because most of this stuff was done in Virginia, which is where George Washington was born and raised, in Virginia. So most of this, that's governmental structure and stuff with the laws and all that stuff was done in Virginia. And they decided, they say in one of them laws back there, 17 something, I forget what the number of the law, I got it somewhere. You can look it up yourself. They said, in Virginia, in that state, if they find any Indian, which is what they were calling niggas at the time, any Indian, any black, which is what they were calling the Africans at that time, and any mulatto, they are saying they are going to make them slaves. They don't care what they say or who they made out to or what they thinking they doing or what their relationship to the land or something. The crackers say this particular state right here, the boundaries they put on it, this is their rules and that's how they going to play the game. So if you're coming in, know that's how they playing it. And that's called a colony, right? So a lot of people left the land. They just say, hey, screw this, I'll leave this land and go to some other land and chill out because they didn't want to do the fight. They probably weren't ready for that fight. So they just chilled out and moved outside of the place. Do you recognize that all of America was not enslaved? Only certain states, no more than half of them, and that wasn't even all of them. I'm just saying, so you can get a full scope about what's really going on. And now they're sending us a story about this like they did about George Washington. You know, la-di-da. The whole thing is a big narration. They pulled out of their butt cheeks like Trump be pulling them laws and stuff. He writes stuff. He pulls it out of his butt cheek. He writes it down and it becomes a law. Do you know that's what he's been doing? He did that with the law thing called the Gulf of America versus the Gulf of Mexico. He pulled that out of his butt cheeks one day and he wrote it down on a piece of paper. That's how they make laws. And that's how they made the law about us, our people being enslaved. That you think Harriet Tubman understood what I'm about to tell you when she said, I could have freed more if they'd only known they were slaves. In my ancestry, we were never slaves. Some of our people were indentured servants. Not indentured servants, excuse me, I mispronounced that. Sharecroppers. They were sharecroppers. I know some directly were sharecroppers.
Oh, you muted yourself.
When some of my ancestry were sharecroppers, they didn't see themselves as slaves. So when people say they were slaves, they were like, what are you talking about? We're not no slaves. So a lot of those people were classified as slaves and they were not. I know in my entire, the genealogy that was done, no slaves are reported of slaves was found. And then the guys I know who extend to 100, almost 150 years ago, the people I have actually met and spoke to in my lineage, they never mentioned that either. And they said to us, to me personally, because, you know, in my, this was like 50, 60 years ago, they told me, oh, we not from Africa, man. Them niggas over there, that I know a guy, yeah, but we not. We are here. And don't give that up. They trying to narrate you out of being here by saying you're African American. Therefore, you are import just like the people they are exporting. Did you hear what I just said? That means you are import like the people they are exporting. When you are not aboriginal to the land, you are an import. That can be
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Beautiful. Right. You're an import that can be exported. The whole thing is a setup. And people been trying this. I heard people saying this from the 50s, dude. This ain't new. People talking about, oh, so now the internet is doing this. And Dan Calloway, ask him where he get it from, and he'll tell you somebody old. He ain't come up with this shit. He just came out with it on the internet. I just got it, I just got on YouTube about 2-3 years ago. So yeah, he came out running with that because he got it from somebody who was old and taught him and told him, and he listened. It ain't no difference than everybody else. And then people say, wow, man, you know what? Because most people be, oh, you shame, you self-hate. That's what they call you when you say, "Oh, I ain't no African man." Oh, that's self-hate. They browbeat you. Sometimes they'll beat you physically to force you into that stupidity. It's called the law of stupidity. I just brought up one of these. Hold on. I just brought up one of these things I plan to watch. You know how I put them on the top, on the tabs bar, so I can go back and see them later. And it says, why critical thinking is disappearing, dash, the rise of collective stupidity. And there's been there's a
super facts.
Yeah, there's a psychologist that put out the whole thing has been validated and everything. It's called the theory of stupidity, where people will agree with something they know is stupid and wrong. Like Stan said, he know he's not black, but he gonna agree with it. See, that's the theory of stupidity, collective stupidity. So the thing is, when you do that though, and you know you're doing that, you have just joined the crowd of, the theory of stupidity works like that. Because a lot of people will just back down, and then their children see it. Their children see it and think, okay, dad says it's okay, so I'm gonna go with it. See how it's collecting like a snowball, but just by the backing down though, we are helping it. It's either way, helping with our own acquiescence and helping with the show that other people see us doing. And they'll say, oh, well, he did it, I'm gonna do it too. And now there's more people doing it. So we actually helping it out. And that's what I'm calling the theory, what the guy just put down as the theory of the theory of stupidity. And this guy is going to do something. I haven't watched it yet. It's one of these YouTube somethings that I put up when I saw this.
Well, I've heard the accusation of stupidity, and I am unworried. So let's go ahead and watch the video. I'm sorry, what?
Oh man, he was cooking, Stanley. Let him cook.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw him mute. My bad. Go ahead and finish cooking.
He might have had the cough or whatever, but yeah, he's cooking. I like listening to that. And when you go off too, Stanley, both of y'all have a lot to add.
So I'm just saying.
Well, I'm glad you have the type of brain that can synthesize the two viewpoints, because I'm hearing what Wale is saying. Number one, I think he is making too big a deal out of me saying I'm black. It's shorthand. Number two, the theory of what is black and what is brown and all that stuff. Yeah, well, whatever. I tend to be, a capital L liberal, and for better or for worse, I'm kind of a child of the Enlightenment. And if you can't prove what you say, then you know what? You are entitled to your opinion, is my response.
Would you tell that to somebody with firsthand experience?
I don't think what I've heard is firsthand experience.
I'm not saying that he is either. I'm just saying,
if you're gonna go that route, I have 60 years of firsthand experience, and I see the world a different way.
So what I look at is like this: not the theory of color. There ain't no theory. 3-year-olds know the difference between black and brown, just like you do. We know the difference between black and brown. That's not a theory. That's an actuality.
Okay, Wale, let me help you out here. Let me help you out. I've heard you say that separate times, and I've explained myself several times. I'm not going to spend the rest of the day explaining myself. It is what it is. I won't be like, you haven't changed my mind. So talk to a more receptive audience. I'm not, I respect you to the utmost as an elder, but you and I think differently. We see the world differently.
He could also be referring to the social designation versus the color as well.
You know what? We're not talking Crayola crayons.
Sociality.
That's exactly the little part.
I'm doing social and legal. I'm referring to social and legal.
Okay, you know what? Unless you're a lawyer, I will respectfully accept, but not accept your legal opinion on what black is.
I have no legal opinion.
Okay, I thought I heard you say legal. Like there's some legal definition of black.
It is.
Okay, if you say so.
You don't need an opinion to read the definition, do you? Does I need an opinion? Because
okay.
I got
I don't think you have a firm grasp on the definition. Okay, I'm not talking Crayola crayon black.
Okay, fine. What are you talking? That's what I asked before. If you're talking social,
you know what? For better or for worse, if I said racialized black or racialized white or racialized, whatever, you pretty much get my gist. And if you don't, if you want to quibble over definitions, you go right ahead. But, if I say, hey, cops, a black man just shot me, I'm not going to stop and talk to the cop about, the legal definition of what black is or Crayola crayon colors or anything like that. The cop will get the gist. He'll have an idea of what the race was of the person that shot me.
Gotta break out
in this sort of discussion, I'm more pragmatist than metaphysician.
Why not just say a Negro shot you?
Well, you know what? I guess that would work too. I guess my only response would be black is one syllable and Negro is two. So it might be a waste of a millisecond.
Allow you to puddle that fucking point. That's funny.
So, but I mean, whatever you choose. I look in matters of aesthetics, and I consider, this definition of black. I consider it more an aesthetic argument than a practical or pragmatic one. Whatever floats your boat. But the bottom line is, I think history in America happened the way the historians have laid it out. There is nothing wrong with having an alternate theory.
So you believe in the cargo cult?
The what?
The people that came
cargo
in locked
cult?
up, chained to the bottom of the boat, defecating on themselves and crossing the Atlantic.
You want to know why? Because there's actual evidence of it.
Mm-hmm. But that's who you are. Not to say
no,
there's no chance or possibility.
I happen to think there might be one or two ancestors in the past who experienced that.
Okay, through a marriage or some kind of union, but
no, I mean, like, I know probably more about my father's side of the family than my mother's side, but even my father's side of the family, his mother has a South Georgia and Florida ancestry. My grandfather, my father's father, had believe it or not, roots in West Virginia. So at some point in time, especially in the Sea Island part, my mother's relatives are from the Sea Islands. I mean, she's got a Gullah heritage. There somewhere in my past, there is someone who came over in the Middle Passage, and that's that. And to be honest, oddly enough, you would think someone who's kind of into history would be more into genealogy and stuff. I'm a very I'm here and now person. Knowing the name of the person who made the Middle Passage over to Charleston and, which block he got sold of or she and all that stuff, I don't need to know it. Maybe it would be good to know, but it really doesn't affect my day to day. Like I said, I'm really more of a pragmatist. Knowing that stuff is nice. It really doesn't affect me day to day. Knowing that I have an African heritage is good enough for me.
Walla, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's up?
So this, what Stanley just said, assumes that he has an African heritage, but not knowing his genealogy. That's why it all gets confused. And you said accepting the narrative is a. I'm not saying you're stupid, Stanley. I'm just saying.
Well, no, at this point in time, I don't need a genealogical narrative. I'm just gonna kind of assume that somewhere on my mother's side there is someone who came over on the Middle Passage. I think the odds are that is true because of my mother's St. Helena Island heritage. And I'm good with that. I'm not going to be defined by my ancestors. I'll put it that way.
Do you believe that there's a such thing as black problems?
What do you mean black problems?
Like issues, black people, black issues, you know.
Well, I don't think there's a genetic problem. I think there are societal problems. I think there are historical problems. I believe that poverty can be generational. I believe there is a poverty cycle. You know, a lot of it's based on probability. You know, if you were born in the hood, you have a higher chance of staying in the hood than someone who was born outside the hood has a chance of winding up in the hood. There are black problems, but, you know, I think the black problems are really racialized. If, you know, people think that crime is a black problem. Well, I tend to think racializing crime is an impetus not to bother solving the problem. I think racializing problems makes them easily avoided over the centuries. If it's a black problem, it's easy to say, well, that's black people's problem. You know, I don't have to care about it. And I've talked to Be Brave about this. The reason, and this is my personal opinion, I don't have stats to back me up or anything like that, but I believe that people like Be Brave saying, you know, blacks have a problem, they have a violence problem. We know where the violence is occurring. I think racializing it is why it doesn't get solved.
Because the black designation doesn't allow for a cure.
No. It doesn't allow for the cure. It allows for people not to care to cure it.
Because it's black.
Okay, on that subject.
Because it's racialized. That was the term I used.
Oh, this thing not on. Okay, I thought it was.
No, you're on, Wale. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's just how y'all do. Okay, no problem, man.
Sorry, man. We just have one follow up. That's all.
There's a book on this subject that was written, I think, in 1968 called Black.
Okay, I don't do.
Black
other than just a quick thing.
You can actually.
You're talking to Dave
and stuff that's happening. Yes. He the one brought it up, so I thought that's right. It's called Black Rage. And it discusses the all the stuff that you're asking about. I think once you read it, you can ask. If you don't get your answers, you can ask better questions, more enlightened questions, and so forth. It's called Black Rage, a small book. I had it as a paperback, but I sold books. That's what I did in the 60s, 70s. I mean, so I sold books. You know,
I have this problem, Wale, where I try to answer other questions I'm not asking and the questions that I'm asking. I've always had that as a problem. I can answer other questions based on these questions that are, some would assume, are not relevant to the questions I'm asking.
Oh, I understand. That's not actually a problem in my sense. It's a gift. But if you want to see it as a problem, as others tell you, probably indicated to be, that's up to you.
Yeah, because people will say, well, what is your point? And I don't want to give that up.
Well, that's always my question. Like I said, and this is the other thing I don't understand when people start asking questions. When I say, and it could very well be me, maybe I'm not clear, but if I go to Be Brave's channel and he starts talking about violent crime and black people, that's the crime I'm talking about. Okay. The crime problem is racialized. Okay. It's not a violence problem, it's a black violence problem. I think calling it a black violence problem allows the majority population, we call them white people, maybe Wale will have a problem, maybe I should call them pink. They don't feel the need as a group, as a culture, they don't feel the need to deal with black violence. It is a black person problem. Okay. And you hear Be Brave do it constantly, where he wants to blame black violence on the 70%. He calls people who make excuses for it, which is just a clown fucking show, in my opinion, of a logic. My question is, if we know there is a violence problem in the inner city, what are the cops doing about it? What are the city administrations doing about it? To be honest, I actually don't have a problem with Donald Trump taking over DC if he thinks it's too violent. He probably needs to take over a couple other cities too, because the local governments aren't doing shit about it. That right. Might be the one thing that I think Donald Trump would be right on. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go into DC. Let's clean it up.
Right.
And if he actually does that, that'll be one thing you won't hear me criticize Donald Trump for.
But if he expands that jurisdiction, saying he would go into
that will be one of the things. You know what? If you're going to be a dictator, dictate law and order in the inner city, because no fucking body else does it.
Somebody needs to. I even saw something on the
bottom line is the reason it hasn't been done up to now is because people like Be Brave, and I think Be Brave is probably more common than we would admit. It's a black problem. Let black people solve it. I've literally had black people from the hood say, hey, don't blame the cops, blame the people who live in the hood. I've heard black people from the hood say that.
Those same black people in the hood are the ones complaining and need somebody to come fix their issue.
Okay, well, no, what they need to fix their issues, because it's probably bigger than grandma in the hood who's, keeping, the grandkids, trying to raise them as her own. Cops, authorities, whatever, they need to go in there and they need to control the crime. It is not necessarily a civilian problem to solve. They're suffering. If they could solve it, they probably would have. Calling it black crime, calling it black violence is why it has not been fixed these many decades.
Okay, I can accept that. The one thing that I do think will happen from the layoffs that the lady was talking about earlier in the show that you played, she said that the women are I'm not blaming women, so I don't even assume that. But she said that the women are getting laid off, and you're usually the breadwinners of the household.
From the government jobs.
From the government jobs, and they're the breadwinners of the household. And then she went in to explain how women mostly are the breadwinners of their household, not really splitting the difference if there is a man in that household. They do own more homes. But even with the layoffs, if they are forced to be at home or they can't find employment, maybe they'll spend some of that time taking care of the children, and it'll be an improvement for the next generation. I don't know.
Excuse me. Just a quick backtrack here. Clarice asked me about why I was bringing up Abu Bakr. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. This guy was associated with the Mali Empire. Mansa Abu Bakr. Clarice, tell me how to pronounce it correctly. A 14th century ruler. Now, again, this is 14th century. So even well, let me just read this through and then I'll backtrack. So Mansa, I don't know if, I don't think he's the same as okay, so Mansa Musa was Abu Bakr II's successor. Okay, so that's where it comes from. But anyway, a 14th century ruler of the Mali Empire is the subject of a legendary account. According to the Syrian historian al-Umari, who reported the story from Mansa Musa, Abu Bakr's successor, the latter abdicated his throne to embark on a voyage across the Atlantic Ocean with a fleet of 2,000 ships. Now, the way I've read it is they were more canoes than anything, like seagoing canoes. The initial expedition of 200 ships reportedly encountered a powerful ocean current, possibly the Canary Current, and the returning ship warned against proceeding further. But Abu Bakr continued with his larger fleet, never to return. So even this tale, while widely known, lacks corroborating evidence from other contemporary African or Arabic sources, and no uncontroversial evidence of pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americans has ever been found. So even if you want to, talk about this is 14th century. So compared to, say, when Native Americans are said to have crossed the land bridge, from Asia, this is thousands of years after that would have happened. So, this particular tale, is kind of why I don't think that Africans would even be close to native. From the way I understand it, the population of America, like the prehistoric population, went from Africa outward, from Africa eastward. It just kept going east, as the centuries or millennia progressed, not from west to east.
Oh, you know what?
I also don't think, 12th Man story about Vikings coming over here. They would have had to have gone way south to catch like a Canary Current. I don't think. Now maybe there's a more polar or North Atlantic route with currents going from west to east. But the way the Gulf Stream flows, the Gulf Stream flows west to east and then north. Like when Navy ships go across, they go south, they don't go north. Mostly to avoid weather, but they've got a part of the Gulf Stream are things you want to avoid. So that's why I don't think Africans, this talk about Moors being aboriginal to North America or the Americas in general. I listen to them. Nice theory. Nothing to concern myself with.
Dave, yeah. Since you have a question, I mentioned to you the book about Black Rage, so you can get like 40 years ago look at what you're looking at and maybe develop a perspective from one to the other, and you can get that long range perspective as well as talk to people that you talk to today. I'm not negating anything that you hear or see. I'm simply offering you more information so that you can make, more informed understandings for yourself. There's also a map that's called, I don't know if it's called the color map or something. It's of the earth. once again, and it shows in the regions where the skin color of people would be of those areas. And you'll find that it floats around the not the Mediterranean, it floats around the equator. Around the equator, you'll find dark-skinned people. Now, I notice people who stick to the Africa thing, they keep saying African instead of dark-skinned people. And that's what that's where the whole Ghana of confusion is stabilizing itself in that misrepresentation, because very few people that I know personally ever mention that they are natives. They will say people told them that they were Indian, but they rarely say that they are natives of America. I just wanted to put that in so you can get the map. If you don't get it, I'll Google it for you and give you the link in Google. I'll put it on the screen and present it. It doesn't matter. It exists. And when Stanley read this thing about America, and he said that the stuff that's about Abu Bakr, the stuff that is available is controversial. It read, there is no non-controversial evidence. It didn't say there is no evidence. It said there is no non-controversial evidence. See, you have to, when you read something, you have to pay
and let me help you out, Wale. Non-controversial means unprovable. So theoretical could even be used. Non-controversial means there is no solid proof. It is a story.
And anyone who reads archaeology or history in depth,
you know what? If the archaeologists had found it, it would not be it would not be controversial if there was solid evidence.
You're a funny guy. All the evidence is
solid. I'm hilarious when it comes to challenges.
That's why
you're not mounting one that I need worry about. Uncontroversial literally means there is no hard evidence. It is there's a bunch of stories, and that's fine. Like I said, I have no problems with you building your own personal narrative. I do have a problem when you present it as not controversial, because it's controversial. So I guess we can get back to whatever it was we were watching. There was something I wanted. Oh, yeah. Clarice, I can't even remember the name of it. 12th Man isn't here. 12th Man thinks Vikings were Aboriginal. There's what you're talking about in Canada, like Leif Erikson or something. Apparently there's a theory out there that the first Aboriginal Americans came from Scandinavia. And so, there's a white version of Aboriginal Americans and there's a black version of Aboriginal Americans. And I'm just going to go with the hard evidence.
Okay.
That Viking theory is controversial as well.
Okay, like I was just saying, the evidence is solid. That's for sure. What one deduces from the evidence, what one derives.
I literally disagree.
I understand that. We already know you.
Well then, let me just take control of my panel. Let me just take control of my panel, sir. And let me just say, there is no evidence. What you call evidence, I don't call evidence. Some stone statues with some Negroid features, that is not evidence, sir.
That's where Abu Bakr landed.
No, I wasn't.
There is nothing to prove that.
I was referring to about the Bakur, the story, and the evidence.
There is no evidence that they like the story, Wiki said, nothing was ever heard from them again.
What? Somebody's going to float the Atlantic back over there to let them know?
No, they were never heard from again.
Yeah, they just made Olmecs.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? I think if you can connect those dots in good conscience, I can't say you're wrong, but you can't say you're right.
And you can't say I'm wrong.
There we go.
So hence the controversial.
So what I was going on to say is this guy Thor Hardar. If you heard of him before?
Yeah. Yep, I've heard of him.
I asked Dave if he heard of him. I know you have. I asked Dave, has he heard of him?
I'm up there to learn.
It's Thor Heyerdahl, I believe.
What are you in the front of the class, Stanley? Raising your hand, trying to get called on? No, just playing.
No, he's the teacher, according to his positioning.
Well, you know, what can I say? All others teach.
There you go. No problem. Do your thing from your
Now,
position.
what did he? Yeah, go ahead, Wale. Don't let me.
Dude.
Don't let me be all factual on you.
Oh, I am being very factual. I don't know what you're doing, but I know what I'm doing. So what I'm is this thing about even then the impetus, it is said, for the Vikings to go to sea, to even take such an adventure, was because they found shipwrecks on their shore. On their shores, excuse me, with an S. When they found shipwrecks on their shores, those shipwrecks were made out of materials, according to Thor, that was from Egypt. That's known, I can't say was. He said known to be from Egypt. I think it was that reed, some kind of reed it was made of. And the reeds, they're buoyant, Anyway, so they developed on the wrecks, what they call it, back when you back technology, something, you take something, like a ship, and I forget what they call it.
You mean re-engineer? Or
okay,
is it retro engineer? Reverse engineer.
Okay, they did that and built a boat. That boat led them to the Leif Erikson story and the rest of the story they have. That's my understanding of that particular part of that story. And Thor Heyerdahl also did 2 ventures to see if it was possible for Abu Bakr or to actually have done such a thing. His first
Are you sure?
Yeah, man, you can Google this, what I'm saying, dude.
Okay, I'm looking at a Pacific voyage.
Yeah, he did a Pacific voyage as well.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Egypt?
I'm talking about in
Atlantic. You do know that
Egypt
is in the Mediterranean. So going from Egypt across the Pacific, that'd be a chore.
I understand that to be a chore, and probably a ridiculous one, which is why I wonder why you're spending our time except to inform that.
Okay, I'm basically calling bullshit. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be polite about it. The Kon-Tiki, at least the one I'm looking at, it was a Pacific voyage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, are you saying the Vikings crossed the Pacific?
I'm not saying that, but if you put I did
okay,
say
well,
what I was
talking about. No. You want to talk about evidence. Now I'm questioning your evidence.
So now I'm asking you, bring up another
No, don't ask me until you've answered my question, sir.
What is your question?
The content. How are you going to connect? Now, did Thor Heyerdahl make another voyage across the Atlantic?
Well, of course.
He did. Okay.
You can check it out.
How about Google? Okay, let's see. Thor Heyerdahl Atlantic voyage. Let's see here.
That's beautiful, Stan. I just realized you got a little jazz in the background because I favor jazz myself.
Yeah, that's a guy named Tough Guys. Let's see here. Because I want to make sure that I'm not doing. Yeah, this was all. I mean, all the voyages I see are Pacific voyages.
You're saying it shows nowhere that he
I'm
made
looking for an Atlantic voyage.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm looking on.
Hold on, I'll do it too. I don't even know how to.
Because I see like the Kon-Tiki. Let's see, Kon-Tiki full movie. This is interesting.
How you spell the name? Oh, I see it. They put it in. It fast fed. Okay, I'm in there.
Excuse me.
Okay. Okay.
Because I really probably need to run this through an algorithm. I don't think this would be.
Let's see what it say. Okay, it reads here when I put it in. Thor Heyerdahl traveled in the Atlantic. Just simple like that into Google. AI now. I'm just saying what I'm letting you know everything. I can show you the screen. You can read it with me. I'm not going to miss any words or anything. And I'm going to read it exactly as it comes out of AI. Is that okay with you? Okay.
Did he do an Atlantic voyage?
I'm going to read the thing, Stan. You determine. Please do not,
Okay, dude, don't treat me like a first grader. Just read it and let me know if he did an Atlantic voyage.
I already told you he did, and you objected.
Okay,
so now
and you know what? I don't see what you see. How about just put the link in the back, and that way we can look at it together.
That's why I say I will put it on the screen, because if you would present, I do the screen presentation thing. If you want, or you want me to just give it to you like you just said, the link.
Just put the link in the back, and then I can. It's easier if I do it, I would think.
It's all right with me. Hold on a second. It's a Google link, so I'll just give you the link to Google and see how that works out. Bam. Okay, keep going, baby girl. You know these Google links are extremely long. So I'll put it in the back chat if there's enough room in there for these.
Well, Clarice, we're talking the Indians, if I recall, their ancestors were supposed to have been here like 10,000 years ago. Okay, the Vikings weren't here 10,000 years ago. Most of these discoveries that I'm aware of, and I'm not any sort of archaeologist or anything like an expert, topic doesn't even really interest me that much. Okay, so let's see here. So it says here, let's see, Heyerdahl, a Norwegian adventurer, famously crossed the Atlantic Ocean twice using papyrus reed boats, Ra and Ra 2, to test his theory that ancient civilizations could have made similar journeys. In 1969, his first attempt with Ra failed, but in 1970, Ra 2 successfully reached Barbados from Morocco, proving the possibility of pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americas. Okay, so what does this prove? It could be done. That's all it proves. Doesn't prove it was done. It proves it could be done.
Oh yeah, it actually was done by him, if by no other person.
Right. And listen to what I just said. It proves it could be done. It does not prove it was done.
You know what I found? What I found interesting though, the reports.
What's that?
The reports. I found the reports to be interesting. In the report of Abu Bakr, he also made 2 trips. The first one was aborted because he ran in the
first one. The first one was aborted, right?
Same way as Tharhada. His first move was aborted. His second move was successful. So what Abu Bakr saw.
Okay, we don't know that. We don't know that it was successful. They were never heard from again.
No, I said Tharhada's second voyage.
Oh. Yes. So, again, listen to me closely. Listen to me closely. I'm saying, and I think Tor Heyerdahl would agree with me, it could have been done. We don't know whether it was done. Just because Tor Heyerdahl did it doesn't mean Mansa Musa or whoever, Abu Bakr did it.
Okay, I agree with you.
It means it could be.
I agree with you.
However, past the point that we know, hey, it could have happened. Now, if the next step is, oh, hey, there's some statues, with some Negroid figures. And Clarice makes a good point. If they were Muslims, they probably wouldn't be making statues. But let's just put that aside. Okay, so we know it could be done. There's some evidence here, some statues that look suspiciously like maybe African features. Okay, that's not proof. It means it could be.
Stanley, please forgive me because I must have been negligent in my explanation of my perspective. I don't see where the Olmec statues, I have not said where the Olmec statues validate anything about Abu Bakr. The things that I say to validate Abu Bakr, I am very specific about. And I only so far have referred to Thor-Hada, this thing we just established. Because as you said, when I first told you about it, you told me, oh no, he went Pacific. I call Cap, whatever you do.
That's the Kon-Tiki. I didn't even know why existed. So you educated me.
So now we have moved past that and we got that established as far as that part. And then I have other things to say.
Okay, we have do me a favor and tell me what we established exactly.
That the voyage, as it were, was possible.
Okay, we agree on that. It's possible.
Using the technology and the materials of the area that was already being used for water.
Well, I know you're all excited and everything at the possibility. I heard your voice go up a register. Yes, we agree that it was possible, but that's as far as I'll go.
Dude, that's as far as that information takes anyone.
Okay.
Including me. That's why I have other.
Well, then finally, we're in agreement. It's possible it could have happened, Dave.
I have other stuff about.
There's more. Okay.
Yeah, Wale is a wealth of information. I think we should listen.
Wale is a wealth of possibilities.
Yeah, man, I'm good with that too, Stan.
Technically you can call it information if you point out the possibilities.
There we go. And you can look up all of this stuff I say about Thor-Hada is not only in books, Wikipedia. You can find it anywhere you actually
right. I think we can agree that he existed, and he made it to Barbados from Egypt or wherever it was. Yes, the possibility is there. I would even go so far as to say the probability is not there. Ocean-going canoes, which is what has been reported. Look, that Atlantic can be mighty treacherous, but hey, I'm not going to say it's not possible.
I think that's what Thor-Hada had when he went the first time he misjudged the currents. I think that's what Abu Bakr did. He misjudged the occurrence. And realizing that, he moved differently on his second voyage, though Hada did. And I think Abu Bakr did too. Whether he was successful as Thor Hada, I don't really want to reckon with that at the moment. I have other stuff that I like to use, which is the evidence of the gold and the ways the metallurgy style and content as it is used in South America, the Southern America, or some over there on that side of America. That is
most people think, I mean, what evidence is that now the other thing is that they wound up in somewhere like Barbados or something. I would have imagined they would have wound up in South America, not as far north as Barbados, but whatever. Because that Gulf Stream tends to go west to east. But there is a canary current that I don't particularly understand, but it does go south. So, whatever, Barbados, whatever. Now the problem becomes, how did they go? Most people think the migration happened north to south for the Indians. What evidence is there that there was a south to north African? There's some bits and pieces that point to possibilities. Again, until there's proof, I think it's more likely more likely based on first contact and all that stuff that, and I'm basing it on what I know about North America. Now, Columbus, the Taínos and stuff like that, Columbus never particularly, I don't know that much about what he discovered about the Taínos in the Caribbean.
The first English colony was Barbados that involved itself in slavery. Virginia learned slavery from Barbados. Barbados was the instructor of
right. We all know that.
Not we all know that. That would be a ridiculous statement, wouldn't it?
And Virginia is incorrect. It would be later, and it would be South Carolina. Most of the people from Barbados settled South Carolina and Georgia. Well, actually, South Carolina, not so much Georgia. And that was way after 1607 and 1619.
Barbados was before those numbers you just mentioned. It was
I literally agree to that, but the people from Barbados basically set up camp in South Carolina. Now, I'm not saying they didn't go up to Virginia, but I would say Virginia learned slavery. I would almost say from the Dutch, because those first slaves in Virginia were indentured. They weren't like, slaves as we think of, they weren't like, I can't even think of the Latin name for inheriting status from your mother. The first 19 people, Africans in Virginia, were indentured servants.
Yeah, I know.
So the slavery part didn't hit Maryland and Virginia till the 1660s?
Oh, before then, but still I know.
Well, the Spanish had slavery, the English didn't.
I'm saying Barbados. You're talking about Virginia.
You can say Barbados till Barbados ceases to exist. What I'm saying is the through line from Barbados, where slavery goes to South Carolina, not directly to Virginia.
Okay, that's your understanding is different from my understanding, and I was just simply pronouncing my understanding. That you disagree with it is cool, and I understand that. But as well, I can just go and spend energy and stuff like I did with this other thing. I had to spend energy.
Well, you spent energy proving that there was a possibility. So, you know what? You really didn't prove much other than, hey, it could have happened. So, you know what? Spend the energy to prove that it could have happened.
I spent the energy because you objected to when I said
no. I'm saying what I see. Let me reset and tell you what I'm objecting to. There is no proof that Africans were Aboriginal. And by the way, what we're talking about is not even close to 10,000 years ago. Even if Mansa Musa did have, or Abu Bakr, even if he did, that's 14th century. I don't think it's 10,000 years ago.
I know that.
So I don't really get what your argument is. Stick with the Thor Heyerdahl. At least we know that it was possible. What I'm saying is the Aboriginals, they're talking about Native American, the original people that crossed over the land bridge. That's like 10,000 years ago.
Do your thing. You're gonna tell people what they telling you, and that's
yes, I'm going to tell people that Thor Heyerdahl proved nothing other than the possibility. And even so, there is evidence that the first Americans were on the west, not on the east. You proved, if anything, that maybe there were Africans not in North America.
Hold on a half a second. I'm not talking about Africans. You're doing that thing.
You know what? I'm beginning to think.
I'm not talking about
have been moved so far. Neither of us may know what we originally were talking about.
Oh, I do specifically. I do.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, I know. See, that's how it always starts. You don't think I do.
Well, it always starts with you talking possibilities, and then it devolves into your hurt feelings.
I have no hurt feelings, cousin. I guarantee you. The man was talking about
what the hell?
Hey, your voice went up a register or two, and I just maybe I got that part wrong.
Yeah, of course. The whole thing is funny to me. I mean, I have no argument.
Yeah, I can see the humor in it.
I don't need argument in my life. I thought that's actually I was just trying to see if
this is an argument?
You keep saying
I had no clue we were arguing.
You keep calling my statement my argument, and I have no argument. And I'm saying that I have no argument.
Let me help you out here.
Oh, you're gonna
see where it says Mansa Abu Bakr. See where it says 14th century. That is nowhere near what people think the time that Aboriginal Americans first came to North America. Not 14th century. It was way before then.
Wait a minute. Hold on then. Y'all were talking
We're talking Christ was born, they estimate, or Christianity.
You're doing anything.
Basically, the time of Christ was 2,000 years ago. Add 8,000 years before that is when they think the first Americans or people who were Aboriginal. They think 8,000 years before the time of Christ.
Are you familiar? And I'm gonna go to the line you go because I agree with Abu Bakr. I only brought that up because y'all were talking about it, dude. That don't have much to do with me. I was just simply talking about.
So you think? So we're talking. We're Abu Bakr was roughly 14th century according to Wikipedia.
According
and I'm saying 14th century is 1,400 years before the time of Christ. And we're talking, what I'm talking about is 8,000 years before that.
No, it's 14 after the time of Christ in your little analogy.
That's right, 1,400 years.
You said before, so I'm just correcting your statement.
Okay, and 8,000 years before the time of Christ is when they think and I could even be wrong about that. It could be earlier, but 8,000 years, millennia, not centuries, millennia before the time of Christ is when they think the first Americans arrived.
I get you. I got all of that, what you just said, and I hold it dear to my heart. And I do not want to contest.
Well, you should don't hold it to your heart. Your heart's not going to prove anything. I'm depending on your brain.
Dude, I don't contest anything that you have said about that. What you don't know is my perspective yet. I was simply.
And I'm beginning not to care that much about it.
I could dig it. I could dig it. I knew that before I even brought it up. You don't want to know it. You don't even want it to have.
No. Let me tell you, I don't think I can know at this rate. The teaching rate is mighty slow here.
You cannot contest his ability to want to only learn.
I cannot contest much right now. I don't know what to contest anymore.
He wants to know what he knows. He doesn't want to know more. That's what he said.
Right, I got that part. I heard him say that. He don't want to know nothing more. I got
that. You don't want it.
I got it.
Only... But inquiring minds want to know.
That's what I was that's who I was referring to. Actually, it was you, because you had asked a question. And
you were talking to Dave this whole time.
Yeah.
I stepped on Dave's lessons. I'm just being an interruptive. You know what? Somebody's going to have to send me to detention.
Yep, we're all here with you. But go ahead, Wally.
There's a thing that two things came out this past 2 weeks. I became aware of. Let me put it that way. Two things I became aware of this past 2 weeks. One, the mound builders. You can record the mound builders, and they will tell you that the mound builders were here eons before those people came across some piece of ice walk. Eons. That part, and the mounds are in Ohio. And I think they say mounds are in Georgia, different places. Just look it up. I don't keep all that stuff. I just came across it, but I already knew about it. Now I'm trying to tell people about it so they can find it. I'll try to only tell people about stuff I can show them where to go look for it. You can put that at mound builders in YouTube or something, or Google or something, and it'll give you all kind of information if you want it. Next thing I just found out, because it just happened, which is the Olmec language is being deciphered by AI. And AI has deciphered enough of it to scare the balls off of NASA. NASA is saying, wait a minute, that's what's up, because AI is saying, according to AI now, and it's the way it does a logarithm and algorithm, it builds the language first, and then it starts building what it's talking about, putting that with the dates and times and the celestial bodies, garbage in, garbage out. So you got to put a lot of information in if you plan to get any information out. So they put in celestial charts, all kind of stuff in the thing, and ground, geographical chart, chemical charts, all of these things that they have information about. AI has that to pull from. And pulling from all of these things that AI has available to it, AI has said that not only, he said, first of all, he said, y'all don't know what's going on. These people were killing it. The stuff y'all doing now wasn't even child's play to them. And he started going on to talk about the planets and all. That's how he say. They even mentioned in the Olmecs, they mentioned star Sirius. They mentioned stars that the people say they still ain't found out about yet, and stuff like that. They're mentioning, the way they did something. It was something the way they did it about water. I think irrigation or something that the guy says just counterintuitive, but it works. But I'm just saying, you can look into that kind of stuff, and the people with the they still doing their culture from where they came from. You can go over to Siberia, and you will see identical people doing the identical culture that the people in what they call Wyoming or whatever that them Western Indians he been talking about. They do the same thing. That's their culture. Everybody knows that. That's not a hidden fact. We understand that. And they went on to say that if you check the doggone what they talking now, because they find a lot of archaeological finds and digs in the Americas, because it traversed the entire Americas. They're finding a lot of what they refer to as Negroid features. Now, of course, that's very controversial, as you say. But I'm just saying other things talk even deeper than this thing about this boy, Abu Bakr. I knew about him. I learned about him actually about 40, 50 years ago. And then I went further. And that's what I'm suggesting anyone does. Take that information. Yeah, it's good information to at least consider, not believe, because it's all, you have to believe that stuff because you weren't there. So I'm going to believe something. But evidence that's found, evidence is hard. Now, what you believe about the evidence is up to you. But like I used to tell them when they tried to translate Egyptian to me, when I was learning, I was in my Egyptian phase of learning stuff from Egypt. People would try to tell me to go and see what somebody said or some translation. And I would always refuse. I want to see the hieroglyphics for myself. I'll translate them. I can do better as well as they can. And so I do that. That's how I look at things. I look at the evidence first, not what somebody say about the evidence first. I talk to the person first. I don't want to know a biography on Booker T. Washington. So I read his autobiography where he wrote about himself, just like I would do you, Dave. Should I want to know something about Dave? You know where I'm going to? Dave.
Appreciate that. Now, Stanley, are you willing?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to dive deeper into these topics, or have you wrote it off?
Oh, sure. I'm gonna dive. I'm willing to go.
All right, they already know what you're about
as
to
far
say.
as it goes. But I also want to remind you that I'm talking about, and there's evidence that indicates we're talking millennia, like not, literally, if we're talking Mansa Musa, we're talking hundreds of years. We're not talking millennia. So the evidence is great, but unless we can start talking millennia, you and I and whoever else, Wale, we're talking different time scales.
Right. I'm not basing my perspective on Mansa Musa. I thought I made that clear earlier. I only mentioned Mansa Musa because y'all were talking about it, and I mentioned something about it that I know about it, which was Thor Heyerdahl and what he had done in La Di Da. And we went into the dictionary because you said he only went to Pacific. I said he did the Atlantic too. You found that information, and we said, okay, he did the Atlantic.
Well, now that you've educated me,
no, we revamped what just happened.
So they're talking Mesoamerican between 1500 and 400 BCE. I'm talking millennia.
Cousin, I'm talking.
So 1500 to 1000 BCE, there is evidence that the Aboriginal Americans were here before this early pre-classic period. And again, I'm not an archaeologist. I don't pretend to be even conversant in it. But the time frame, if I recall, is even before these Olmec stone heads. It predates the stone heads.
Oh, absolutely not. The Olmecs predate the Mayans and the Incas and the whatever them other guys.
Yeah. And the Aboriginals they're talking about way predate the Mayans and all that stuff. We're talking 10,000 years ago.
You're talking about you're still talking about the ice bridge? You know that's
Yes.
a theory that I came up with.
It's a theory, but what I'm saying is there is archaeological evidence that predates the old stoneheads.
Oh, only the mound builders predate that. Could possibly, because the mound builders are the oldest that they have found.
I think there's other evidence, but again, I don't have your archaeological expertise, but there's more evidence suggesting that these prehistoric people came from Asia than Africa or Scandinavia.
I'm not saying they came from Africa. You keep saying that African. I ain't saying that.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is they come from nowhere.
I'm sorry, they what?
We did not come from anywhere. We always been here. We didn't have to come. We're not immigrants.
Oh, that's even stranger.
I know. That's why
Are you saying that we came from the stars?
No, sir, from the earth.
Don't do that. Don't do.
From the earth. That's why.
Okay, so you're suggesting polygenesis.
I'm gonna get this. Okay, Are you with me? Oh yeah, we got.
So you're suggesting a separate origin, like people in the Americas have a separate origin story from then. So you're suggesting multiple sources of where people came from.
You're talking about locations. You're talking about locations. You say it's sources, but you're really talking about locations. Am I correct? Okay, I just want to make that clear, because sources and locations are different things to me.
Well, I mean, most people think
I got
that Africa was literally the origin of Homo sapiens, and just the whole Homo, like every Homo, and I mean hominid.
Oh, you're a funny guy. I told you that before.
I mean hominid. Basically, it's an out of Africa theory. You're saying that out of Africa is just but one location that that what became us came from. Multiple areas, not just Africa.
I would have to agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Well,
I won't even say just Africa, but I would say I don't deny that theory. But I don't hold to it as a holistic theory. It does not. I mean, if some people came out of there.
we're not even close to agreeing.
I'm saying if they, bless it. But that's why I wanted to put that map so you can see what I'm saying is colored people.
That's like what do they call it in cooking?
You think the only niggas in the world you think the only niggas in the world come from Africa? That's the story they've been running on us now.
I got you now.
Melanesia. That's why I mentioned Tanzania, Australia. That's why I mentioned Negritos over here. Niggas. I've been and talked with them people. I sat with them people.
Okay, so basically, I was thinking our points of view were maybe fast food. Well, this disagreement just became fine dining. We are.
That's the part you kept getting tripped on.
This is like a Michelin star divergent.
But see, that's the part you kept getting tripped up on. Wale was talking on a whole different plane than what you was listening.
Oh, absolutely. Now I get it. Oh no, I definitely don't. Yeah, you and I are like we are far apart.
To me, I mean, Stanley, it's a matter of information and invocation. By information, I mean what information I had to start my adventure with, and what information I was given.
Well, my question is, why are we worrying about Tor Heyerdahl? If we were always here, we didn't sail here. We were just here.
Dude, you were talking about Abu Bakr.
Oh, so you know what? I was thinking, if I had understood, I wouldn't have wasted all that time. Finally, I do.
Well, I asked you earlier in the chat, do you think we are all African? You said no, so I assumed that you
See,
already understood.
I didn't think such beliefs were possible.
This is a funny guy. This is a funny guy.
See, I was operating. I had no clue. We were dealing with something that Western education does not, discarded a while ago. The polygenesis stuff.
I do understand closed captioning is not on the panel, but it would be nice if they added.
Closed captioning wouldn't have helped.
Well, yeah, not in this case. You're right.
That's funny. Closed captioning. But I could dig it, man. I could dig it. I'm glad we you're understanding what I am saying. Beautiful.
Okay.
Wally, glad to have you here, man.
I'm glad to be here, man. Thank you. I should have said thank you first. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
All right. Well, let's finally get to something that's that my poor tiny mind can embrace. I have to get back to reality.
Can I just say, Andrew, is the most polite people I've ever met. When we hit record
I actually
on this
think
podcast,
Tiffany
I don't
Cross
know
is
who
way
you morphed
prettier.
into. It's a gremlin.
I
disagree with you.
I morphed into a young brother.
I disagree with you. Angela Rye is levels above. What's her name?
I think that cleft chin just does not. I don't like women with cleft. Well, I'm not going to say I don't like them. I don't prefer women with cleft chins. To me, it makes them look masculine.
Her arms are skinnier.
Well, I don't care about that. I'm talking about the cleft chin.
You said cleft chin. I said arm.
Right. Well, I just think she looks. I mean, she's definitely pretty. I would definitely like if she said, "Hey, Stanley, let's go out." I'd be there gladly. But I just find Tiffany Cross. I don't know, just less. When I see a cleft chin, I think chiseled features, and I don't want my women to have chiseled. I don't want my women to have chiseled features.
It's called fitness.
Oh, is that what it's called? I call it bench pressing with your chin.
Her BMI is lower.
I don't mind a little BMI. And CKJ3, you know what? See you, Wale, you have a disciple here.
What's that?
Oh, CKJ3, pretty much he's on board with your "We Are Everywhere."
I don't
we are multitudes.
I don't see that. Where is that at? I'm looking at is that on
screen, I think.
Oh,
I'm sorry. There you go.
Is that on that other station? What's his name?
No. We're all here on this channel.
Oh, I see it at the bottom. He said he kind of agree, and I
don't. I'm just like I'm kind of the out of Africa. I'm an out of Africa guy.
Right, I
Let
understand.
Wale give his acceptance speech.
I was
acceptance.
Stanley, you know what? My curiosity is such that it amazes me sometimes, and I know people like my close friends. We share that. Our curiosity is such. I visited with a close friend of mine on Monday, and we thinking the same thoughts, saying the same things to different people.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get together, the guy said, "Damn, he was just saying that yesterday when I was talking." He said, "See what I mean?" Because we share what we consider reality. And in that frame of reality, everything is everything. And you have your opinion. I don't like some things. I like some things. Come on, man. I ain't tripping. I'm not saying everything is good for you or you like everything and all that kind of stuff. But I'm saying you have to look at reality rather than just looking at what you can see. Because a lot of reality.
I'm not exactly sure you and I define reality the same way. So when you tell me to look at reality, much like this out of Africa theory, when you say look at reality, I actually think we don't just have parallax, we have different versions of what reality is.
Okay, that's why I like this thing here that I'm about to do. I could have got rid of that. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Try some other place. Here we go. I'm going to just look up the word reality and read it to you. That's all. I ain't trying to fight.
We're going to do a Martin Heidegger here.
Okay, reality. No, you just got to do reality. The state or quality of having existence or substance.
Okay, well, we have the book definition, and we still see a different version of reality.
Who wants to pester you?
What can I say? I'm kind of a linear thinker that way.
Yes. Well, we have two things. One, what are we going to do for the 100th episode? I think that is right. That's something to consider. Two, next week, I believe, is it next week or the week after? Is the holiday a national holiday?
August 10th.
Them white chairs.
Throw them things.
Get them white chairs.
What are we doing for that? Wouldn't it be beautiful if our 100th episode correlated? But it doesn't. It doesn't coincide. I said correlated.
You know what? We need to ask. You know, we should ask if Britt will let us use that picture of Momo in that white chair for the chair episode.
I know she won't, but we could ask.
So cute.
She never shows the babies.
So cute.
But I do like it. Well, anyway, just a heads up that we have this holiday coming up. But for this particular episode, on this week on the podcast, we were talking about like Black elitism. We had that great interview with Lanny Smith from Actively Black. Thank you guys for tuning in and weighing in with your thoughts there. I'm still going through and sifting through comments, so I appreciate the input that you guys always have. But it did kind of, we had a few different threads. It led us to a few different places when it comes to community. And one thing we talked about was that, Angela, you kind of perked up when we said this, when we talked about during my time at BET, we had to be all things to all people. And when it came to news and information, Black people like their information validated by white folks. Yes. Like we could do the same programming, but if it was on CNN, then it was legit. And I just wonder why that is. What's the danger in that? Where did that come from? Obviously white supremacy. Can it be disrupted? How do we disrupt it? In a lot of ways it has been disrupted. Social media certainly democratized who has a voice and who gets to weigh in, but that came with a lot of challenges because people who call themselves journalists are not journalists. You having a cell phone and a podcast does not make you a journalist. Citizen journalism, where people are like reporting who don't really know how to capture a story. I think these things are great because it's access to information, but you have to know how to decipher and intermix that. So I don't know. And we saw people take advantage and spread disinformation intentionally or unintentionally in doing things like that. So it seems like a sticky time and a sticky topic.
I appreciate this topic for a number of reasons. What it reminds me of is white validation by Black people hasn't always only been sought in the news space. I can think of a time growing up where I heard elders say things like, "Now I need my doctor to be white," right? And it's scary. Like I strive to find Black medical professionals and Black lawyers, and like I like for my team to be Black. And so it's jarring to hear people say
that, white ice or show white ice is colder and that white is right. And I don't just think it is isolated to the news.
This is a disturbing argument by people who are supposedly accomplished in one way, shape, or form. How about I just want the best? This is disturbing.
Space. I wonder if some of that just has to do with like slave mentality, right? Like if people cozied up to massa because if they did, maybe that meant their lives would be saved, literally saved. Maybe that meant their families wouldn't be broken up. I don't know where it comes from, but it does make me very uncomfortable, especially when you heard Lane say on the show, right? Like $30 billion, we spent $30 billion on apparel in our community. And yes, apparel and shoes. The thing that also just comes to mind, and now I feel like I'm hopping all over the place. Vince Evans sent me something on Instagram the other day of an entity that was holding like a back to school drive for clothes and shoes, but they were giving out Nikes. People started waiting in that line at 9 p.m. the night before, right? And we had to really, really promote like giving away food or paying a light bill or whatever. And the question really was thought of is what would happen if we would have been giving away sneakers? So I think I do want to understand like what is our attachment to looking good? Have we assigned, psychology to how we appear? If we look the part, does that mean we're ready to really, play the part a little better? What is it about white supremacist mentality and structures that have made us think that that's better collectively? Not me as an individual, I've said that. But yeah, I'm curious to understand y'all's thoughts about this white validation model and how we disrupt it.
I just want to say, because you reference Vince a lot, Vince Evans is, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's the executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yes.
Somebody you work with
Stanley.
tour. And as you all know, I've mentioned it a few times, Angela used to be executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus. So he is her successor many times.
Baby
removed.
brother.
So shout out to Vince.
Maybe big brother, because he think he the boss.
Sorry, Andrew, I didn't mean it.
No.
And I met him on Andrew's campaign. That's another thing.
He is a rattler and,
yes, he
and
is.
a very, very smart political
You call for
strategist. So
help?
they're lucky to have him.
I got a question.
What's that?
What is the white validation model?
Well, she was just saying, back in the day when that sounds like something Fred Sanford would say. I want my lawyer to be white.
That's not a validation.
Whatever.
That's not what Fred Sanford would say. Fred Sanford would say he wanted his lawyer to be a Jewish guy, not white.
Right.
Yeah, she made reference to something as if it was a thing. He said the white validation.
Well, it is basically. Well, she said it kind of near the start a few minutes ago that Black people want like their news to be white approved. Like if the white people are saying it, it's going to be truer than if you hear it on hear a black person say it.
Like the Buffalo Soldiers telling the last slaves they were free. Is that what she's talking about?
No. Basically, if it's white, it's right. That's basically.
You got to echo, Wale. Maybe you got to turn your volume down just a little bit. If you got a speaker
Basically,
or something.
if it's white, it's right. If a white man says it, you're going to take the word of a white man over the word of a black man.
You got to have context with that. You can't just say stuff like. And people say stuff like that without adding any context to it.
Actually, every black person but you understood it.
Because I don't think that just because you want better that you want to be white. People say that.
Okay, just because you don't understand something doesn't mean
explain
that
it to me. That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn. I'm the dumbest guy in the room.
I don't know.
I don't
know whether it might not be that way these days, but back when I was growing up, There are people who would not believe what a black person said. Like if you said 2 + 2 was 4, they would look to the white guy and go, "Is that true?" And I'm surprised someone like you doesn't understand that. Someone like a John Galt or a hood conservative.
No,
something
just bear with me because I don't understand that. I've never understood that.
Okay, I'm just surprised that you don't. That's all I'm saying.
But why would you be surprised that I don't understand that?
Well, I mean, you hang out with Clue and Big Bird. I mean, they're very white-facing. They're very white-facing people.
What I have come to realize is that all of us are different. You just meet at the same point. Now, where we go from that point is in different directions as well. But this specific point, you can't assume that we all have the same view on any of this stuff.
Oh, you know what? I always think the anti-black blacks are kind of monolithic. My bad.
I get it.
There's diversity among the anti-black blacks. Okay, that's a new one, but I believe you.
It should be. We're comparing notes, if anything, but you can't assume that we all agree on everything. There's some pieces that I take from all of them, but I do not understand what white validation is. I've never understood that.
Well, like I said, I would much rather, Angela Rye just said she would prefer her team to be black. And I think that's ridiculous too. You want the best.
Right. It's a shame that it defaults that you want to be white because you don't accept the lower standard, which is crazy.
Is Angela, she says 80% of her blue. I don't think Angela Rye is 80% white. And if she is, she's the right type of white. Just a little bit of sentiment.
Way better than Tiffany anyway, by the way.
Yeah, so thank you, Stan. Thank you for reminding me about the like button, man. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I always forget. I don't know. I just think, Tiffany, I don't mind women being a little curvy, a little softer. It's funny. I kind of like athletic women. Let's just be blunt. The best sex is with athletic women. They do a lot of things athletically, but I just, maybe it's older. Maybe I'm just older, but I don't mind a little curve.
Actually, I wouldn't attribute it to your age. A lot of guys nowadays prefer the heavier women.
I wouldn't say
the
heavier.
Majority.
I wouldn't say heavier. I would say curvier. I mean, you don't want. Look, probably my biggest thing is there are plus size models who have curves in all the right places, and there are other plus size women who have curves in weird places. I don't want to get lost in your crevices. That's cheesy. A little too
cheesy. So Tyra Banks, when she was modeling in the 90s, that was considered thick. Nowadays, the definition
Tyra
of thick,
Banks?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. In the 90s, she was considered thick.
I never thought she was thick. I've always
nowadays, nowadays the shape of Lizzo is considered thick. The now Lizzo.
Well, after she lost weight?
Yeah. They call that
I
thick.
haven't really seen a full body picture of her since she's lost weight. I can tell you pre-weight loss, no. She had a beautiful face. I really think she was attractive in the face, but I just wasn't having the rest of her. And you know what? That's too much.
Pre-weight loss?
I haven't seen
she
her.
had a beautiful face.
Well,
I don't think so.
I'm sorry, pre-weight loss, before she started working on it. Like, I've seen her on Saturday Night Live and places like that. No, you know what? Pretty girl, but just not having it.
So you have to stick her head in one of those cutout photos, where you already have the painting of the body. You got a cutout for your face. You stick your face in there and you take the photo. I still couldn't see what you're saying.
Like shoulder shots. I mean, you can tell she's lost weight in the face and all. I haven't seen like a full body picture of her since her weight loss, but I'm not worried about it. She's too young anyway. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Hey, Dave, did you tell me you were Irish and Scottish?
No, he's all white.
I'm asking him.
No.
I didn't say you didn't. You're
Now,
not
see,
Irish.
Megan the Stallion is my speed.
No, I'm not. I'm not Irish.
Are you in any way Scottish?
No.
What
If
is your
anything, I'd be probably more close to Geechee than anything.
Geechee. Where you get that from, Geechee?
The Southern. My family's from the South. That doesn't mean that I am either. But I'm none of that. I'm not Irish or pretty much just a plain black guy.
I'm saying where you get the Geechee from. I'm asking a question. Answer.
I'm just throwing it out there. Nowhere particular. My father's from the South.
I am very specific about my Geechee. Sea Islands of Georgia, mostly Sea Islands of South Carolina.
I was asking Dave specifically about the statements he was making so I could understand what was going on with him. And he said, I asked him his ethnology, and he said he was Geechee. And I said, where did you get that from? And I was attempting to see if I could follow a line of reasoning that he's using to tell me that answer, assuming that he's telling me the truth, of course. So I just asked him where he got the answer from. Now you're telling me, go ahead, please.
Wale, I threw that out there. I'm none of that. I'm just a plain guy.
You just said, Joe.
I couldn't even tell you.
You just said something about one of your people that you know in your bloodline was from the South and this and that. I thought you were going into a story, but you stopped yourself short. I don't know why. And I wanted to hear what you had to say about it. That's all.
The possibility is there because my father and one side of my mother's side is from Georgia, and that's how they met. So I imagine if it was anything, it would be that. But honestly, I do not know.
Where you get the Geechee from? A lot of people talk about Gula. Why you say Geechee?
It's a Southern thing.
It's Gullah, not Gula.
I say, okay, listen to what I'm asking you. I know it's a Southern thing, man, but I'm saying there's a difference.
No, it's not a Southern thing. The Gullah people call themselves Gullah.
I got that. I'm good with that. I was just trying to respond to Dave about that particular thing, but I would say you are correct. The Gullah people call themselves Gullah. I mispronounced
I know
it.
I'm correct. I literally have spent summers on St. Helena.
Well, that's so beautiful. But this Dave said Geechee, which is different. And so I was just asking him about it.
And I misspoke. Geechee's more the inland folks.
I was just hoping to hear what he had that got him to even pull that out. Like he said, just pulling it out of thin air. Even he pulled it from somewhere out of thin air. He heard it somewhere enough to go right there.
My God, you're
actually,
seeking
Wale's
depth
right.
when there is
no. Wale is right. I did hear my grandmother. Yeah, my grandmother mentioned it.
Wale's
And
gonna always be right in your mind.
No, seriously, my grandmother, she mentioned it, and I did not dig into it, but I did just throw it out there. Other than that, there's no reason to dig into it because I couldn't answer any question about it.
I agree with you on that part, and I appreciate you for clearing that up for me. Now I have an understanding of why and what you have to work with from that point of view. And then your mind is curious. That's what I like curious people who have a curious mind. That's how things get done. I mean, they have a genius. I call it a genius because it's inside. And you can look at it if you want.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. I was saying a lot of stuff that's real is not tangible. That's what I was saying about real.
Kind of like being black. That's real, but not tangible.
You're absolutely correct there, Stanley.
Oh, I know I am.
If I was on a fishing boat between Wale and Stanley, that would be probably one of the best days of my life, because I would soak up knowledge from both of you and referee at the same time. Like, I would enjoy that experience.
Yeah, we probably all would.
You may have stated them as one, but I felt like two different strands of this, which were sort of the value or the stock we put on presentation, how we look, brand that includes brands, that includes labels, that includes color of the bottom of your shoe, and so on and so forth. And then I think there is probably the question that is encompassing of this all, which is, where did we learn that white was right? And that didn't mean that other things weren't right, but it needed to be measured up against. When did we make the Eurocentric standard the ruler by which all things are to be measured? It's a sad acknowledgement. It is a true acknowledgement, however. And I think for those who it is not true for, meaning those in our community who resist that, have to resist it actively. And the reason why I say it has to be actively resisted, this mentality, this white pejoritarian and majoritarian view of where we put value, is that society in every single way reinforces white is right. In every single way. If a black person does this thing, it's looked at as criminal, ghetto. I can't believe they tried it. Tiffany referenced this in our main episode this week, where she said, had BET spun off with Real Housewives franchise and began with the Real Housewives of Atlanta or Potomac or whatever, she is absolutely right. We would have blown BET up and basically said, you are bastardizing our black women who have achieved certain levels of success in our society. And now you're telling the rest of the world that all we do is fight, that all we can manage doing is yelling at each other, backstabbing each other, and talking about each other behind each other's back. That's what you're telling the world that we are. Andy Cohen does it. And it's like everybody's a celebrity now, right? Everybody, they're the hottest thing since.
You know what? I think this has just gotten mighty preachy here. I was enjoying the women, and now he wants to hog it all. So this is something I've never watched before. It's called Persist. So while I've got it, everybody make sure that you hit the like button, please. And if you happen to be new, make sure you subscribe to the channel and share it out. And let's see, where am I? I'm at 6 hours. I think we'll go to 7 and then call it a day. So let's see what this is about. I've never watched it before, but it wound up in my algorithm.
Welcome to Nightcap, where politics and culture collided this week. And it's only Tuesday. But we usually say where politics and culture meet. But right now we are just on collision courses. Tonight we are unpacking Kamala
What do you think, Dave?
Politics is Broken statement on Stephen Colbert, diving into the crisis of Black women's unemployment.
A little loud.
This idea that's been rolling around in my mind.
You mean her color, her lips?
Yeah, I don't really care for that.
And we'll break that down, what I mean by that. And celebrating the new voices remixing This New America. I'm Dr. Nola Haynes, your favorite political scientist and host of Nightcap. So grab your beverage,
She's pretty without that lipstick.
and phone on Do Not Disturb. And let's get into your late night download of The Real. This is Nightcap.
At least she doesn't have any on her
with
feet.
Dr. Nola Haynes, streaming only on the Persist Network.
I wanted to say something about that guy that just was talking, that statement he made.
One of my favorite people on the planet is the one.
Okay. It's still up. I just switched.
Yeah, the guy that was talking, he was talking about something. And his initial perspective was what I would call, I could call it all kind of names, but I'm going to just say his initial perspective is what's common. It's common. It's like normal, so to speak. It's common. That don't mean it's correct. It's just common. Most people will go to that perspective. And it's normal because most people think of it as natural, but it's not natural. It's just very normal.
He talked about several things. Which are you talking about?
The very first thing he said, and I'm getting, I mean, you could start it over because it's only less than a moment. And the perspective is what I'm talking about.
He was talking for a few minutes.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the perspective from the beginning, the rest of that was just off the projection of the perspective.
Very smart political strategists, so they're lucky to have them. Angela raised, I thought, two.
I don't know
you may have stated.
I heard him talking
one,
about.
I felt like two different strands of this.
He said, relative to what I'm talking about, that he said people have to fight back and resist whatever that other thing he was saying.
He was talking about European beauty standards, basically white as a standard, European standards.
Okay. He said,
I just think that I agree with what he's saying, but I also agree that most people will take it too far the other way. I'm of the mind that you do what is best for you. If the white standard works in a particular situation, use it. I mean, that's the kind of the wonderful thing about American culture. You got a whole quiver full of arrows. You can use a black standard, you can use a white standard, you can use a Latino standard. There are several different facets to our culture. Use whatever works for the situation. That doesn't necessarily mean, when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans do. It does mean that, because we're a pluralistic or a diverse society, there are multiple ways. I mean, you might act different in a barrio than you would in the hood, than you would in a gated community. And I wouldn't call that schizophrenic. I would call it, acting appropriately.
So what I was saying about the man's speech, thank you for reminding me where he was at, that I recognized the projection. He said, when did we, that was the first thing he said, when did we make white right? That was the first thing I heard him say. And I said, wow, that's an issue, but let him go on and see what he does. And then he said, we have to fight back against that. And I said, okay, that's the problem. Let me explain this thing to you. First of all, we didn't make that. We accepted that. You have to use the correct terminology. Otherwise, nothing can be actually done about it because you're using incorrect terminology. You have to use what you're actually talking about. We didn't make it. We accepted it. And that's what the deal is. Now, once we realize we have accepted it, that's the problem we got. Not about it itself, but that we accept it. We don't have to accept that. But however,
we don't have to accept it anymore.
No, we never did.
Disagree there.
I understand what you are saying. However, am I getting you to understand what I am saying, or are you willing to? And then we can go on.
Okay, Wale, you're not talking to, number one, you're not talking to an idiot. Number two, what you're saying is not some rocket science or some secret to life. Okay, the bottom line is at one point in American history, Black people had to accept a white standard. Oftentimes, it was a matter of survival. Okay. In 2025, we have a lot more latitude. We can do things our own way sometimes and don't feel bound to a white standard is probably what he should be saying it. If you want to do something different and it's not threatening to somebody else or it's not harmful to anyone else, dance to your own tune. People need to start dancing to their own tune. And I often say something similar to this to the anti-Black blacks. Okay, stop caring about stuff you can't control. Stop caring about Cleveland. Okay, let Cleveland handle the fight in Cleveland. We don't have to be, I'm in Georgia. We don't have to be in Georgia wondering about it and drawing all kinds of societal conclusions. Okay, you're not a rocket scientist. What you're saying can be said in fewer words, and we get it.
So I'm glad you agree with me. It's a matter of acceptance. We didn't make it. We just accepted
At a certain, and what you need to understand is what I said. We can be that way now. There was a time when the white standard could keep your ass from being killed. It is no longer like that. That is what I said. Yes, I partially agree with you. I don't agree that accepting it was something you could do in 1825. If you're on Massa's plantation, you might have to accept a white standard, sun up to sundown, or get your ass killed.
Stanley, I don't mean to insult you, but I want to point
Okay,
out.
dude, you can't insult me because, and not only that, I insult back. So
Okay,
don't spare my feelings. I can take care of myself.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. Stanley, I am not in 1825.
Okay, what you don't seem to understand is when you make a statement, the reason is we accepted it. How about put a time frame on that? Because when you say accepted, that happens to be the past tense. And 1825 is in the past. Maybe you could help a brother out by telling me how long have we been accepting it?
These children that are on the screen are talking
Okay,
about.
we're not talking children. We were talking generally. Maybe you should be more specific when you speak. I don't do grand pronouncements. Now all of a sudden you want to be specific. You made a broad statement about accepted, and I leapt on that and said, if you're going to use the past tense, there was a time in the past when it wasn't accepting it, it was surviving it.
And at first, I mean, now you're changing up the different things.
No, I'm not changing shit. What I'm doing is telling you, if you're going to make broad pronouncements, I'm going to hop on them and I'm going to be meticulous and I'm going to nickel and dime you to death with it.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, back at the farm, I'm glad you agreed that it was an acceptance.
You know what? You live on a farm. I live in 2025. On your farm, maybe you accept this stuff on your farm. In my world, we are very specific when we make grand pronouncements.
Yeah, these young people right here were just talking about right now today. They weren't talking about 1825. They were talking about right now
and
today.
I find a problem with what he's saying too.
And so I'm saying,
don't worry. I find problems with Andrew Gillum here. I'm finding problems with his perspective too. I got enough fire for all of you.
And you've already said it was an acceptance thing. So there we go. We're done with that
part.
I
don't agree that it's an acceptance thing.
We agree with
I don't agree that it was always an acceptance thing. I think if we're accepting it now, then we don't understand what 2025 is. Maybe it's a matter of habit. Maybe it's a matter of what you were taught. I think with some of the anti-black blacks, it is on purpose.
So meanwhile, it's a matter of knowing what's going on. And once you realize that it's a matter of acceptance and you didn't create it yourself.
It's not a matter of acceptance. I don't know that I agree with that.
Yeah, that's okay, cool.
Not 100% of the time. I don't, you know what? If it's a matter of acceptance, it's because you either were taught that, you are just oriented and the acceptance is specific, or C or 3, you just don't know any better.
So I'm going with all three.
I don't think it's always just a matter of acceptance.
So I'm
acceptance implies you're aware of what you're doing.
Well, of course. You're not aware of what you're doing?
I'm aware that I'm annoyed at the generalities.
Oh, so you are aware of what you're doing?
Oh, absolutely I am. I'm always aware.
I think most people are always aware of what they're doing. So if that's your
and
criteria.
I don't know. You weren't aware that 1825 was actually because you used the past tense of accept. You didn't seem aware of that. So anyway, SKC, what's going on? How you doing? What's the topic, Deacon? There is no topic. Pick one: Olmecs, acceptance, or anti-blackness, among many others. Curves on women, Angela Rye or Tiffany Cross. Pick one, SKC. We got a lot of balls in the air. Wale, do you want to listen to the rest of this?
I wanted SKC to be here for that conversation about the canoes going from from Africa to Mesoamerica or whatever you claim they went.
Apparently Barbados. Oh no, that was Tor Heyerdahl. All right, so are we done with this? I'll leave it up if we have to come back to it. I would
love for Wale to finish that thought though.
It wasn't finished. There was more.
Come on, you did the Stanley.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Canoes can't handle open sea. That's why I don't think they made it.
Although somewhat ridiculous, Wale makes a great point that even if it was arguable that there was a chance, or what does he say? He said somebody had tried it and was successful, so it was possible.
Well, I mean, apparently back the Melanesians or people in that area of the world had canoes with outriggers to make them a bit more stable. But if you've ever been in the middle of the Atlantic, and I don't even want to think about the Pacific, when you've got 30, 40, 50-foot waves, there's not much of any canoe that's going to survive that. I've literally been in the middle of storms where the waves were coming over the top part of a destroyer. It's ugly. And maybe they left at a good time of the year. I'm thinking there's very little chance they made it. And if they did, it's possible they made it.
I can't recreate the argument, but that would have been nice if SKC was here for that.
Well, he's here now. And he says anyone that has sailed would laugh at the thought of canoes going into the open sea. Well, Higher Kuykendall, Thor Heyerdahl did it. I didn't see a picture of that vessel. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Ra 2. They're talking resource acquisition. Let's see. Heyerdahl. Ra. Oh my goodness. Poor Heyerdahl. Well, I'll just play Andrew here while I look for
were sort of the value or the stock we put on presentation, how we look, brand that includes brands, that includes labels, that includes color of the bottom of your shoe, and so on and so forth. And then I think there is probably the question that is encompassing of this all, which is where did we learn that white was right? And that didn't mean that other things weren't right, but it needed to be measured up against. When did we make the Eurocentric standard the ruler by which all things are to be measured?
Okay, and this is the problem I have with this. Haven't you ever read a history book? Or is he just pretending? Maybe he's just doing it for content. But when, isn't that obvious?
It's a sad acknowledgement. It is a true acknowledgement, however. And I think for those who it is not true for, meaning those in our community who resist that, have to resist it actively. And the reason why I say it has to be actively resisted, this mentality, is this white pejoritarian and majoritarian view of where we put value is.
So if you don't think all those slaves came from Africa, where do you think the slaves came from, CKJ3? You think they were rounded up on the prairies? You do realize that people increase. They used to call it natural increase. And if you're breeding slaves and forcing slaves to produce children, it is very possible. I mean, people produce exponentially. 4 million slaves in 1865 doesn't mean that there were 4 million slaves 100 years before that. The numbers are doable. And I absolutely believe that slavery, African slavery, existed. So believe what you want to believe. And, I promise I'll laugh under my breath. Then the issue that sub-Saharan Africans did not have sailing. Well, SKC, the Arabs, remember these sub-Saharans were they were coastal for starters, so they knew how to swim, fish, and do boats. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. And here's a picture of Kuykendall. That's a picture of Heyerdahl's raft, ship, whatever you want to call it. This is built out of reeds. So
you have to drop the comments. The
what?
It's a vessel, a reed. And the dimensions and everything about it is written up. He wrote the dimensions, how it's built, and it was built on Egyptian technology and shipbuilding. And the same way he did it, he actually made the trip on his second voyage. So we don't have to believe that part.
You know what? Whites think they're Aboriginal. I literally just heard somebody on Jubilee say that to Mehdi Hassan. 12th Man thinks that Vikings were Aboriginal. They came here. They were the first people here. There are people who believe Africans or not Africans, but what do you call the people? What do you call the black people who are Aboriginal to the Americas? They're Moors? No, Moors don't fit into the... Oh, you mean like the Moors as in the religious group? They don't fit in, other than they think they're Aboriginal. The Moors that I know of were the ones that conquered in Spain.
What the word Aboriginal means. Let's deal with that first of all.
It means you were here before anybody else by millennia, maybe.
What it says in the definition. I'll get the definition again, so we could actually look at the definition and go back.
Oh, sometimes I don't need a dictionary.
Yeah, I understand that, but if we're gonna deal with each other rather than just you being dictated about what you're saying, exactly what I mean. So I'm gonna look it up. Aboriginal.
Everybody thinks they're Aboriginal.
Do a public thing. It says Aboriginal refers to indigenous peoples. I want Aboriginal the word.
So whites think they're indigenous. Blacks think they're indigenous. I haven't heard any Chinese say they were indigenous, but I'm waiting for it.
The word and the
thing. And Slick Rick keeps asking about Moors. Moors that I think of are the ones who were northern African, like conquerors of Southern Europe.
Aboriginal, the word itself has a definition, and it says inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonialists.
Yep.
That's what
sounds like what I said. They were here before anybody else. And whites think they were here before anybody else. Apparently, Black Americans, there are groups who think Black Americans were here before anybody else. Or the Native Americans even.
I am definitely not a Black American, so I'm done with the conversation because we really ain't talking about me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not surprised that you don't know what I'm talking about. That's been about 2 hours now?
See what you did there.
Oh. And then look at SKC. Oh shoot! You know what? I'm sorry. I thought I had switched. This is my bad.
They're the hottest thing since sliced bread. So what I mean by actively resist it is you actually have to play through your mind the scenario of like questioning, why did I do a thing a certain way? Why do I feel like in order to go into this establishment, I have to look like this when there's not even a dress code that would dictate such, right? But I mentally told myself from a standpoint of value and bringing value and being seen as a person of value, this is how I have to look. And moreover, this is how I have to comport myself. We talked about Ralph Lauren Polo. I think about the fact that Ralph Lauren has, done all these Olympic uniforms. I don't know for how many years it's been doing it, but for as long as I can remember, I just remember Summer Olympics uniforms being done by Ralph Lauren Polo Ralph Lauren. And they're so, in my opinion, Nantucket versus Martha's Vineyard and the way they look and what, I don't necessarily associate. It isn't like, that's not my version of Americana. If I have a version of Americana, right? Or what I would say, what would be my version of patriotism, right? It didn't necessarily reflect me, but it is very apple pie, American apple pie. And athletes galore, Black, white, and otherwise, don them, and they don't have a choice. They have to don them. And then all of us who are viewing it, then make up in our minds since we saw LeBron in it and everybody else, that now this is the status. This is the new status quo. And anything that isn't it is a knockoff. And by the way, when we apply that to products then that are produced by Black people, it's worse than a knockoff, right? It fell off a truck when it comes to how we view stuff that comes from Black folks. It's so deep. And this is why I was saying it's an impossible challenge for Black entrepreneurs when you're selling a product, because you are really trying to, you can't just focus on the perfection of the thing you're selling. You're also having to, certainly if you're leading with Black, you're going to have to change mindsets in so many ways. And I know that there are listeners who say, I go out of my way and I buy Black, blah, 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 blah. And if you do, salute to you, but I will tell you, and I don't have quantitative data to point to other than what was quoted earlier, the 30 billion that we spend in this area, and Black companies getting less than 1 billion, less than 1 billion of that 30. I don't have any data to support it, but I'll just say you are the exception to the rule. You're the overwhelming exception to the rule. And y'all, I think we absolutely have to have some education in reprogramming and reimagining ourselves and our value through our lens that we then start to convince ourselves is the majority lens. And frankly, anything that doesn't agree with us don't matter. That's how I am as a Rattler, as a Fam Ewan.
Well, as I have said, and I'll repeat specifically for SKC, I think you do what's best for you. Leading with white, leading with Black, who cares? Do what's best for you. You do you, etc. I want to. What was I going to say? If Black people need to learn something, it needs to happen, in the home. Don't depend on school to do it. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I saw that story, Broke Genius. Yeah, Hinesville is where Fort Stewart is. No, right where it is. And I'll cover it in the morning.
Don't share your views if it doesn't agree with the masses, because then that's considered anti-Black as well. So
share what views?
If your views don't agree with the mass of Black, if you're Black and your views don't agree with the mass of Black, it's considered anti-Black, or you want to be white.
See, but the thing is this is why stuff like this needs to be learned in the home, because just making that statement over the years, these sorts of statements need refining. Okay, just making some blanket statement, things like this have to be refined, and these lessons need to be started early, because there's also pick your battles. Sometimes it's not worth battling with massa. Sometimes it's just, it is what it is. And, it's not worth me spending extra time worrying about. There are all kinds of caveats. There are all kinds of refinements. I find people like Andrew Gillum, or I don't know that much about him other than, his proclivities. I don't find this particular soliloquy by him anywhere near useful. I hear it. I agree with it in general, but it's not something I'm going to run out and teach to my little kids, because it is just so broad as to be, as to need refining. And the part about, when you go into a store, why should you look a certain way? Well, the reality is people judge you. Okay, you can't go into, a funeral wearing a Hawaiian print shirt. People are gonna judge you. I find his advice so broad and unspecific as to be unhelpful. and some of that I agree with too, CKJ3. He's not the best person to say, hey, let your freak flag fly. His thoughts are very telling, anthropology in action. I just think they're so broad as to, you've heard the term pablum. He's just giving us some flavorless, colorless, warm, liquidy food, for babies. No depth to it at all. And the point about Real Housewives, why that is a cultural touchstone for BET is beyond me. I'm sure there are people who think this is like wise advice. I just don't happen to be one of them.
If you ain't, I don't care where you went, Morehouse, Spelman, y'all, great. You had a great experience, but it wasn't FAMU. That's how I feel about my institution. They inculcated that in me. Mm-hmm. And that's how we're going to have to feel about ourselves.
This dude is literally talking about FAMU as if it's some breeding ground for a cultural advantage. By the way, you do know that your buddy, what's his name? Damn it. Man, I'm having senior moments with names of late. Ibrahim Kendi is a FAMU guy.
And the products we produce, the value we add.
But even outside the product, because I think it's a very distinct different conversation with the conversation we had on the main show. I think it's more of the concept.
Yes.
Not the products we produce, which I think is a great conversation that we had this week. But just to draw the distinction, it is a mind shift that has to happen. And I don't, I think like what'd you call it? A re-education?
A re-education, yeah.
Yes.
A paradigm shift. Yeah.
Yes. And I think you've spoken to that, the conversation I always reference, I write about with your perspective of a lack of imagination among us because of all we've known. And, I talked a bit about that from the book Sky Full of Elephants by Sibo Campbell, where you can tap into your imagination and you get to ponder, who are we if not in reference to them? Who are we if we are not responding to something? Who are we when we get to be free? I feel like this anytime I'm on the continent, like there, you can't give that head nod to everybody. They like, yeah, okay, hello to you too. Like we all Black in here, but here it's such a tight-knit community and we have been so robbed of our fragility, of our safety, that when we see each other, it is an acknowledgement to you. One, I see you. Two, you're safe. Because if some shit goes down, I don't know you, but I know you. And I got your back and we're together. And three, I am yours and you are mine. I think we have to start there. And I wonder, honestly, if we're losing a bit of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Fort Stewart shooting, I'm going to go ahead and just cover it since it just popped up on my phone. I should probably have these alerts on my computer.
Second, the Second Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still locked down. Emergency medical personnel were dispatched to treat the wounded soldiers at 11:09 a.m. The incident remains under investigation, and no additional information will be released until the investigation is complete. Now, I don't know. It took 39 minutes to get the shooter into custody, but maybe they were negotiating with the shooter for 39 minutes. The fact that it took 39 minutes for the shooter to be in custody doesn't mean that they didn't know where the shooter was. Maybe they didn't, or maybe they were talking to the shooter through a barricaded door or something. So I don't know the details of that situation either. We also don't know if the shooter has been shot.
41 Central 38.
Go ahead.
Here, I'll read this in case.
Waymaker on a white
Man, that
Lexus
is so
sedan, this way,
annoying.
Tennessee. It's going to be 8746.
1259.
Yeah, they have not posted an update. You can write to me on X if you're hearing new things. At Lookner on X. I'm also checking the. I'm checking different. I'm checking the chat for what people are posting. But again, not a lot of information at this point. On
Speaking of chat, I got to fall too. I got to do some work.
They're going to take.
Okay, take it easy, Dave.
95, so it's a little bumpy.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave, do good to yourself, man.
I'm sorry, what, Wale?
I was telling Dave, tell him to be good to himself.
Oh, he will. He has no choice. He's got little Dave.
29, someone took her wallet and stole $75 out of it and threw the wallet back in her yard. Needs a report.
Clarice, I tend to go with these internet guys.
Brian Kemp.
You know, these independent internet folks. So I know Fox News is pretty quick. Actually, I had a Washington Post alert, but I actually wasn't going to even talk about it. But I saw this guy pop up, and he's usually pretty good, agenda free. You know, that's music to my ears.
Hang on a second. Let me show you what Governor Kemp said, if I can. It's going to work here. Governor Kemp said, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We are keeping the victims, their families, and all those who answered the call to serve in our hearts and prayers, and we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. But again, not a lot of details right now on what actually happened. It has not been confirmed who the shooter is.
Possibly might be great. We're gonna roll back over to the parking lot where we think it's at and let you know.
One of our viewers said, is the shooter in the military? It doesn't, I mean, this was on a base. This was on an Army base. So the shooter had to get on the Army base somehow. And the shooter was actually in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. But it does not specifically say who the shooter was and whether the shooter was a soldier. No, there is no... Guys, there's not a second shooter. It literally... Well, I mean, according to the base, it says there is no active threat to the community and the shooter was apprehended. That means there's no second shooter. The shooter means one shooter. The shooter is apprehended, no active threat to the community. So according to the Army itself, there's one shooter.
Just so you know,
About
Fort
10 minutes
Stewart
ago,
is
the Department
right
of
up
Defense
17
reposted
from
this.
Savannah. I'm
So,
very familiar with it, though I haven't been
the
on
U.S.
base
Department of
in
Defense
years.
just reposted literally this
Decades,
statement.
probably.
The U.S. Army posted this statement. This is the one statement so far.
Sam 23.
This is the one statement we have from the Department of Defense and the U.S. Army and the base.
Liberty, ending miles 39.
Let me show you on a map where this is. And I will be checking for different updates. And I mean, eventually, I'm sure we'll hear more. Let me just check a couple things here. If you give me 2 seconds.
Hinesville, Georgia.
I'll be checking local media as well. The White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, said that President Trump has been briefed on the situation and the White House is monitoring it. Checking some local media here.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to this and I'll just monitor. We might as well finish this debacle up.
With younger generations, with some of our social norms and mores that have been disrupted. I don't go to church. And I know a lot of families, like they don't take their kids to church every Sunday. I grew up going to church, but now I don't go to church every Sunday. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder, like and none of my friends do, my friends and their kids, none of them, they are not at church every Sunday. And so I wonder, do they know, if I said to them, God is good, would they know how to respond?
They'd be like, and yes, he is. Yes, he
is. Right. Perhaps they might.
But
that's such a cornerstone of who we were. Like, even if you're not Christian, if you are not a believer, it's like how the Jewish community, it can be a faith and a culture. Like, Black church is a part of our culture, even if you don't go. And as we advance and, just move on in society, I wonder, are we losing some of that as we make our culture heavily available across social media? It used to be our secret. Now anybody can tap into it. Are we diluting it by sharing it?
See, I don't agree
and these
with
aren't
that.
the questions that we answer.
It used to be our secret. Where the fuck did she get that from? The Black church it started up on plantations. I mean, Frederick Douglass learned to read reading the Bible. How has this been a secret? These people really don't know history very well. They just randomly say stuff.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
But that was the conversation. Yeah, like that was the conversation to, how to protect, acknowledge, and celebrate our culture within us. Not necessarily from a product standpoint, but
I think we've done that I think Black people have, for as long as I remember, haven't had a problem seeing each other, feeling protection, seeing the acknowledgement. I still think we're perplexed and are still overcome by this idea that we can see each other, love each other, protect each other, and still think white is the right.
Yeah.
There has to be the validation, has to be the stamp, must be the approval.
Do you all, I shouldn't say don't you guys, let me not ask a leading question. Do you all feel that part of that comes from deep-rooted fear? Like, do we think that people earnestly believe that white is safer, better, or do people make that decision? And by again, I'm not talking about the three co-hosts, but when we try to examine the sociology of this or the psychology of this, really, do we think that it comes from like hedging their bets?
What's allowed? I think it all comes
like
from
a permissible thing. Okay.
Absolutely. I think that way about voting. I think that way about business. I think that way about all things. I think at the root of it very much so has to do with what they're allowing. They're allowing this. And so long as the goalpost, again, so long as you are the thing by which everything is measured against, what's legal, what's not, what's acceptable, what's not, right? What's the right institution to attend to be considered elite? And what isn't. So if they're setting, and again, like I said, in every way, society reinforces this.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but think about even Black banks. Like, think like we have friends who are very educated. Y'all got elite friends. If you talk to them about putting their money in Black banks, especially before 2020, what's some of the stuff you heard back?
I'm not going to say on this pod.
But like some people would say, like, I might lose my money if I do that, as if FDIC ain't there.
Don't apply.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. And I actually think Black banks and Black finances is a whole other mini pod that we need to have.
True. Yeah.
Black lawyers, Black doctors, Black professionals and special.
Heard something about moving patients to hospitals.
What I was going to do is try to find the part on the scanner replay when this was first reported. I might try to do that. I know it might be confusing with. Let me just look around here. Let me just play this. This works.
So essentially, are you able to tell if there's only once?
You right around here.
10 floor, it's coming up no once.
This is scanner replay right here.
10 floor?
That's not about it. I am replaying the scanner. Seems to be not playing. It's odd.
Everybody during this hiatus, please make sure you have the like button.
I'm playing the replay of the scanner.
Let's see, we're at 7.
I'm getting volume at the end.
Not sure I need to go on too much longer. But,
Volume at the beginning?
Other than preparing chicken wings, I don't really have that much to do.
Something might be, there might be an issue with the actual thing. Yeah, this is a replay. This is a replay of the scanner. So I was trying to play you at the end there. Well, there's not much on that scanner replay. I'll have to go to the next one.
634 now.
I have the live scanner on too. It's probably this one. Are there any people deceased? Not yet that we know of. I don't know if it's been deleted. It's this weird thing where I'm trying to play the scanner replay and I'm not really. I feel like there's stuff there, but it's not. We can't hear it. It's kind of odd. It's confusing. Maybe I don't know if it's been hidden or what.
All right. Well, you know what? This is pretty slow. I thought he had something new coming in, so we'll get back to this.
This is.
See if we can get the. Oh wait.
2021 Red Ford Ranger, Georgia tag. Edward John Adam 220, EJA 220. A stolen vehicle was forcibly stolen. Last seen on Belfast Keller, headed towards 95. 2021 Red Ford Ranger, occupied 2 times, 1 white male, 1 white female. Last seen on Belfast Keller, headed towards 95, Georgia, AJA 220.
I don't know that. I have no information that that's connected to this, by the way, what you just heard on the scanner about a stolen truck. I just tried to listen to the scanner replay, and for whatever reason, and I don't think it's on my end, for whatever reason, the scanner replay that I have access to from this incident, there's no volume on most of it. And what I'll do is I'll just confirm, just to go back, I'll go back to one of them, one of the replays, and there's volume at the beginning, I think. Let me just confirm that. Unless there's something wrong with the player. It's weird. It's like it looks like there's stuff on there, but I can't hear any of it. I'll try to download it too. Can do that. Let's try that. I'm going to try that. I just downloaded one of the scanner replays, and I'll try to play it that way and see if I have any better luck.
Yeah. All right. Well, if something pops up, I'll switch it back.
It's really about white validation, regardless of the industry, right? It's a broad. I was just bringing up another point. Like, I can think of not even just the response, y'all, but the resistance to all of these things when it's just mentioned. Anyway,
I would love somebody from the financial industry to come on and talk a little more about Black banks. So whomever is keeping the scroll, let's add Black finance and Black banks. But let me just say, I think my favorite episodes of NLP is when I speak less and I am learning so much from my two co-hosts. Like, anytime that happens where I'm like captivated, like I'm learning, you're saying something, you're informing me, and opining, but informing me. And I feel like that happened a lot today. So I just want to thank my co-host for this enlightening conversation.
Thanks,
and
vice versa, by the way.
Oh, well, kind of, because Andrew made a smart comment earlier. I was asking Andrew, what time is 1830? And he's like, 6:30. I'm like, I know, but like on the global clock, that's military time, the global clock. And he's like, military clock is the global clock. So what he didn't have to say was, you idiot. It was just implied.
I'm still confused.
Angela, does he not do that?
Oh, wait, I got it now. No, I just had a worse moment. I was like, but it's not the same time for everybody, but that's not the point. It's like,
it's wherever you are from.
I know, but I got confused when you said global clock. I was like, what?
The same.
We're not all in the same time zone. Now I'm back. You're saying the universal clock, not the universal time. I'm on it now.
Yes. There it is.
Yes.
Good distinction.
Now here's the question. What time is it on Saturn?
Girl, please.
Have you ever been to space?
Have you ever been to space?
Ask Musk. Talk to Elon.
Oh, I don't know. You just ruined the moment.
All right. Well,
okay,
anyway.
fine. Talk to Katy Perry. And
why?
Welcome home, y'all. That concludes this mini pod.
You know what he just did? He just validated at the end of the show. Why we can't ask Beyonce?
Or Gail.
Beyonce
No, Katy Perry went to space. Yes,
she
was
didn't
on
know
the
that.
spaceship.
I'm messing this up today. My bad, y'all. I didn't even know. Sorry.
On that note,
there was another name, but I wasn't going to drop it.
We are taking off. We are ready for launch.
This world.
Houston.
CK, I generally I basically take the wings and then I cut off the tips, and I use the tips for chicken stock, by the way, and then separate the flats from the drumettes, toss them in a bowl, salt them and pepper them. Probably put garlic powder and onion powder on them, and then I put them in the refrigerator, toss them around, put them in the refrigerator. I might not even do them today. I might just let them sit overnight, because I like doing that dry marinade, salting and peppering stuff, and then, putting flour on it and then just cooking them. To me, it just never tastes as well, letting them kind of sit overnight, letting the salt carry the other seasonings, into the skin and into the meat. Though, it depends. I might do them, but they're gonna marinate for at least a couple hours. And then I've got seasoned flour. I make my own seasoned flour. It's not hard to do. So I'll coat them. Probably won't even, I don't use egg or anything like that. It's not really necessary. Just use cooking spray. I usually use olive oil cooking spray. I'll spray the wings down, toss them again, Then I'll bread them. Basically, it's just seasoned flour, and then put them on a rack into an oven. I think I usually do 400 or 425. And then I put them in for 30 minutes. I'll flip them over and then do them another 30 minutes. And that usually does it. You might have to let them go a little bit longer, but usually 30 minutes. And then the carryover heat will take care of them. So it's oven fried wings. And then if my son wants some, I've got gochujang, and sometimes he'll make up a sauce. He can toss them in a bowl and coat them the way he wants. I just like them plain, as long as the batter or the coating is good. I don't really need a whole lot of fancy sauce or anything. So that is how I prepare them. And I see everybody must be going over to John. So probably about time to sign off here anyway. Let's see. What do I have here? Because I am getting on tired. I've been doing this since about 6:15. What do I need to do?
Welcome to Nightcap, where politics and culture collided.
All right. So I have no idea what John's talking about. Something about first of the month, so many checks owed. I feel Czechoslovakian, whatever the fuck that means. It looks like he's doing street interviews. So that's nice. Hopefully they're interesting. I've kind of lost interest in that sort of thing, to be honest. So unless anybody has anything, yeah, it's a little trying. That is for sure. Plus, I'd much rather deal with the wings, and then I have other things to do. So I enjoyed it. I actually kind of think I like this format. The people that basically what I've been doing, or what we've decided to do, is that I'll go. John wants me to start at like 3 a.m. If anybody wants me to start at 3 a.m, put a 1 in the chat and I'll consider it. But, for the past month or two, I've been basically starting the show at a 5:45. I've just been walking it back. And, 5:45, 6 o'clock works for me. And at 8, we just switch over, because I broadcast it to John's channel and my channel. And then at 8 o'clock, he wants me to switch over to the Stanley Cross channel only. So I can do that. So 2 is, John, 5:45 just works better. I, go to sleep, maybe around 10. I may get to listen to T's show or, one of the later shows, and then fall asleep, wake up in enough time, don't feel tired. And 5:45 just works better. So I think we'll just keep doing that. And I actually went way later than I thought I was going to go, but I started enjoying Wale and Dave, bullshitting around with my stupid self. I have to be obstinate, folks, but this works. So I guess I'm gonna go make a couple loaves of bread and prepare chicken wings. And 7:30 to lunch. Oh well, that's cool. Hey, I can do 7:30 to lunch. It works for me. As a matter of fact, you ought to just tell me, hey, I'm done with lunch. That's about the time I should be stopping. Cause going from that. Going from like 5:45 to 12, that's kind of a sweet spot. I probably shouldn't go much farther than 6 hours anyway. Just because, I'm lazy. I will talk until, hey, gee, you know what? It's so late in the afternoon. I think I'm going to do those chicken wings tomorrow. Or I could get my son to do them. But he was up really late last night playing video games, so I have seen hide nor hair of him. By the way, I think he goes back to school next week. So, it'll be an empty nest again. And I will move back into his room to use as a study, as a studio. Then back after the 5 o'clock rush hour. It is possible if anybody else wanted me to do that, but I can't promise I'd be able to do it every day. John, are you Central Time or Eastern Time? I can't remember. You're Central Time, right? Oh no, that's right. You're in Texas, so you are probably on Central or Mountain. I don't know if I could do 5 because that's usually. Oh, you are Eastern. It's usually when I'm doing dinner. I guess I could do it from my phone. Let me think about that. Oh, for some reason, John, I thought you were in Texas. But I enjoyed it. As a matter of fact, this is a good plan. So I will see everybody tomorrow morning, right around 5:45, and we go from there. I may tune in to John. I may not. He's doing street interviews, so those are always enjoyable. So I will see you all back here, and we'll figure out what we do. As a matter of fact, there are probably some things I can touch up, improve, shift, or do better. So you all have my email address. I'll drop it just in case. Because it might not be a bad idea to make some changes since we're going to do a little bit of a streaming change. Probably not a bad idea to do some tweaking if anybody has any ideas, or program suggestions, stuff I should be looking at. It is Stanley at jghb.info. Feel free to use it, folks. I can always use good ideas. I'm only taking the good ideas, though. So I will see everybody in the morning.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.